but no one should know. Rain falls down, or freezing, and sticking like a snow. Lingering suspicion, screaming in my head, lies all mixed up with omission. Oh, welcome home again. It's too late for apologies, they're falling at my feet. Did you the way the world just said? Had to put a bullet into his head, and then lit up a cigarette. Saved the car, the fast unfair. What he said, Fred, I just killed a man. I come lay him with my girlfriend, and now they're both dead. You can be so cold when they did. Calling all the neighbors, time to make amends. Whiskey floods a table, all good friends to the end. And I'm making silly faces and it's tasting bittersweet. Did you the way the world just said? Had to put a bullet into his head, and then lit up a cigarette. Saved the car, the fast unfair. What he said, Fred, I just killed a man. I come lay him with my girlfriend, and now they're both dead. You can be so cold when they dead. It's too late for apologies, they're falling at my feet. Did you the way the world just said? Had to put a bullet into his head, and then lit up a cigarette. Saved the car, the fast unfair. What he said, Fred, I just killed a man. I come lay him with my girlfriend, and now they're both dead. You can be so cold when they did. I didn't get the way the world just said. I had to put a bullet into his head, and then lit up a cigarette. Saved the car, the fast unfair. What he said, Fred, I just killed a man. I come lay him with my girlfriend, and now they're both dead. You can be so cold when they did.
What's happening? Benton here. What a great day to be alive. Thanks for joining me. This is Pirate Radio for the zombie apocalypse. Not sure if we're going video. We might be going icons. We are broadcasting through OBS, and this is my first day using OBS and the dual monitor setup. So shout out to the audience for buying me a second monitor, much appreciated. I'm looking at the screen that y'all are looking at, though. I realized I could have done a little better job cropping the window there. Let me see if we can fix this on the fly. How did this happen? One moment. Then we'll check in with the chat. Got my slave tags yesterday. Yep. What in the fuck? Something ain't right here. Apologies. Thought I had this all tested out before the stream started. Something's going awry here. All right, we'll just leave it like it is. Fix that for next time. Good morning, Miss Carrie, right? Is that right? Yellow Cake Maker, shout out to you. Woody, Dark Glasses Woody left some good comments. I'm going to have to figure this camera out, though. It's like, you know, I got to go over here to see this screen. I got to go like this to see that screen. Let me see. Maybe this will work a little better. It's a work in progress, folks. What do you think? Yeah, it's not quite so bad. Yep, shout out to OBS indeed. I love it because there was times in the last few broadcasts where there was people on here talking, especially when Tommy and Paul were on here. See, I'm the captain now. I can always talk over everything if I'm using OBS. Fantastic. I don't know. Apologies. I'm undecided with this camera angle here. High tech redneck. That's right. Well, I'm a hick, sir. But yeah, I know where your heart is there. Got them Texas plates off my car, by the way. Got my Arkansas Slade plates. $30. I love Arkansas, man. No inspections, no spog. I figured out, without giving too many details, I figured out how to, I resolved my issue with not having a bill of sale. I presented what the folks asked for without committing any crimes of forgery. So that's really all I cared about, and did not have to pay any sort of sales tax or anything, so even better. I mean, presumably there was sales tax paid, when the car was purchased new. Why do they want more sales tax? I don't get it. And you know what? At this point, it's not even the tags so much, although it is to some extent. But for me, it's I need the title. I need the title in my name. Fresh titles in case I sell this bad boy. So, but I watch these, DUI videos. I watch a lot of these DUI videos. And so also some of these interrogation videos, of various, violent crimes, typically some lady getting murdered or whatever it may be. And these license plate scanners are a thing, man. So, the more I think about and the title of the video today, consent and the corporate slave system, I am consenting to all of these things. And it is, mostly just to be left alone, right? Like I'm not doing this out of any, compunction to be seen as a good citizen, whatever that might be, or, to fit in with my my fellow humans here in the realm. Ultimately, if I'm going to be driving down the highways, it seems like the more that we or the masses, submit to the tyranny and the slavery and all of this corporatism, the policies and the codes, to some extent, I am just left alone, right? Versus, sure, I could take off the license plate and all of this, and then, I will most likely be interfacing with law enforcement more often, be expected to explain myself. So it's sort of like I'm explaining myself on the front end because, most of these law enforcement agencies have these license plate scanners. And then if you've ever noticed on the freeways, sometimes there's just this series of cameras just randomly, on the interstate. And that's, as far as I know, those are license plate scanners, right? But then again, it's all under the auspices of commerce, presumably. Speaking of commerce, I expect I will be back to truck driving. This is very soon. This is probably my last week in the motel. So next Friday will be when I will most likely be leaving here, although whoever knows, But by next week, I'll have most of my poker money spent, my poker winnings spent, and then I'm down to a minimum amount of money that I feel comfortable having in my savings, which really isn't that much money, right? But I got the car now. I guess that's a good thing. I can at least drive to wherever the new company is, drive to their orientation. And then if I'm only able to work a month or 6 weeks, well, then I can just come back to the yard, move out of the truck, move into my car and leave with at least, some money in my pocket. So that's what I'm looking at. Hell, just driving, because it was about 4 hours round trip driving down to Arkansas from where I am here. And I thought I was going to be able to visit my mother, but it turns out that she's in the hospital. She had her hip surgery a couple of days ago, and I was using 2 phone numbers for a while, and I didn't realize that she didn't know. I guess she never realized that she was communicating with me on 2 different phone numbers, so she was trying to hit the now disconnected number. Good to see you, RT. Let's do some crowd. Yeah, I'm glad too, man. Yeah, me too. And at some point I do see myself, further exiting this corporate slave structure, but not yet, right? Not quite yet, but I could see it happening. Conceivably, hypothetically, if I was able to come up with some sort of income outside of having to have it, outside of working for a corporation, I could just sell the car or keep the car or whatever, but, I could just like take an Uber or whatever. And so, and I know I'm being kind of vague, but, this does, to me, it's an illustration that, this is all by consent. We are opting into it, but then, you get into informed consent and we're actually born into this system and then we're socialized within this system. Our psychologies are a product of this beast system. So I think a lot of us are identified, with these various mechanisms. And I think Paul Unslaved, shout out to Paul Unslaved, is misunderstood, at the level of, it's almost become like a meme or a joke, this idea of, not having a driver's license and, taking the plates off the car. But, ultimately, I think it's a lot of it is people who just say, hey, the laws are written, let's follow the laws as written, right? I know I'm a little bit all over the place, so give me a minute, I'll settle in. Music Holds a Secret renewed the registration on the Yaris, $78 for 2 years, keeps the cops off. Well, and exactly, and I've certainly encountered the police a lot, especially, in my days living in the streets with almost nothing, which I may very well return to, who knows, but. And, I don't really know how much of the live streaming will continue if I end up back in truck driving. Not really sure. We'll just have to play that by ear. And I certainly have enjoyed you folks being here for these live streams. It's certainly enriched my life to some extent. Oh, apologies. We're still figuring out the dual monitor system here. Let's only use the left monitor, sir. I already forgot what I was going to bring up now. Exactly. See, this is, and I think this is further illustration of just how all pervasive these surveillance systems are. And good to see you, Pyramid 7. Pyramid 7 says it's not just stationary cameras that read your plates. Private contractors drive around with those cameras feeding all of that data to law enforcement. Yeah, I believe it. And in fact, since I look for my truck driving jobs primarily in the transport section of Craigslist, I saw an ad for people to literally just drive around, but they said looking for, certain license plates. But what they're doing is driving around scanning everybody's license plate. And I think, part of that is they're doing it to probably locate these vehicles, who for repo, right? And then also, fugitives, and just to alert the local authorities, hey, so such and such is driving around, this vehicle's registered to whoever, it expired whenever, they don't have valid insurance, the person it's registered to has 4 DUIs, right? So that eventually when they are pulled over, more or less the jackbooted oppressor thug sort of knows, already kind of knows the score. But then it's like, I see these videos of these people trying to pull up like their proof of insurance, on their phone or whatever. But see, to me, that's an old, antiquated, outdated law, because when I registered my vehicle yesterday, my insurance is already in the system, right? Because so she's looking at, I had a printed out proof of insurance, and she's, I guess some of the time they have to type it in manually, but she's like, oh, you're already in the system, right? So, it's already a control grid, certainly. Well, I guess the drama's died down from the split, the DWO Benton split, because I see certainly the audience numbers are down, but that's fine with me if I'm hitting right around 20. Although Dick's coming on strong. Is he still, is Freedom Grower still live? He's, I noticed he's doing pretty well with his broadcast. Definitely glad to see that. I think he might have wrapped. No, he's still going. Yeah, Bible is full of error. Oh, he's got Lubass and Nubs over there. All right, well, good deal. Well, see, I guess I should have checked in with Dick, because I could have joined the streams, right? Oh well, we'll worry about that later. 31 over there. Good job, buddy. Good job. Yep, you're right. Music Holds a Secret. It's pay to play beast system. You have to pay to play. Yeah, or you're always free. one is always free to just go live in the fucking streets with almost nothing like I did. And still, by the way, still not be able to fully opt out of the beast system. Still be, beholden to it in some ways, right? Well, indeed, RT, that's the thing is, and I don't know that I would view that as being a slave, RT, constantly interacting with the police by not having license plates on your vehicle. And, back to all the religious stuff we've been talking about, that's, you could actually equate that with saying, well, I want to follow this example of Jesus from the Bible, but if I do so, I'm going to be persecuted. So I'll just won't follow that example in order to avoid the persecution, right? So at some point, it's a balance, I guess, between, being left the fuck alone. But ultimately, I think my move is going to be to get away from this shit as much as possible. I've certainly something I've had on my mind for quite a while, and I've wanted to really study the laws. But more and more, I think for me, it's going to be about just not ever having to go to court. So I really probably won't need to know the laws. Couldn't listen to what? Oh, you talking about Freedom Grower? But yeah, you make a good point, RT. Certainly, these are, and I've been the only one to talk about de facto. When people say, "Oh, you don't have to have a driver's license, you don't have to register your car, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that." Well, possibly, if we're going to go by the letter of the law, yeah. In most jurisdictions, the fact is these so-called traffic laws never were enacted. That's why it's all, still geared for commerce. Just like the the federal income tax system is voluntary, right? You do, in fact, opt into it. Certainly. And people can say, oh, the IRS has guns. Yeah, you can say that all you want. The fact is, if I don't own anything and I don't file an income tax return, nobody with a gun is showing up. Now, that could change, but, in the meantime, the federal government has no interest in dealing with people like me who, what are they going to do? Come take my car that's, they could get $2,000 for at auction. It's just, and meanwhile, I don't owe them any money. Meanwhile, if there is a constitution, I cannot be compelled to be a witness against myself. So the government can't make me file an income tax return because then they can turn around and prosecute me based on my own statements. So I can't be forced to do that, and that's obvious. Now people can say, oh, well, other people have tried that, Well, I'm not trying anything. What I'm saying is, if you really believe you're an American with a Bill of Rights and a Constitution, the government cannot make you file an income tax return. But if you choose not to, and you have a multi-million-dollar business, and you have a nice home and a nice property, yeah, the IRS will show up with their guns and take your shit. Of course they will. That's how it works, right? Now, that don't make it right, but that's what they will do. Yep. You're from the Druther channel? Am I a tyrant? I don't know. I don't think you're a tyrant. Musical's a Secret just got a Black's Laws dictionary yesterday, 11th Deluxe Edition. Awesome. I'm going to see what he can see from it. Good deal. Well, and I'm not, by the way, just so we're clear, Yellow Cake Maker says I have a baby, so it's not in my best interest to practice that and risk jail and, CPS or whatever they call it in your individual state getting involved. I want to be clear. I'm very, sometimes people feel like I'm delivering a certain message that I'm not delivering. I'm not advocating for any of these things. I am discussing various ins and outs and various ideas. Ultimately, I would say, it's up to each individual because, by the way, I go on with Paul and I talk to Paul Enslaved on his broadcast. And if it comes up, I'm just like, yeah, I'm involved in this corporate slavery that we talk about. I think that's, and ultimately, I think, and I keep saying ultimately, but I think in some ways Paul is misunderstood, especially by people like Drew and Toilet Bowl Earth, as if Paul is saying, okay, everybody needs to be like me. He's not saying that. He's saying the masses at the level of their behavior, are behaving like slaves. And they, at the same time, want to believe that they're free. The masses, believe all this "Make America Great" bullshit, right? So it is cognitive dissonance on that level. So Paul doesn't seem to have a problem with people such as myself who, live in a certain kind of way, but I'm fully aware of exactly what I'm doing. That's the thing. How can one even be a so-called moral person and even give money to the government, looking at what the government does with it, right? I mean, what even is this at some level? So I'd say, based on my own morals, I don't even think it's right that I do pay into the feds, but I do, But the feds are smart enough to, if I'm a W-2 employee, they take their money off on the front end, right? And then that's the whole idea of the tax refund, is just to incentivize people, in a large part to incentivize people to actually file. And then, like me, I didn't get any of the COVID stimulus because I don't file. So they actually disperse those funds based on who's filed income tax returns. Same things with, like, when Bush 41 or Bush 43, Bush Jr. was president. They started that I think it's the earned income tax credit or whatever. It was for kids, right? And that was the same thing. It's, a certain amount of money for people with dependents, and they actually give it back. They give you more money on your refund, the voluntary tax system. El Sensei says, nobody is free. Well, and I do believe it's possible, to be psychologically free, but then we get into, we're in some ways slaves of our own physical bodies, right? There are certain things I must do. The certain basics must be met or I will die, right? And even then, I'm still going to die someday. Shout out to, I believe this is DD214. It sucks being awakened to the way our government robs us. Yes, I agree. And then the fact that, again, back to the slave system, and it's a corporate slave system, that people are knowingly or unknowingly going along with it. And I'm going along with it knowingly, at least for the near term. So when I go back to truck driving, most likely I'm going to do a 1099 for the first time, and they're not going to take any taxes out. So I'll get all my money, right? But then at some point, the IRS is going to decide that I owe them money. And then, they're going to want to put me on a payment plan. Now, in the future, maybe by the time they figure all that out, maybe I'll be in a position where I'll be earning income, outside of working for a company, right? So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Bam, yeah, 100%. That's right. There you go. Well, motherhood, right? Although I guess now we need to probably look at what does the word slave mean, right?
Fucking bear.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to do that. Nah.
Why? You got fucking...
Because it's about discipline and being diligent. I know how.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that when I'm on the OBS, you guys can hear all my audio. So I was listening in on Dick's broadcast real quick. But yeah, we probably ought to actually see what is the meaning of the word slave, just so we're clear on what we're talking about. Slave, let's share the screen here. Stop screen, share screen. I got to figure out how to make this not pop up on the screen you guys are seeing. Excuse me. A person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property, an enslaved person. Interesting. So what's slavery? Definition. Forgot to type in definition. Did I screw up again? Wait a minute. I'm getting lost in my own sauce. Okay, good. No. Slavery, the state of being a slave. Indeed, they do. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Definitions do depend on context. Everything, virtually everything depends on context, I would say. Well, good for you. DD214 is so you're no longer you're more or less returning your driver's license. It sounds like. Is that what that means? Because some of these things that I hear people say, I don't really know what they mean. He says, I've resigned, or does that mean you signed it again? Like, I don't, resign means like to quit, right? But he says, I've re-signed my driver's license and signed it without prejudice. UCC 1-308, and Monday I unregistered to vote, slowly taking myself from the corporate. What's up, Knowledge 2020? Good to see you. Yeah, I definitely want to learn more about how these various mechanisms operate. Because it is funny, we talk about they talk about how everything's in all caps now, like your name's always in all caps. But I'm old enough, and Arkansas was so backwards. My original birth certificate was not all caps. But then, they redid it at a certain point. They actually went to a new format. I used to have a copy, like a raised seal copy of my old birth certificate, and I don't know if it even matters, but it was, capital JASON versus, at a certain point, the state, changed the way in which they, the actual paper it's printed on, the way it looks, and all of that. Yep. All just prisoners here. Well. But, and I do believe it is possible, again, back to the context that the listener mentioned, or the viewer, certainly I know it's possible to be free in your own mind, right? In your own thought process, your own spirit, right? And hypothetically, I could just go off by myself somewhere and, live out the rest of my days, and not interface with any of this bullshit. And like Razvan, Razvan's always talking about that, when things really get bad, right? Because this is the breakdown of society as far as I'm concerned, by the way, but, he talks about that when it, gets bad, just because he grew up as a peasant, literally as a peasant, working the land. So I pointed out to him one day, I'm like, okay, but these people who talk about homesteading and living that way, I'm like, why don't you just go do that now? So it does sort of indicate that most of us prefer the modern way of life, right? That we do prefer the modern, corporate slavery with its relative affluence. And, we complain about the fiat, being based in debt and not having any value supposedly. But, how many of us are just going to go try to live entirely without it, right? Because it sounds like Razvan knows how to go work the land and just, have his little shack and, have his, build a fire in the winter and just suffer in the summer, I guess, depending on the climate. And, till the soil, have some animals. But, that shit sucks, I'm assuming, right? Compared to being on the internet, having fiat in your pocket, driving around in an automobile and, watching Netflix and, having all your apps on your phone. Amazon delivering, more or less every product in existence. I can just go on my app and have some fiat deducted from my account, and here it shows up, But Dark Glasses Woody had some really good comments I wanted to get to. He said he was at a bar. He's in Australia, so he says, I'm at a bar, just the right amount of tipsy for pool or philosophy. And then he says, hope I'm well. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. Although I think I tried to bring this up earlier and I got sidetracked. But just that 4 hours of driving, although it is almost all like windy roads, so it's a little more taxing, than normal. But I was tired just from going down there and doing that yesterday. So I said I was doing good. He says, good to hear. You have been going from strength to strength as far as I can tell. The level of discourse in the chat has markedly improved too. Yeah, I would agree with that. And, some of the chat trolls, it does, there is a benefit sometimes because I can put a little more energy into sort of interacting with the trolls, right? But, ultimately I think the live chat's going to be better quality with most of those folks gone, right? Hope I didn't run Crumley off. I know I was kind of critical of Crumley yesterday. I thought about that like last night and this morning. I'm like, because sometimes I just shoot my mouth off and don't really stop to consider what I'm talking about. So hopefully I didn't run Crumley off. I like having Crumley around. And then he says, your observations about the impossibility of holding on to inspiration were very thought-provoking. The futility of grasping and the transient nature of inspiration. See, sometimes I don't even know. Did I say that? I don't know, man. I mean, I believe you, but I think I missed those contexts. Taking a stand against conformity seems to be provoking an influx of topics and perspectives. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yep. Seems to be, sir. So, driving around, I agree, Terry Miller. It's not that much fun. I used to enjoy it. Yeah, it's really not. I do like driving the 18-wheeler, though. They are fun to drive. I like to drive in general, but so I do like going on road trips. I do like driving around. In fact, I've done a lot of that back when I was first getting off the booze. I actually drove around a lot. Good to see you, Carl, by the way. Woody needs to get laid so bad. I don't know, does he? I think he had a girlfriend at some point. I actually like driving, but I will say it's not the same amount of fun as it used to be, certainly. I know I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth there, but Ginger Ridge lives in the middle of nowhere, 2 hours from the city, and I find myself there every week. I can't stay away from the neon lights. Yeah. That reminds me of a song that we might listen to. I haven't heard in a while.
I am a jolly farmer. Last night I come to town to sell a bale of cotton. I'd work the whole year round. Put my team in the wagon yard like I always do. Went out to see the electric lights and take in a party or two. Well, I met a dude out on the street.
Yeah, I like driving. I definitely enjoy driving.
He said, come in, old hayseed, have a drink, it's fine. Well, I must have bought a dozen. Hit my pocketbook hard. I wish I'd have bought me a half a pint and stayed in the wagon yard. Now listen to
Well,
me,
actually, I handle criticism just fine.
If you want to
See, this shows your
you better look over your
mentality.
fence. And when you farmers come to town, stay right with your part. Get yourself a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard. There's a deacon in our little church down near Possum Trot. When he hears about my spree, it's bound to make him hot. He'll throw me out in a dry goods box. No, my pillar is hard. I wish I'd have got me a half a pint and stayed in the wagon yard. If ever I go to town again, loaded to the gills, I watch the dudes like a chicken hawk that circled around our hills. I'll not be out in the electric lights, I'll stay right with my part. To get myself a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard. And when that duty comes around for me to buy him booze, I'll
Makes no sense to whom, Goose Bandana? Makes no sense to whom.
Hit that dude so hard, he'll wish I'd have got me a half a pint and stay in the wagon yard.
So, and this is, and this is when I talk about that me riffing off of the so-called haters, and I don't even like using that term, but so what I'm realizing more and more is that I'm ascribing intelligence to people that just don't have it, and I don't mean they're dumb. What I mean is some of these people are intelligent in specific ways, but then they're very stupid in other ways. So I tend to interpret this incorrectly as, oh, this is a smart person who's fucking with me because surely they're not this dumb. But actually, what I'm realizing is, no, they really are this dumb, meaning you, Goose Bandana, because see, here what you did is you said, live chat is so much better when they are gone, quoting me, and you're saying, well, that means that the host can't handle criticism. So that's an individual, right? So that's one person, right? So then your follow-up is, so why ban them makes no sense, right? Well, of course it makes sense. And then, by the way, this is back to what I talked about before, where, so many of these people from the Druthers, right? So many of the Druthers use this incorrect philosophy of, instead of trying to affirm what I'm saying, they seek to negate what I'm saying out of hand. And that's the backward strategy. So, of course, it makes sense. Now, why aren't you looking for where it makes sense? Because, again, as we've already talked about on this broadcast, everything exists in a context, right? You can't remove the context and then still, speak as if that was the message delivered, right? So when you talk about can't handle criticism, you're directing that to me. But then what you're forgetting is that there's also the audience of the broadcast, which is a group, right? So maybe whether or not the host can handle the criticism, I would say is not relevant, because we have other people who are necessarily part of this process, right? And I actually depend on, the feedback from certain posters, right, in order to do this level of a broadcast. Now, you can laugh and say, this broadcast isn't any good, right? Well, it's compelling. I mean, this is an inarguably compelling broadcast. I know that because you're here, right? And if it wasn't compelling, you wouldn't be here. So, that's just a fact. So what you're doing is you're trying to speak individually on the one hand, and then you're also trying to address what is a group, but you're attempting to use the same context for both. Well, the context isn't the same. So whether or not I can handle criticism, I would say has nothing to do with the fact that people who are here every day and contribute to the broadcast, when certain people are not banned from the live chat, some of my most valued contributors choose not to be here some of the time. But the people who are contributing in a negative fashion, in my opinion, they're here, right? So yeah, let's turn off and push away the people who are actually constructively adding to the broadcast, because we need to look a certain kind of way to people who are going to say, oh, well, you just can't handle criticism. Well, I will say this. What I love about life is I get to choose what to interface with and what not to interface with. And the fact is, my reward for putting so much time and effort into doing these live streams is that in the realm we're in right now, I actually control that fully, if I choose to. So now I know people can create other names and come back under other names. Sure, I get that. But, ultimately, if I don't want you here in the live chat, you're not going to be here in the live chat to some extent. Or you're going to have to try to hide, and at least act right. Right. But then we get into, freedom of speech and freedom of this and freedom of that. That's not my duty to provide you with any of that. It's your duty to construct your life through your choices. And I'm trying to break myself of this habit of saying you. So now I'm thinking of Wizard, and what he says about this. But, it's up to each individual to actually create that for themselves. And as we know, the government, this idea that the founding fathers wrote a document and now there's a such thing as freedom of speech. Sure, there's not. That's a bunch of bullshit, obviously, clearly. And there's certainly there's obviously not free speech across the board on this platform, right? Now, YouTube has shown that you can get away with saying certain things, on these live streams that probably would not be permitted in prepared videos, right? Or in a monetized channel with a large number of subscribers. But do you see how the context is there? And what I'm realizing actually is that most of these bozos who aren't around as much anymore, they just aren't smart enough to follow and to, in the moment, their brains are not flexible enough to look at this one idea in this context and then to flip the idea and then now it's in another context, but then to update the thinking. You guys, you're just not smart enough. I mean, I hate to say it, but and that's been one of my mistakes my whole life is I tend to ascribe much higher levels of intelligence to other people than they actually possess, right? So yeah, it's ultimately, a lot of you guys are just fucking stupid. And I don't mean you, the listener. I mean these people who've been here and now they're not. A lot of y'all are just way dumber than I ever realized. And see, but again, I interpret it as, well, no, they're not this dumb. In fact, they're fucking with me by pretending not to understand. No, actually, they just don't understand, which I find hilarious, right? I mean, it is fucking hilarious. Carl continuing to have no clue. Oh, man. Well, yeah, I would imagine. And by the way, my mods, at this point, the mods do whatever you want. It's funny, when these live streams first began, I didn't even have moderators. And then eventually I started making people moderators so they could drop links. But at this point, I trust the mods. Time people out, as long as I don't feel like you're doing it because you're personally involved. If I'm going to tell the mods right now, if y'all feel like you have a valid reason, time them out, delete their post, ban them. I don't care at this point. But if it's a name that's here every day, leave them the fuck alone. But if somebody shows up new, short leash. That's what I would say. That'd be my view. And if you don't want to, if the moderators don't want to moderate, that's fine. I'll get around to it eventually. Right. But, every once in a while, it's good for one of these bozos to come in here. But it is interesting to me, like, why go somewhere you're not wanted, right? But then at the end of the day, a lot of these people want to act like everything's serious and it's really, stakes are high and, Benton can't handle criticism and this and that. But when you really pin them down, and even Drew said this on when he was on with Paul Enslaved, he said, well, I'm just fucking around and it's just the internet, more or less. Basically saying, well, it's really not serious anyway. Okay, if it's not serious, why are you acting like it's serious? Okay. It either is or it's not, right? So treat it like it means something and it's serious. Or we'll just go ahead and understand that you're a bozo who's just amusing yourself. Meanwhile, is this really what your life, and not you, the listener? I mean, these people, right? Is this what they're doing? Apparently, their day-to-day, moment-to-moment life is so uncompelling that the way they're getting their dopamine and their, reward systems are being triggered is by coming here fucking with us, right? Who are at least attempting to, participate in something thought-provoking discussion, right? Actual, pseudo-human interaction, through the metaverse versus, oh, well, I'm just, I'm waiting, I'm just here at my job waiting for something to happen. And here I am on my phone, just fucking with somebody's broadcast, right? Because that's what I like to do for fun. Well, that says everything about you and nothing about me, right? Meanwhile, that's fine. I fully agree. I fully believe in people's right to live that way. I don't have to participate in it. When did I sign on to that, right? And I see the dynamics of no matter what happens, no matter what I say, those people just immediately put it back on me. It's just always, well, you can't do this and you don't do that. And it's always, no matter what happens, it's always directed my way. Even what did we see when Drew came on here and wanted to hash things out with me, right? I said, listen, man, if you can't give an inch here, there's nothing to talk about. And then we argued for 15 more minutes. And then he said, well, I guess there's nothing to talk about. And I said, yeah, I said that 15 minutes ago. It's this idea of, even if the person is going to go along with a conclusion that originated with me, they're still going to claim credit for it. That's some weird fucking power games, man. That's some weird fucking manipulation, always going to dominate type of thing, right? Well, I can do that too, I'm beyond that. I've grown and changed. My conscious awareness is now at a level where that doesn't appeal to me anymore. So really, realistically, we're talking about people who are in very low states of evolution. But then because of the sophistication of their intellect, it's easy to just assume that they're about something in life, right? Meanwhile, it's like, oh, we have families and we're raising kids. Well, yeah, you're supposed to do that. Like, how are you going to claim we're going to give you credit for some shit you're supposed to do? It's like, yeah, I work fucking 7 days a week for months on end. On some level, I'm supposed to do that, right? Like, I don't really expect to get a medal for just, it's like, you're martyring yourself, right? Not you, but these people. It's like, oh, now we're martyrs, right? And now Drew wants to come on, but it's like, why would I want to talk to Drew? See, now it's nothing to say. Drew could go live. He's got channels. If Drew goes live right now, how many people are listening to this? There's, let's see. Yeah, how many people are listening? There's 27 viewers, I think. So if Drew goes live within 10 minutes, he'll be talking to more than 27 people. And he'll be talking to the people that agree with him, right? So I guess there's something interesting about going and talking to people who don't necessarily agree with you, right? I guess maybe that's where the room for the growth is, right? I suppose. Meanwhile, I'm already there. I already went to war with myself for damn near a whole decade, Drew. That's what I did. So, feel free to catch up anytime, but it's going to take a while. Meanwhile, as we talked about, these householders, they're busy doing other shit. They really don't have time to focus inward all fucking day. Well, I did for many years. So yippee skippy, yay for Benton. But, this idea that other people are going to come at me over the metaverse and like settle my hash, like, no, why would I consent to having somebody, settle my hash metaversally? Like, it doesn't even make sense. I'm already coming correct. I'm already coming correct. So I don't need correction in that way. But then this idea that, he just can't take criticism. Well, the fact is I'm criticizing myself all day, every day for years. So not only can I handle criticism, arguably I can handle it better than damn near all of you, right? And nobody's more critical than me of myself, I can assure you. But then these bozos who have almost no levels of self-criticism and who just, anything that doesn't align with their beliefs, it's just immediately negated, right? It can't possibly be valid. They're going to come correct me. It's like, no, you're not. That's not going to happen because I already beat you to it, if that makes sense. Well, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, but who cares what that's the thing is, who cares what you think? It doesn't matter what I tell myself as far as you're concerned. Now, it does matter what I tell myself as far as my ability to fulfill my life's purpose, my ability to continue this long series of personal development, right? Yeah, it matters at that level, but it doesn't matter ultimately what your opinions are, Goose Bandana. It's not relevant. It literally doesn't matter, which is one of my favorite, things about these experiences is you can have whatever opinion you want of me. What I would say is you're actually dissipating your own energies that you could be directing inwardly to actually access higher levels of conscious awareness within yourself. But you're not doing that because you're focused on me in this broadcast. Okay. So ultimately it's a subversion of your own, these things that God gave you, right? If God's a thing, the Most High, gave you these various, mechanisms to work with and to work, in the world with. And instead of doing that, focusing on you, you're actually focused on me and what's happening over here, which is bizarre. I mean, it's bizarre. I mean, it really is. No, I don't have a passport. Yeah. What's up, Carl? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, settle your own hash. I'll smoke my hash. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Terry Miller says, consider the advice of women and children and then do the opposite. Well, and, at a certain point, just how about don't give advice? If I'm really, in such a state of error and I'm clearly not going to allow somebody to correct me, why even, what's the point of wasting the time trying to intervene? That's what I would say. Well, clearly the person's intention is not to assist me, right? And that's another thing is, until I see actual evidence, I'm not willing to accept that. And Drew himself said that, he said more or less everybody's a piece of garbage, right? That people are inherently bad. So I'm not starting from this false notion that these people have my intentions at heart and want to help me on some level. Like I don't accept that until proven otherwise, right? Whatever they're doing for themselves, period. It has nothing to do with me, other than I am compelling, and they like to engage with my personality, and I am, cranky and irritable, so I can, sort of be a, every once in a while I will sort of act out on my own irritation, but I do that anyway. Even if you folks don't show up, right? Even if these bozos don't show up, I still do that to some extent. So it really, I'm pre-triggered. I don't need these people for that. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I'm lost. Let me see if Dick's still going here. Yep.
Oh my God.
Oh, they got Quantum Epic over there now. Christos says, let's stay above Benton with live viewers. See, everybody's clicking up. See, I knew it, man. It's war, Jack. I love it. That's funny. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm always trying to send people to other people's broadcasts, That's funny. No, it's Freedom Grower. Freedom Growers Live. Yeah, I noticed Christos said that in the chat over there. I like it though. I like having a kind of a target on my back. Bring it. I'm ready. And this is me solo, by the way. There's not even anybody, anybody on the panel. Well, by the way, I mean, I got my regulars. I got my core group, so we're good. Good to see I Am the Dow. He's going to start his own channel, Pizza and Weed all day. No more drama. There you go. Oh, man. There you go. Knowledge 2020 says, I don't believe people are inherently bad. I think we are all born as a clean slate in the events of our life and what's hidden in our DNA that will lead us one way or another. Well, and I want to say this now that I'm thinking about it with Dick's broadcast over there, and if you look at who's on the panel, you got Lou Bass and Quantum Epic, and both people I like to hear from to some extent, but they're chit-chatting and bantering over there, right? And if 50 people want to go watch chit-chat and banter, well, we're not going to be doing that over here for the most part. Now, it does happen, some of the time. But that's probably not going to be going on over here anyway. And, that's one thing about the metaverse. Everybody can sort of just, whatever I'm in the mood for, it's available on some level. I like it. I like it. And Tommy's supposed to be on with London Man at like 3 p.m. Central, I think. Let's promote that, actually. Let's promote some Tommy on London Man. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. This dual monitors is freaking me out. Let's see, London Man. Yeah, here we go. Live in 5 hours. Should be lit. Looking forward to it. There you go. Yeah, weed and a juicy 3-inch New York strip. There you go. Yeah, I like you dropping knowledge. That's good. I like it. Well done. Yeah, that's what I'm into, is the discussion of ideas. And obviously the drama, you know, that does, people respond to it and it drives the numbers up to some extent. But long reach one. Yep. Yeah, we love Tommy. I don't know what I did to Tommy, but Tommy's you can't really wrangle Tommy, so I guess I'm on the outs with him right now, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, Calvin and Hobbes, good times. Bloom County though, for the old folks, y'all remember Bloom County? That was the shit. Doonesbury too, to some extent. See, I think Christos said let's stay ahead of Benton, and now I'm ahead. I think he's see, it's like the opposite of the intended effect. I think some people were like, oh shit, Benton's live, and now they're over here. Oh man. Well, sarcasm doesn't always play that well in the live chat, does it? Is there any streams we need to go check in on, by the way? Anything happened last night? Anything going on in the metaverse here that I need to be aware of? I think it's time to take a break and eat some fruit. Oh, Tommy, yeah. Well, the fact is, a lot of these, you know, I helped him in a lot of ways. You know, there's a lot of places where he probably wouldn't be as well accepted as he is now, you know. But I sort of tolerated him long enough to, a lot of people, you know, got to like him, I guess. So I'll take some credit for that. Damn, we're up to 40. Thanks, Christos. Appreciate that, brother. Now I don't even want to take my break to eat my fruit. Maybe we can get some folks on the panel. What happened to Monel? What happened to Monel? And I'm noticing the last several days, I don't know that I'm running out of things to say, but whatever this process is I go through energetically that makes me want to talk for so long, that's starting to go away to some extent. It'll come back, but I don't seem to have quite as much to say. Shout out to 41 folks, though. Awesome. Welcome. If anybody wants to join the panel, feel free. I'm running out of material a little bit, but let me go look at my notes. Maybe there's some notes here. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I got a channel. This that Cornelius Van Gogh channel I've showed y'all a couple of times. Cornelius is now out traveling around. The latest video was I haven't watched it yet. It's about going train riding. And by the way, Cornelius lost a leg to a train ride, believe it or not. Well, I mean, it's a common thing actually. But taking a first timer, you know, showing them the ropes, as it were. Cornelius. Let's check we'll check some of that out. Yeah, my homie's first train hop. It's called. Hopefully Hopefully Cornelius doesn't claim my, copyright claim us. We'll see how this goes. I'm a traveler, Cornelius. In fact, I've met you, but so has like tens of thousands of people by now. So I know that doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, life outside the corporate slave system. Hey, there's the hop out. Pretty cool, man. Love it. I wonder where that is. Are we doing it again, Carl? Another chat exercise? There's not going to be anybody left. Oh, man. Pretty cool. I like the length. It was a perfect length so that I could eat my fruit. I love it. Ronald Reagan was a big admirer of Manly P. Hall. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, we lost 8 people. showing the dirty hippies. Oh, well, it happens. Well, enjoy me for about another week. I don't know what we're going to be doing after that. Probably going to be truck driving. I've applied for a few jobs, but I think I'm going to do one of these 1099s and keep all my money for myself. I should be able to make about 2 G's a week. Maybe just go ahead and save up some poker money and then see if I can get outside this corporate slave system. But yeah, those are two people not engaged in corporate slavery. So good on them, right? Manly phallus. Excuse me. I wonder what Drew wanted to talk about, by the way. Any thoughts? Go over here. Excuse me. Why am I burping? That's usually gallbladder for me. Yeah. I'll show some of this. Wow, Lou's not. Oh, yeah, I was about to say Lou's not talking, but now I see his mouth moving. Excuse me. $33, indeed. One of the reasons I've been doing these daily streams is just to sort of see how big can the channel get. Now, it's obvious to me that YouTube's decided to hold us at 500 subscribers. We gain a few people get unsubscribed, and then, I'm sure I ran some off at some point too, right? But it was a steady climb for at least a couple of straight months, and we've plateaued, which is fine, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, no kidding. Well, not unless I play poker. The thing is, this pot limit Omaha has gotten popular enough throughout the country that, there's enough games going now. Now, the thing about me trying to play with a $20,000 bankroll is, I might go a whole month and just break even, right? But, over time, I should be able to win. But, certainly I will know. Ultimately, my skill level is high enough to earn just enough money to live, right? Which is not a lot of money. And I'm willing to camp out, even though the summer is too fucking hot. But that's the thing is that if I'm out here in this heat, I'm telling you, I'm not going to be doing these live streams as regularly. I'll probably just pop in on my phone and then, update the audience. It certainly won't be, in the recent style of broadcast. That's for sure. Well, that's no longer true. See, long reach one, if you want to eat, you must work, sillies. No, that's not the case. It hasn't been that way in this country for a long time. In fact, as we know, up to 40% of all the food ends up in the landfill. And in fact, in some ways, it would be more efficient to just go ahead and take some of the food directly to the landfill and skip the middleman. But yeah, no, I didn't work for many consecutive years and almost never missed a meal. So that hasn't been true for a long time in this country. And in fact, if you look at how cheap some of this, fake food is, it's a simple matter to get enough calories. And having lived in the streets for many years, I can tell you it's easier for a homeless person. They can get food easier than they can get clean socks, like for real. That's a real thing. Yeah, it's super easy to get food. Oh yeah, I agree. I hate it. In fact, there's been times when I probably a lot of my calories came from just going to the, like in Fayetteville, Arkansas, there's this local chain called Eureka Pizza. And to compete with Little Caesars, Little Caesars has the $5, pepperoni or whatever. So they started doing a $5 pizza. But in order to do that, they cook a whole bunch of pizzas ahead of time. Well, these college kids, certain times of the year, summer, there's not as many of them around. So I could just go to their dumpster every day, and there was pizzas, several hours old pizzas just right there in the dumpster, you can say gross all you want. It's in a box. I mean, it's in a box in a dumpster, And then sometimes somebody would be there before me, and they would try to be helpful, and they would take the pizza, or maybe even the people that worked there knew I was coming to get it, so they would actually leave it outside the dumpster, but then the ants would get to it and actually ruin it. So it's like, no, put it in the dumpster. Don't put it on the next to the dumpster. Then the ants get it. But yeah. If one is only trying to survive and get enough calories to continue to live, it's not that difficult to do in this country. Certainly doesn't require working a slave job. Knowledge 2020. You're welcome to keep going at Carl, but this is what he lives for. Just so you know, this is our resident. I hesitate to even say troll, but this is our resident chat heavy hitter, I guess we should say. Are you out of here? What did I do? Long reach one. Did I disagree with your point too strongly? Oh, okay. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. You're always welcome. Until you're not. I mean, you're welcome right up until you're not, right? Is that how that works? All right, 41 concurrents. Christos never should have opened his mouth. Don't tip him off that I'm live, sir. That's funny. Dick's down to like 25. Oh, is that the guy who wrote Calvin and Hobbes? Thomas Hobbes? No, I thought it was this other guy. I can't remember the guy's name. Who the hell's Thomas Hobbes? Now I gotta Google it. Damn it, Carl. Y'all want to get into a reading? Should I try to keep the numbers up? I don't have it today, folks. Can you tell? I don't have it today. Somebody needs to come bail me out. Yes, indeed, your chat game is quite strong. I agree. I am the Dow. We thought you might be Carl there for a while, but I no longer think that. Yeah, Bill Waterston. Yeah, there you go. Indeed. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Thomas Hobbes is an English philosopher, apparently. Kind of a strange-looking fellow. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting, Carl. Let's share the screen. Let everybody see. How about you? Yellow Cake Maker's uncle ate acid, mushrooms, drank whiskey, and smoked butts, and lived lived till he was 102. Yeah, of course. Oh, that he understood human nature very early on. All right, well, I guess I'll have to look into him. Rules for radicals. Hey, what's up, Pineal? Best dumpster dive score he's probably ever had was $150 of food from a local health food supplement store. And not using his car. Yeah, the dumpster diving's a thing. I've certainly been around some people. Freegans, as they're known. Good to see you, Pineal, by the way. Yep, his face looks like a catcher's mitt. Got to be smart. That's right. Maybe we'll try to get into this, back into this Kaczynski's anti-tech revolution here, possibly. Let's see. See if y'all can handle some of this. Last time, I felt like it was an interesting article of Kaczynski's we were going into, but it took him so long to get to the point. By the time he started to get to the point, I had already abused the I'd already abused the attention span of the audience. But here's the book, Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. Yep, shout out to dumpster diving, indeed. Cuisine, that's right. I'm trying to remember, where was I? What were we reading? Was this it? One moment. Got to start making better notes here. Oh yeah, this was it. Why the technological system will destroy itself. Well, did I read some of this? I don't think I did. All right, let's give it a try and we'll see how you folks react to this. Is my connection going to shit? Uh-oh. Well, I'm still good on the OBS side. Yeah, ascend already. That's right, Carl. What are you waiting for? Apparently this guy, Hobbes, makes the claim that there must be a separate being to govern the rest of the... Oh, I see. Basically, government must exist for society to exist in peace. Well, I mean, society does not exist in peace, though, right? I mean, I think that's... When was that? I don't remember. When has that been? Knowledge 2020 extensively read Carl Jung's work. Yeah, I have indeed read the Kybalion as well. The Zohar and Book of Formations, read on Pythagoras. Good. I love people who are well read. At some point, maybe you'll join the panel, sir, if you want to, of course. Or if you're able. Willing and able, right? Read the Enneads of... God, I can't even pronounce... Plotinus for real wisdom, says Gary Baxter. Yeah, nobody reads anymore, right? But maybe I'll listen to it. Maybe I'll listen to the audiobook. All right, let's see. Let's try. We were recently entertained by a naive fable of the happy arrival of the end of history, of the overflowing triumph of an all-democratic bliss. The ultimate global arrangement had supposedly been attained. But we all see and sense that something very different is coming, something new and perhaps quite stern. Our boy Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Power is in nature the essential measure of right. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Most of the arguments set forth elsewhere in this book are reasonably solid, but in the present chapter we go out on a limb both in making assumptions and in drawing inferences from them. We think our assumptions and inferences contain at least as much truth as they need to contain for the purpose of reaching certain probable conclusions about the future of human society. But we acknowledge that rational disagreement with our reasoning is possible. Two things, however, can be definitely asserted. First, that our... See, God, he's just killing me with... Why? I just don't get to it. Two things, however, can be... If he does... This is why the reading got aborted last time. He just never quite got to the point. Two things, however, can be definitely asserted. First, that our assumptions and inferences are reasonably accurate as applied to the development up to the present time of large-scale complex society. Second, that anyone who wants to understand the likely future development of modern society will have to give careful attention to problems of the kind that are raised by the arguments of this chapter. Though we focus here on the processes of competition and natural selection as they operate in complex societies, it is important to avoid confusing our viewpoint with the now largely defunct philosophy known as social Darwinism. Social Darwinism didn't merely call attention to natural selection as a factor in the development of societies. It also assumed that the winners in the contest of survival of the fittest were better, more desirable human beings than the losers were. I guess he's quoting Darwin here. The competitive struggle of business was viewed as a contest. Oh no, who wrote this? Oh, there's a footnote. Well, we're not even going to try to. Somebody wrote this. The competitive struggle of business was viewed as a contest in which the survivors were the fittest. By the way, if this is what people think, then that means Amazon and Walmart, destroying Main Street, and now basically, throughout the country we have all these formerly booming towns that are just, now the buildings are crumbling to nothing, right? That is survival of the fittest, so-called, right? Capitalism. The competitive struggle of business was viewed as a contest in which the survivors were the fittest, not merely as businessmen, but as champions of civilization itself. Hence, businessmen transformed their sense of material superiority into a sense of moral intellectual superiority. Social Darwinism became a means of excusing, indeed, as well as explaining the competitive process from which some emerged with power and some were ground into poverty. And that is what the people who, such as myself, who might for some period of time lived mostly outside the slave system, the so-called corporate slave system, although again not necessarily able to fully get out of it, but it seems like the folks that are living that way for the most part, other than the super wealthy, right, they're living more or less in poverty, it seems like. Okay, back to the reading. Here our purpose is merely to describe the role that natural selection plays in the development of societies. We do not mean to suggest any favorable value judgment concerning the winners in the struggle for power. This chapter deals with self-propagating systems. By self-propagating system, self-prop system for short, we mean a system that tends to promote its own survival and propagation. By the way, that's the whole system now at this point, right? That's the government for sure. Growing ever larger, almost as a way to, actually justify its own existence in a certain way. We mean a system that tends to promote its own survival and propagation. A system may propagate itself in either or both of two ways. The system may indefinitely increase its own size and power. There's the government. Or it may give rise to new systems that possess some of its own attributes. Yeah, I think we're seeing both of these actually. That seems like both things are happening. So now it's starting to get interesting, right? Now the reading. If it seems like if we can plow through that initial, dense writing and get to the meat here. There you go. That's right. Gary Baxter says knowledge and Carl need to shake hands and go forth with life. It's too short for pudding competitions. Pissing competitions. Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by pudding. Pissing. That's right. Well, we're cranky. It's still early in the day. It's it's not even noon yet. We or some of us are cranky, right? Carl says that he tends to think peeps who are inclined to think in terms of subs are indeed very insecure beings who are definitely looking to find the value. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It reminds me of when me and Provo Kid, when I spurged at Provo Kid for like an hour and a half, and I'd never been to his channel yet, and he was trying to demean the size of the broadcast. Meanwhile, the broadcast was already bigger than what he's doing over there, right? And has only grown since then. It's funny how that works. But yeah, I'm not in the middle of whatever you guys are doing, so. Still going over there. Is that OTW? No, that's not OTW. Should we listen in? Or you want to keep reading? Do you want to listen into Dick's broadcast, or do we want to keep reading? I think we probably want to keep reading. Yeah, pudding competition, that's right. The most obvious examples of self-propagating systems are biological organisms. He's killing me with all these examples. Groups of biological organisms can also constitute self-prop systems, e.g. wolf packs or hives of honeybees. Particularly important for our purposes are self-prop systems that consist of groups of human beings. Indeed, sir. For example, nations, corporations, labor unions, churches, and political parties. Also, some groups that are not clearly delimited and lack formal organizations, such as schools of thought, social networks, and subcultures, just as wolf packs and beehives are self-propagating without any conscious intention on the part of wolves or bees to propagate their packs or their hives. There is no reason why a human group cannot be self-propagating independently of any intention on the part of the individuals who comprise the group. Well, that's interesting. I think we've been seeing that to some extent with some of these various so-called truther factions kind of having these splits, and then there's mergers. You know, some factions are merging, some are splitting apart. People are clicking up, right? Interesting. All right. If A and B are systems of any kind, self-propagating or not, and if A is a functioning component of B, then we will call A subsystem of B, and we will call B a supersystem of A. Oh, good Lord, I'm going to need a flowchart to follow all of this. For example, in human hunting and gathering societies, nuclear families belong to bands, and bands often are organized into tribes. Nuclear families, bands, and tribes are all self-prop systems. The nuclear family is a subset of the band. The band is a subsystem of the tribe. The tribe is a supersystem of each band that belongs to it, and each band is a supersystem of every nuclear family that belongs to that band. It is also true that each nuclear family is a subsystem of the tribe, and that the tribe is a supersystem of every nuclear family that belongs to a band that belongs to the tribe. Yeah, indeed. The principle of natural selection is operative not only in biology, but in any environment in which self-propagating systems are present. The principle can be stated roughly as follows. Those self-propagating systems having the traits that best suit them to survive and propagate themselves tend to survive and propagate themselves better than any other self-propagating systems. This, of course, is an obvious tautology, so it tells us nothing new, but it can serve to call our attention to factors that we might otherwise overlook. We are about to advance several propositions that are not tautologies. We can't prove these propositions, but they are intuitively plausible, and they seem consistent with the observable behavior of self-propagating systems as represented by biological organisms and human, formal or informal organizations. In short, we believe these propositions to be true, or as close to the truth as they need to be for present purposes. Interesting. What does tautology mean? I guess we better look that up. The saying of the same thing twice in different words, generally considered to be a fault of style. A phrase or expression in which the same thing is said twice in different words. Well, that's interesting. I was not familiar with that. Yeah. It needs to be emphasized that natural selection doesn't merely act in simple ways as by making the legs of deer longer, or that they can run faster, or giving Arctic mammals thicker coats of fur so that they can stay warm. Natural selection can also lead to the development of complex structures such as the human eye or heart. Yeah, and you know, I'm not a big evolution guy necessarily. So, again, Kaczynski, born in 46, and coming up through, academia. Natural selection can blah, blah, blah. We maintain that natural selection can lead to equally complex and subtle developments in self-prop systems consisting of human groups. Natural selection operates relative to particular periods of time. Let's start at some given point in time that we can call time zero. Those self-prop systems that are most likely to survive or have surviving progeny at 5 years from time zero are those that are best suited to survive and propagate themselves. Well, which is interesting because look at, who's arguably surviving and propagating nowadays, right? In competition with other self-prop systems during the 5-year period following time zero. These will not necessarily be the same as those self-prop systems that, in the absence of competition during the 5-year period, would be best suited to survive and propagate themselves during the 30 years following time zero. That's interesting. I see where he's going here. I'm starting to remember why I never actually read all of this. I've read a lot of this, but not, I think I more skimmed it than anything else. What's up, young Jim? Good to see you. Trying to make it through some Kaczynski, but he's making it hard on us here. All right. Yep, you're out, Ted K. I'm going to have to start previewing this material ahead of time. Maybe I'll just make some notes and just talk about it. This is just too much to this. And look at this, he's still going. All right, yep, you're out, Kaczynski. Oh, man. Yeah, what's up, young Jim? Good to see you. Well, I mean, I think, you know, I don't know. I don't even really want to try to get into a discussion of evolution. It's not really my field anyway. All right, we're checking in on Dick's broadcast. Let's see what they're doing over there.
Good one. He's a sweetheart.
Does he still have his horns?
They're
on his
chit-chatting,
legs?
that looks like.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh, as long as he's got those and he's got two toes that he can balance himself with, he'll be fine.
He does. Well, he's got his other foot's fine. It's just the right foot.
See, look, I'm
he'll
right
be
there in the
fine.
broadcast.
Yeah,
He'll be
he's
fine.
limping around on it a bit, but sometimes he walks on it. Sometimes he's
Bullshitting. That's
lifting
right.
it up and just doing a one-legged kind of thing. And
As long as he can get it in the dirt, he'll be fine.
cool.
Yeah.
I like the optimism. That's what I'm hoping for.
So you have chickens too there, Freedom?
Yeah, meat birds and layers, and we always have, like I say, between 40, maybe upwards of 60, I guess, at our max. And they're
Dang!
great birds,
That's
absolutely
a
great
lot.
birds. OTW's flashing me over here saying, "Don't forget me, dude."
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm got to go back to work, so
Oh, that was
Around, guys.
OTW.
Hey,
Work,
you'll be
work,
coming up at
work.
OTW.
Get back to work, bitch.
I'm gonna wrap it up here too. Looks like we're Jamie Christmas numbers dropping. People love this conversation. Actually, I'm gonna stay on here and finish saying
Book recommendations?
10,000 contradictions. in
Thank
the
you very
Bible
much.
For anyone that just wants me to just read off contradictions, because
Numbers.
stream.
Who cares about the numbers? Jeez.
Gematria. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm actually saying there is a lot of contradictions in the Bible.
Yes,
if anyone
there
wants
are.
to come up and disagree with me at this point, they're welcome to still hit the link, because I see armchair quarterbacks.
This is why we need to
and
join the
Sykes
streams.
Show Sally Sue back.
The disagreeers were watching me, Dick, earlier.
Around talking shit in here, saying, "I wonder how interesting it's going to be to have a non-Christian."
I don't know if Drew knows you're live.
Why didn't a Christian come up and present? You know, we're
I
having
know.
a
I'm hoping for more people to come
reasonable,
up here with
respectful
you.
No.
conversation here with open dialogue. And
When I saw your title, I said, "Oh, this will be a good." I was hoping you'd get some more people up and you'd get some real entertainment going, and no one really came up.
What are you talking
Thankfully,
about?
Morgan did. Morgan was really the best entertainment. He was good. That was entertaining.
definitely better than what I had to offer today. Morgan, you get the trophy.
There we go.
You're the winner.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. They're not talking about anything. You guys are talking about nothing.
You had awful contributions coming.
Now, I don't mean
down.
Dick.
That really bummed everybody out, and
Oh, blah,
just
blah,
went
blah.
downhill from there. So
You can't make anyone happy. And on top of that, the trolls always be trolling.
now we got Christos, who's going to poison the well even
Oh,
more.
good.
Straighten us out. Bring us back.
Continue
Make us
downward
ascend.
spiral from here. What's up?
See, Dick,
Christos?
What a
we're
convergence.
gonna end it now. Everyone will come up.
Help us ascend, Christos. Bring us to a higher.
No, I don't even know what you're talking about, Carl.
I don't know if anyone recalls when OTW, this was a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna go find the clip.
Can you guys hear those?
Even though there's hours and hours of stuff I have to go search through. I don't remember exactly what stream it was, but he had said, if anyone remembers this, he was talking about his initial interactions with Paul and that whole thing.
Well, I am
that,
one, so
happened
yeah, it doesn't take much
Paul,
effort.
Like, going after him a little
I am a
bit,
dick.
and OTW coming correct kind of after acting a fool for a bit. But when he was speaking on that situation in retrospect, he said that there was always pretty much a mutual level of respect from Paul, and that he made fun of him a little bit, but it was never anything too big. And then I'm just thinking back to what happened and how Paul was going at OTW, and I'm not trying to pull a gotcha on OTW and be like, you know, but I do want to bring to his attention at some point his clip and how he described his whole initial interactions with Paul, and I just find it really funny because he downplayed it extremely.
OTW, you're being called
Yeah.
out right now. If you hear
Yes,
this, you better get up here
OTW,
and
come
defend
back
yourself
up.
and your honor because it is on the line. Christos is putting you on the hot plate.
Yep.
You're under the microscope, and we're calling you on your bullshit. So
I'm gonna become like Tommy here. I'm going to use certain
We've had it.
stimulating substances and spend hours searching through the archives of these streams to find 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Gonna bring a
of you saying this
dissertation on
OTW.
OTW's lack of morality, huh?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well deserved. Long time coming. Hey, and by the way, 2020 website, don't sit there and play like I just left you back there and wasn't willing to have you have the discussion. You're sitting here now. You can click the link. You can come right up. The point was you came in like a porn bomber, and I said in the chat, does anybody know this guy? And you said nothing. You didn't win.
Get him,
my
Dick.
confidence in the front end of our interaction.
Get him.
And I'm still not so sure, but I'm willing to take a chance.
Come up now. What's wrong with you? You're here. Why not just come up? If you can be in the chat, you can be on the panel. It's just a couple of buttons.
It's a
Okay, well, you'll have other
nerve-wracking thing.
opportunities if now's not the ideal time. Then just we know you're lurking for the conflict of sorts, I guess, or maybe
Pull
you actually
over
just
for 5
genuinely wanna present
minutes.
some data points.
Pull over for 5 minutes and give us your spiel, and then you can go drive again. Bitch.
There you go. Go through the Taco Bell drive-through and order a glyphosate Roundup Ready
Go through the Taco Bell drive-thru.
Anunnaki plastic fucking
Quantum Epic is like the
Arctic
hype
Lion,
man.
hydrogenated oil death.
Just like
burrito.
repeating what Dick
Pink
says.
slime burrito.
And give us a moment of your time.
Now that's gross stuff for sure. Taco Bell.
Disgusting.
Ugh.
But don't tell me it doesn't smell good when you drive by and you don't fucking get tempted, because I do, and I hate that shit. I love it when I eat it, but I don't eat it very often. So, but it does stimulate the fucking
I guess
watering
so.
in the mouth. Come on, we all
Yeah,
know
It's just
it.
they're
myself
talking
not
about
to
nothing.
be,
This is just
influenced
it's a
by it.
show about nothing.
It is. I know what you're saying. You go by a Burger King or something, and they
Yeah,
have
it's that
What's
smell
up,
of
smell
Yurt?
charred
roasting
meat.
meat. That's what it is, man.
Yeah,
You
what is
know?
that all about?
That's what it is.
I'm out of the
and
loop.
They know it. They know what
Right.
we're supposed to eat. So they
It's
put
getting-
I'm out of the loop, Yurt. What are we talking about here? Fill me in, somebody. I need Yurt in the building. Paging Yurt to the panel. He's probably busy, I suppose. Back up to 40. Yep, that's right, Salty Sound. Yeah, constant whining and squawking. Yeah. A lot of emoting. A lot of emoting, certainly. Anthropologist. Yeah, he kind of stole my job title a little bit there, but I'm also an anthropologist. I'm a war chief, though, and an exorcist in a one-man army. Who? You talking about Christos? Oh, Yurt, did you know that Tommy's going to be on with London Man this afternoon? 3 p.m. Central, I believe. Dr. Yurt. Okay, I'm completely out of the loop now, so I don't even know what's happening in the chat whatsoever. I guess that's okay. Yeah, that's right. Google it. Am I actually out of things to say? I think I might be. I don't really have anything I feel like reading right now so much. Inspiration is lacking, folks. Oh, man.
Point is, if at some point you don't just come to it with a clear slate, empty your cup, and go to the Most High and say, just reveal what you want
Yes.
to in these words, if there's something there that I need to garner from it. If not, let it be.
All right, Dix, carry the broadcast, sir.
That's the way
I got nothing.
Now there's some of it that really speaks to me and matters and
Same
is
here.
actually
Same
consequential,
here.
and some of it I just go.
Yeah, Yurt says he centered himself
But
and lost the ability to spout off nonsense
Isn't it meant to
as
be
well.
interpreted
Well, yeah, there's something to that, right, Yurt?
From what I understand, God, if you want to look at
Okay, I can't do this.
God made us, and He gave us free will.
All right, Yurt.
So
It's just
the
no.
Bible, if
We're not doing this. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, folks. I'm waiting on that new Caleb Hammer. Oh, the new Caleb Hammer dropped. We're going to watch that. That's what we're going to do.
My name is Tyshawn Allen.
We're going to watch. Oh, is this a trans? This might be a trans. Yeah, Caleb hasn't struck us yet for copyright, so let's do. This is my I look forward to these videos. This just dropped 5 minutes ago.
I'm 27 years old. I am based in Austin, Texas, and this is Financial Audit.
I'm excited about this one. This is a follow-up episode. You don't need to have seen the last episode because it's just going to be any standard audit, like any standard audit. But I am extra excited about this one because you're literally the second one we ever recorded, the second one we ever released, and you're here. Now, I want to see the best progress ever made from you because you're one of the oldest we've had in terms of, when the video was done, and because you had some of the most just wild, like endless credit cards, and we laid out a plan to start getting out of them. I don't. When I look through the past video, would you be fully out of them by now? Not necessarily, but the progress is what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the last 9 months or so, 10 months, what's happened?
I mean, I feel like a lot of progress has been. I mean, I did not compare expenses to expenses, but I feel like my money is going to better places, if that makes sense. I ended up getting a car payment, which is sucky, but I have that, and it's going fine. I have jobs where I can pay what I need to pay, so I have extra money.
Different than the last car payment? Or the car payment we talked about last time?
Did I have my new car last time?
Yeah, and it was really, really,
yeah, I still
really
have that.
bad.
Yeah.
We talked about selling it.
We did, which I didn't even get into that. But it's fine because I've been paying it comfortably.
Comfortably?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, sorry, continue.
But yeah, I mean, I think I may have been personal assistant already. I'm not sure.
No, you were doing odd jobs. You just quit Spectrum and you're doing odd
yeah,
jobs.
I was literally unemployed when I talking about all my debt.
Yeah.
But no, I found this woman, Jessie. She has a company, and she needed help for 3 weeks because she shattered her collarbone, and I've been with them for 10 months now. But I personal assist for her, and it's also family. So she helps. She takes care of me. She feeds me. She fills my gas tank. It's a very close relationship. But again, still work. I was doing that full time, which was $20 an hour, but it wasn't taxed. So I need my taxes. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. But I was getting $20 an hour just to work whenever. And again, that helps with expenses with food and everything extra. So I was kind of still saving. But I started doing lashes because she was supposed to move very, very far. So I'm doing that now. So I still get my checks and I still work for her part-time. I work 7 days a week, but the days when I'm with her, I'm I'm chilling. So it's
Did you work today? Jeez.
Yep.
So what are you bringing in with that assistant job? Is it still the $20 an hour?
yeah, that's kind of extra money at this point. If I spent my checks less, my last job, I wouldn't have to do anything, but I don't know. She's extra spending money, or if I know what the third week of the month I make sure I work to pay my car payment, and if I don't work, I can still pay it off with those checks. But it ranges if I feel like going in, or if mentally I can go in. But it's 200 to 450 a week maybe from her, and then every 2 weeks. The last job ranges, but they've been I started in November, and you have to make your way up. So I think it would range between 14 and 1600 now. Every 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's good.
It's a big jump, yeah.
So
yeah.
1,500 on average bi-weekly. So $3,000 a month for that. Is that before taxes on that second job?
No, after.
So that's what hits your account. It's $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
It took me a second to process.
And that 250 was that bi-weekly again or weekly? I'm
That's
sorry.
weekly.
Okay, so an extra 1,000 which needs to have taxes paid on it.
Yes.
And you're going to be in, if you were just doing that on a monthly basis, you wouldn't really have to pay much taxes on that. But yeah, you're also bringing an extra $3,000 a month post taxes. So it's going to push you into a tax bracket. Well, you will have to pay a little bit on this extra $12,000 you're bringing in a year.
Already anyway.
Yeah. Have you filed last year's taxes?
No. I was going to take it somewhere just because my situation with Jessie is like, I'm not an employee. So I didn't know how I was supposed to do that. She doesn't pay me. Like I'm not logged, like I'm not, I don't know, from her company.
The IRS wants their money.
So, okay.
I would never advise anyone of this. I'm not going to say this, but just for your comfort level so you're not freaking out, the likelihood of you getting audited is like almost nothing. Well, after this, I don't know. But, no, even still. But the IRS wants their monies.
Yeah.
They're kind of dicks. And yeah, it's something I would claim, especially just for future purchases and things like that. Wanting to apply for,
I made over 20 grand already.
Especially since it's public. Yeah, just within the last year though. Did you file for extension for your debt? That's bad.
No.
Yeah, Knowledge 2020 is out for the day. Thanks for being here. You got to work at noon. Yep. I may be here. If nobody comes on the panel, we'll probably be wrapping up. But I'm kind of out of shit to say, but I'm going to eat. Let me finish eating and see if we can figure something out here.
That's bad.
It wasn't on purpose. I
don't care.
I don't know what I'm doing half the time, and then I forget. I'm not going to lie to you. That's just usually how it goes.
It just says taxes owed by this date.
Yeah.
And then you can do it on like TurboTax.
I can't explain how my brain works. I forgot. That's all it is.
You forgot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted it to be done properly because of that situation, but I was going to take it to Jackson U, and I made like 3 appointments that I missed, and I kept having to reschedule, mainly because of work, which in turn kind of is ridiculous. But
this person that you help out, say, yo, I'm in a situation. I need to just go see a CPA real quick, a tax advisor, and let them help me because you need to see one right now.
No,
make sure that you're good to go because you haven't filed taxes or filed for extension. No,
I know.
What happens from there is beyond me. I'm going to let a tax expert deal with that. But you're putting yourself in a dangerous position.
I know.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about something important. Data brokers are making a fortune selling like in some super hard Braodcast set up so you don't more with peace of mind. Head there and start your.
These are things I think about. I think I just block them out for like not for.
We don't block them out
reason.
anymore.
Yeah.
We don't block them out anymore. Okay. Okay. That's it.
Regardless of that, everything's been going great.
Good.
Yeah. Pays much better.
Yeah.
I'm handling stuff on
the
time.
situation is completely different. This is fantastic.
Yeah, there's an example of a self-propagating system, by the way, from the Kaczynski reading. Music Holds a Secret says 88,000 new IRS agents being hired. Yeah, rage quit. That's right, Carl. Carl says his mentalism is telling him that this work business is fictional and he just engaged lurker mode. Well, maybe. Hard to know, right?
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, and if you want things to go a lot better, hit that subscribe button, the good luck button. We're trying to get to 500,000 subscribers. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far. Okay, and paying down debts. Are we like aggressively paying? Are we minimum monthly paying? What have you been doing? Because there were a lot of documents sent my way. I was hoping some of them would not have been sent my way anymore.
I think there's less.
Okay.
I believe there's less.
There's probably less because last time it was like this.
Secret
Now
one
it's
was
like
on
this.
there. That's gone. I mean, I paid a couple, but I also had to use some again.
Why?
I am trying to use them responsibly, more responsibly than last time. It's been going good. My credit score is still going up. Like I pay them the minimum, and then when I can, I pay extra. But it's not like on any schedule. It's just kind of. I don't have everything down to a T yet. I know that for sure, but I'm doing way better.
Well, I will give my full judgment on that. I want to hear from your perspective, your financial situation. Give yourself a ranking 0 out of 10.
I mean, if I think realistically, like about the world, a 5, but I'm way more comfortable.
5 out of 10. Yep. All right. Well, let us see. Let's
to like live with myself. 5 out of 10. I've been doing really.
In the overall financial picture, where like people should be though.
I mean, yeah, I still have debt to pay off. Like I could be doing better, but I am personally feeling way more comfortable. But definitely could do way better. Yeah, 5 out of 10.
Okay, 5 out of 10. All right, let's start with the checking account. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So I'm glad your income's doing a lot better. You know what's not doing a lot better?
What's that?
Why'd you end?
What is that?
This is what do you mean? What is that? It's what you sent me.
I know, but
it's your checking account ended with $5.30 in it.
That's not right. Was that from some of these are from April and some of these?
Well, yeah, but at the time of the statement have been sent, $5.30 was in. That's all that was in.
No, it's not.
What's in it now?
Like 2 something.
2,000?
Yeah, I move a lot of my money. Not I will say I have money in like a Cash App situation. That's like my spending-ish. What I have been putting in recently.
It's your spending, so I can't even track that. Okay.
You don't need to track that because that's like not touchable. This is fine.
But it's your spending money.
It's if I really need to do it. So for instance, with lashes, I'm in a studio right now, but I'm trying to move out of the studio. So that's been my money to spend on lash stuff to move out on my own.
Is it a business account?
No, it's literally just.
Who's that, Carl? Is that a live streamer? No, we're down to 28. Oh well. I'm just gonna hang out. Damn, we're not even at 2 hours yet. Good Lord. Guess I'm losing my touch, folks. Maybe the trolls have one. That's right. Now Carl's got nobody to go back and forth with. Thanks, Rob. Good deal. Well, you never know when somebody will want to come on the panel. Although historically, it's usually later in the broadcast when folks are trying to come on here. I lost interest in that financial audit. They're usually a little better than that, but I don't know, maybe the 1.5x wasn't helping. We'll give Freedom Grower another chance here.
And this is something that I must do as well. Like when I speak, I'm speaking to myself as one of the persons. Like I can sit down and listen to this tape back, right?
Right.
And go, thank you.
There you go. You're right.
And not in a conceited way.
Well, and while Austin's here, yeah, as long as I can physically hold up to it, I'm most likely this is probably my last week in the motel because I have enough money to get me to I already paid my rent, so I'm here through next Friday, and I've got enough money, to live, but then I'll be down to an amount that I consider to represent my actual savings. So probably going to go back to truck driving if I can stand up to it. We'll see how that goes, but surely I can grind out at least a couple of months. So. Yeah, I've definitely kind of felt it. Like most of these broadcasts in the morning, like I really have a lot of ideas and I'm making like a lot of notes. And the last couple of broadcasts, it just hasn't been the case at all. I'm lacking for inspiration. Switzerland going full masks off? What does that mean? That's right. Come save the broadcast. We're begging at this point.
I as well need correction. So,
right,
like the thing that you were just saying about
the drug war and how it's not.
Yeah. And how they say getting high, right? It certainly
is illegal.
It's illegal. Or even people like, oh no, I can't be high in public, or I can't be this, that, other thing. Like the stupid people, they don't even understand that to the poor people that actually becomes healthy. I can't like it becomes everything.
What are they even talking about?
Told them you can't be high. Basically,
right.
Are you saying but your behavior there? Because I caught it. I caught that behavior. It was pointed out to me. I wasn't really paying attention, and then Lou and Quantum pointed, and you were kind of doing this dazing thing and gazing thing, and it looked like you were in an altered state.
Oh, is he on opiates?
There you go.
I accept that immediately and understand that it wasn't something specific.
So that was where.
Well, this guy does have the. This guy does have the wounded voice. Have you noticed? And I've never heard this guy Morgan, so just I hear the wounded voice though.
It was prompted from, right?
And then we kind of went on it a bit. I believe that.
And you took it as a judgment, but he was just pointing out the presentation.
And you know what I mean? I didn't.
Also, this thing, I'm also fascinated by these people who can just. It's like they get this head of steam going when they're talking, and they just keep talking, like, regardless of what other people are saying. These people that just talk and talk and talk. And, when I used to listen to Adam Carolla, oh, I know what we can do. Yes, Rule of Law Radio. That's going to be our go-to material. Yes. What's funny is I've been meaning to play this Rule of Law Radio show, and I've had it queued up several days. And we've just never gone to it really because there was always things happening, and like I would start to go to it, and somebody would join the broadcast, wanting to talk. But when I was listening to Carolla, I used to listen to him, all of his podcasts, but he's jumped the shark. He's unfortunately Carolla's not any good anymore. But he would have these callers, man, and these people would just, Carolla would be having a back and forth or an interaction, and some of these people would just they'd get going talking, and it was like nothing could stop them, you know. And sometimes he'd put them on hold, and it's like they just kept talking the whole time. You know, I'm fascinated by that. Oh, is he? He's nuttier than squirrel shit. Yeah, and you can hear it. Like I say, I can hear it in his voice that wounded. You know, something has wounded him. Yeah, you never know when Morgan is speaking. Dude is a loon. Well, I like loons, but I can't deal with those people that just they it's like they get that momentum going behind what they're saying, and just there's no stopping them. What's up, Jake? Good to see you, brother. The broadcast here is hanging on by a thread. We're just I'm treading water here, trying to keep it going. So, give me a second. I want to pull up this. Well, let's go back and see what's Morgan's even talking about. This is fascinating.
I don't mean any of that stuff personally. I just trying to get your attention, and you did. Like, that's really cool, Kel. I love you, man.
Well, he was trying to get your attention too. You know, that your presentation
really
was such that it was, you know, causing even maybe a distraction from what we were talking about.
And the thing is, too, I also acknowledge that then he went on with it. But I mean, the original thing, I see now that it wasn't in the original part meant as necessarily mean. But then obviously people have to go on with it because in the way that I do seem a little bit above, they'd like to have that knocked down a little bit. Not in a bad way, I'm just saying. But yeah, and then it goes back to that thing about high in society. Yeah, they work so hard at making people think high is bad. High is even an illegal state to be in. When the only thing high could mean is what? Above, in perspective. Get it? You get it? Are you high?
Of course, I see that. I do see that side of it.
You're low, officer.
But it's also, it just depends. If it debilitates you, then you look at that side too.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. They would love to be able to walk around and go, oh, this person right now who's working at 10,000 times a person's level. The answer to that is find out. Put your angle at 5976 because you can.
All right, Tommy here to save the broadcast. Fantastic.
I wouldn't phrase it like that.
I would. What's up, Tommy?
That implies you're like drowning or something. You can't save somebody that's standing on 2 feet.
Okay, I'll take it, Tommy. How are you today? This is Freedom Grower. He's live. Oh, I understand you're going to be live with London Man this afternoon. I'm looking forward to that.
Thanks for sparing me the shameless plug.
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. A couple times I've gone to interviews knowing full well what the intent and the context is. I think London Man's pretty solid from what I've seen.
Yeah, I agree. Mitchell in the house. Good to see you, sir.
Hey, good to see you guys.
I think he's taken. I think I'm gonna have to pass the daywalker status off to Mitchell because I used to pride myself as being able to just go anywhere in these streets, but that's more him these days. I've become more of a boss with no actual place to be. Like what is it, that mob game on the phones, like level 1 crime boss versus level 100 crime boss.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those are funny commercials.
What's going on with the Freedom Grower Lou thing? Because I hear you on the Lou thing, but as I was getting up making my coffee today, I was thinking about how like Lou has come a long way with my disgust and how I've found ways to see him as a decent human being these days. But whatever you were saying about Lou, I'm sure I can vouch for that as well.
Well, it's just him trying to talk about the nature of God and just all of these religious concepts, and I was like, no, I can't do that right now. Whatever it was, I don't know.
Yeah, and Carl, Mitchell I've always described as like volatile. Like when Mitchell pops off, there's not necessarily going to be an obvious reason in the moment.
Yeah,
always.
Yep.
Whenever he stood up for the right thing, I've always been like, that's the words to use right there.
Indeed, I agree. Mitchell, I've noticed that many times, so yeah. It's good to see him up on Paul's panel too, for sure. Hey, what's up?
That's where I've found his optics questionable is sometimes whenever I've taken an obvious break from the dude, I've been like, damn, Mitchell's still there, man.
Yeah, I tend to get a little obsessive sometimes, but I'm getting better about discipline.
Nice.
No, sir. No, sir. That's exactly what one of the things I plan on touching on with London Man later is, I'm not gonna say any names right here, but everybody that ever threw me in a backstage, kicked me out of a show, or said my problem was being obsessed with that dude, they are currently like the Redskins and Cowboys with him, and I'm gonna stand back and let it happen. Like everybody seems to take their turn looking obsessed with him. The thing I'm obsessed with is the people. It's like I was never obsessed with him. I was obsessed with all these people going, yeah, what he said. And I'm like, no, no, not what he just said. He doesn't need to clean his car, bucko. That's his house. I used to live out my car with a dog in the School of Hard Knocks.
Indeed.
Like I was on Street Fighter's Balrog.
Yeah, I might be going back to the truck driving here soon, Tommy.
Never forget your first love.
Oh, had you really officially left?
Well, not overall. Just I guess for go back to being employed as a truck driver. I guess I should say.
Let me tell you, as far as the last job I had that averaged driving 200 miles a day, I haven't worked in almost 3 years, and if I called them up today, they'd take me right back.
Oh, I'm sure.
We
Yeah.
got a high turnover rate.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like I was unhappy enough with the job that I just left over the sciatica hiatus, and they've multiple times reached out. It's like while I'm there, they try and keep me on the edge of being able to get rid of me anytime. So when I leave on my own, they just want me back.
Yeah, it's hard to find good people. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's one of those jobs where everybody in the union has at least one camaraderie, which is everybody sees the bullshit of the company and the job.
See, I was
don't know if,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if your type of driving brought this kind of thing, but that was a rare job where you had to be there on time or your whole day was fucked up because you're driving a schedule, you're driving an itinerary. And so if you're late or if something along the way fucks you up, it fucks your whole day. And there's not a lot of jobs I've had like that where it's not like you can always kind of like calibrate throughout the day and be a typical day. But I had a lot of days where if something goes wrong or if I show up late, the whole day is just like not quite caught up. Just always a sense of urgency.
Yeah, it's not really like that with the long haul, but I know what you mean though.
Yeah. Because then anytime I could get ahead, I'd try and stay ahead. Like if somebody was ready for their ride early, I'd go ahead and like get to the next drop. And you're not even supposed to be there early, like where they can see you from their house. So I'd be like parked around the block, just watching the clock, listening to the radio or something. Because if you show up too early where they can see you, you don't want to give them that vibe that you're like trying to rush them. But many a time I've knocked on a door and been like, hey, I'm no rush, but if you're ready, I got this other person for a double, and we can do it if you're ready.
Yes, sir. I get you. Yeah, with what I do, it's mostly just I got to make sure I get to the delivery and the pickup on time. Other than that, it's pretty chill.
Mm-hmm. And this was also the only job, I mean, it's the only job I've ever been to during the lockdowns. But it was a situation where they were riding my ass. And I went to my union rep and I was like, man, if they're going to ever put us on like the paid leave for the lockdowns again, go ahead and sign me up. He goes, you want to go? You want to go over the leave? They are going to do it again. You want to go right now? I'll put you on the first list. I'm like, yeah. It's like being told to asking for a random paid vacation. They threw me on it.
Yeah, I might actually call about this job later after the broadcast, perhaps.
2 to 3 grand a week, man. That ain't bad at all.
Yeah, 70 cents a mile on a 1099, no taxes taken out. So if I could hit 3 months of that, I could save some moolah, that's for sure.
I talked like after my first 1099 job, I'd never do that again, but in hindsight, I'm like, no, you just had to understand what was going on, and it's a little more responsibility, but that's how you can save more in taxes and shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's mostly people get hemmed up because they don't set aside the money for the taxes.
Well, and this guy also had us on 1099 as like a fucking fly-by-night company that wasn't good to its people, so he was saving himself work and putting it on us.
I already read that one.
Like, there's no reason for you not to be an employee when you're installing solar. And when I was in college installing solar, this guy made us all 1099 contractors just to save himself the trouble. So it's like this team of guys were each considered individual contractors. And I wasn't putting a lot of attention into like all the things you could write off if you were that. But the red flag that he was doing it out of nefariousness is at the meetings when his lawyer would explain to us how we're doing it. They would always go into the if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. And by that they meant, oh, we're all contractors because we look like contractors, walk like it.
Yep. Good to see you, Mr. Me, by the way.
Turn getting screwed over there for one reason or another. And human enough, it was usually backstabbing each other at the support of the nefarious owner of the company.
Yeah, a lot of those companies are crooked, that's for sure.
Well, this guy would tell us why we're not getting a bonus or a Christmas bonus or whatever, and then the next day tell us how he's buying a Cessna airplane and shit.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the way that goes. You know, they're really not connected if you think about it. I mean, it's his money; he can do what he wants to with his money.
Yeah, but I mean, when you get that recommendation or the commendation of like that we did so well or that we made our sacrifices or whatever for the company, and then pull that shit. Like I even worked for a pizza place, like just a mom and pop pizza place it was ran by a stereotypical Jew, like the nose, the voice, and the intentions. Like I was on break and I went over next door to McDonald's, got some McDonald's and stuff, and then brought it back to eat it, got some sauces like out of the make line and stuff, and I was sitting there eating at a table, and he walks up and he puts a receipt on my table for like 35 cents. He goes, for your sauces. I was like, you gotta be fucking shitting me right now. Jesus Christ. Like stereotypical hook-nosed grabbler. And he too would tell us why money wasn't gonna happen and then show off the car he bought for his daughter. It was just crazy shit.
No, I get it. I understand that people focus on that, but to me, I just don't see the connection. Like, if somebody has a successful business, of course they drive an expensive car. I mean, that's just how that goes.
Because the guy that brought me up through Domino's Pizza and taught me all my management and all that shit, the first thing he taught me was you take care of your people and they'll take care of you, because they are the company. I mean, you're organizing it, you're calling the shots and making it run, but you need all of them, you know? And so, I mean, you don't have to break the bank cucking to them or anything, but if you think they're doing good, you want to show it. Like this guy, he'd throw me on a run outside of the delivery area, like miles outside the delivery area for somebody that wouldn't even tip me. And it's just for him to make a couple bucks.
Yep. To the victor goes the spoils, when it comes to business. This is what the guy that owned the last company I worked for, he drove one of these Lamborghini SUVs, but $270,000. But
Yeah, what's supposed to be so hot about those?
I have no idea other than they're expensive. That's what he drove though. But some of the drivers would kind of mention it, and I'm like, yeah, that's good. He owns a trucking company. I don't want to I have no desire to own and operate a trucking company. So yeah,
and that's where I'll
can
back
afford
you
it.
up on what you were saying. Is any time I was fed up with any of those companies, I was free to go
Yeah.
do whatever.
Yeah, if the shit all goes to hell, it's his ass on the line, not mine.
And that's what I've had to tell people about Elon. It's like everybody talks this shit. I'm like, look, man, his money is what is at risk. He put that money up. It's his call to make, like any other company. You as an employee can just drop that paycheck and walk away, and they got to deal with it. So I guess that's how we get away from the victim mentality. Is all of us are always some form of that. It's just, are you aware of the context that you're that?
Yeah, and if I'm going to go work for somebody else, I lose some of the ability to determine my outcome or whatever, versus somebody who takes on risk and starts a business. There's a lot of for all the trucking companies who get big enough that the owner can drive a $300,000 SUV. There's plenty that lost their ass. That's just the way that goes.
Yep. And I use that talking to Moose, as well as I've done talking to people in my physical life, where it's like this veteran I'm friends with, he wanted to do a business that I saw some weak links in, even though the ideas were good and the intention was good. And then Moose with his ventures around to try and be everybody's producer, it's like, that's a big responsibility. Are you ready to be the source for which another man is going to put his kid through college? Like, can you tell that man you got the work for him, that every day he can show up and make money? Because that's a big responsibility in itself.
Well, yeah, and that's what Mr. Me's talking about down in the chat, is because I guess he's self-employed to some extent, and so now he's taking on a helper, but now, in order to keep that guy working, now Mr. Me has to maybe work more than he was before, right?
Yeah.
It's just sort of how it goes.
Mr. Me is one of the good ones. Like,
oh
in
yeah,
the grand scheme of my walk through this, he's definitely been one of the good ones.
Oh yeah,
Him
I
and
agree.
Lola down there.
Yeah. Well, he used to come up on the panels, but I don't know.
I swear his picture is slightly midlife bodied Kurt Cobain.
Huh.
His
Yeah.
employees were bikers. Miyagi's?
Say it again. What?
Yella's saying his employees were mostly. Oh, I think she was talking about.
Talking about her dad. Yeah, she's talking about her
Yeah.
dad.
She's one of the coolest chicks in these streets, and she still forgets, like, the female voice that falls on deaf ears.
Yeah.
Like the female chat falls on blind eyes.
It does.
I'm just
it does
fucking
sometimes.
with you, Yella.
It does sometimes. Certainly.
Yella Cake Maker, I've always been meaning to ask, is your name a play off of, like, the yellow cake and the nuclear aspect?
Yeah, weapons of mass
think of that.
destruction.
Well, I always think of that Dave Chappelle skit. When I see her name, I think of Mos Def and that old guy.
Oh,
there
yeah.
For Black Bush. And it's like, oh, don't drop that shit. Pray to God, don't drop that shit. He's like, I got it in this special CIA napkin, see?
Yeah, that was a great show.
Joe Cool is not aging in to being that type of old black guy.
No. Certainly not.
I'm glad Joe Cool was there to defend Jack's motivated cult leader that was trying to snake in on him, take his flock. But Joe had mentioned this book called Conversations with God that had been, like, showcased on the Oprah show and stuff. And I wasn't on panel or anything, but I was like, man, I read all 3 of those. Joe just always disappoints me with his lacking, and that was just another time. Like, I bought into those books too. They're the typical situation of like taking a few key truths and using that to um, Trojan horse a lot of bullshit in your brain via way of a couple solid truths. And that's why it was on Oprah, no doubt. That bitch was on the fucking flight logs. I don't even care, man.
Oh, I know. She was, yeah, definitely.
Like, I think that's the way we talk about when women don't get why they catch so much shit that they catch. It's because despite all our testosterone, force, and strength, I really do believe women have the biggest responsibilities. They hold the most power, and that's the illusion, is it's not through force and might. It's like they have the big decisions, the big responsibilities. They have the fucking human life that they carry inside them. And so when you see women that were on those flight logs, like, I can only imagine what they were there for, to also watch young girls be put through that and just be down with it. Yeah, good one. And don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. Elon stood next to what's his dick at the parties, that didn't kill himself. Um George Bush has had photo ops with Jared before he would be outed as a subway pedo. Like, you can always just be in a picture,
Oh,
especially in
yeah,
Hollywood.
sure.
Yeah, they're just, but she's fucking kissing the dude on his fucking face.
Oh, she's
That's,
chewing on his earlobe, actually.
yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm famous! You
In-
get damnation! You get damnation!
Mm.
Oh my God, Camacho, let me get you some water and some dog food, as if you're my responsibility. Jesus. God forgive me. I get up, make a coffee, and go on my programs. No, I love my dog, man, but he could just use his words instead of just like looking at me while he walks around looking at me. He's like, I taught you English for a reason. Everyone knows I would mute if that was a urine that was pouring water. So what's been going on in these streets, Benton? Because I've like dabbled a little for the last couple of days, but I hope nobody had the illusion of like drama on my side. I just had some real life fucking pulling me away from this escapism that we all enjoy that I was dealing with.
Oh, yeah, man. No, it's all is well as far as I can tell.
To all at all is well, would you agree? That's what I
Indeed.
keep trying to remind myself. It's what you always have to remind yourself once you know it. Paul hates my video game references, but there was a game recently where you go talk to this oracle bitch, and sometimes whenever you leave, like the way people say farewell, she's always saying to fare it all as well. And even though we all knew that since birth, before we formulated it, even I need reminded sometimes. I wish we'd just get this collapse rolling already, because last time I ordered dog food, I ordered like extra for society to not be operating, and now I'm getting into the last bag of that. And the market's not even done crashing.
Yeah, I need to make an Amazon order, and I prefer to spend my cash and buy a gift cards, so I need to walk up to the store here in a bit and get some gift cards.
You sound like me with the Bitcoins, where it's like, well, I don't hold Bitcoin, but I buy it right when I'm going to use it for something. And I think it can even go up again and I think it's gonna eventually disappear and come back, but as far as a long hold, I don't risk it. Like I have stocks that I long hold that if society collapses, I'll still hold them to see what happens or if it comes back, because that company is still that company.
I think I'm going to buy this slow cooker.
Don't worry, Yella. I just sat back down to the chat, but rarely does anyone hear me shout anyone out because I try and save it for when it's deserved.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get this slow cooker. It's $79.
Find every time I give somebody credit for something, just
6
bullshitting,
quart
they quickly
slow cooker.
show me that they're not that.
Because the two smaller cookers
How does that
I have
work, Ben? That slow cooker.
I think it's just has a heating element. The ones I have now are similar to this, but they're much smaller.
On the top, is that for like a? Is that like a stove top?
No.
What's that?
I have no idea.
Second.
I don't know what that is on top, but it's not a stove top. No.
I got a little mini crock pot that works amazing. You can
And
do a
I
lot of
was
shit.
also- I
Nice.
was looking into those coolers that you don't put ice in them because they're like little compact refrigerators. Oh, look at this ego, Yellow Cake. I need to look in the barricade garage. I've only seen a little bit of what these streets have referred to them over. Yeah, man, I wonder what that is on the top because it's obvious like that's just a thing full of food. I just
Oh, it holds your
like
it holds your spatula.
So where is it powering the cook action?
Well, it's just
Does it
regular
plug in or something?
110 volt. It's just regular 110
okay.
volt. Yeah, I've got 2 of the 1.5 quart, so this will be better. Especially if I go back to the truck driving.
Yeah, and maybe you would. Could you find use in one of those coolers as well? Because that's all. If they're DC, that's all solar powerable as well.
Yeah, this is most likely the truck will have an inverter in it, but yeah, I may end up getting a solar setup for the car too at some point.
Well, like you were saying, man, if you're gonna make it
What's up,
like
Kuya
an
Early?
extra thing on the car, then it's just your solar. Like, yeah, you can put it on your car. Yeah, you can take it in your truck, but that's just your solar setup if you do it like I did.
Yeah, exactly. What I mean is just attach it to the car, but it would all be removable, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Kuya Early just showed me that when you're here, it's the Benton show, and when we duo, you become Bentom.
Oh, okay. Good deal.
Only because he put capital T. He didn't even put an M at the end, but my brain saw it like that.
But yeah, there's the mechanism that holds the lid shut, if anybody's curious. There on the
Oh,
right.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
So you don't put liquid hot magma beans all over yourself.
Definitely. But no, I do not have a P.O. box at this time. No, sure don't. I might get one in the future, though, possibly. I do take donations in the form of Amazon gift cards if anybody's so inclined.
That's a must-have if you're going to be homeless and work jobs. You got to have like a UPS box because that doubles as a street address. They can't
Yep.
tell it's a P.O. box.
Exactly. Yeah, when I was in the Salvation Army, they let me use their address. In fact, that was when I had my Texas CDL, it was that my address was the mailing address it was the physical address of the Salvation Army in downtown Austin, actually.
Nice.
But you couldn't send mail to that address, bizarrely. They wouldn't. They just did not take any mail. They had like their own P.O. box for mail. It's a slow cooker. Robert Sturek wants to know. That's a slow cooker that I'm probably going to buy today because I'm in the motel for another week and I can have things shipped here, you know. So anything I'm going to buy before I go back to truck driving, I need to get it in the next week. Oh, is Provo Kid here? Good to see you, Provo.
Yeah, Provo.
Well, I missed it, sir.
Everyone
Where's your
coming.
question? I did not see it. I'm scrolling up in the chat. I don't see anything. Oh, there it is. My bad. Just missed it, sir. No, I haven't noticed that. You talking about sex offenders? Is that what he means? He's asking about the trucking industry attracts predators. Do you mean sex offenders? What are we talking about here?
I mean, the trucking industry attracts a lot of the loner types that are less than favorable to show what they're into. Like long before all this trans stuff was really big in the headlines and shit. Like back when Cops was a popular show before internet. I remember lots of episodes of Cops where they pull a trucker over that's like fully dressed like some street hooker while he drives.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdos, that's for sure.
And that probably came with the days of prevalent meth travel with the truckers that would, like, I even had one of my first actually meth dealer would just sit around and like gradually add more women's clothes to whatever he was wearing, and he didn't act gay or anything. He just wore chick stuff. Maybe he did gay shit on the side and didn't tell me. I don't know, but he did have a thing about him. And he was a ninja. Like, they literally called him Hatchet.
But yeah, as far as Provo and the human trafficking, I think those people would be more inclined to actually work in the logistics side. Because the thing about truck driving is if somebody's going to do it year round, I mean, it's a fucking grind, right? And I think the serial killer thing's a bit overblown. I'm sure it happens from time to time, but, you know, the amount of work involved if you're actually going to keep up the appearance of being a truck driver. Now, if somebody had the money and knew how to drive it, they could, you know, LARP as a truck driver. But to actually grind it out and work all the fucking time, you know, that's the thing. Yeah.
About my job, there's too much scheduling to it to take on killing people and covering it up, unless you're going off of so much random that it's like, yeah, I'm just passing through. If nobody's looking, I'll kill this guy and keep driving. But then, where's the serial killer in that? That's just.
Well, yeah, there would be some crimes of opportunity. You know, definitely would be some opportunities here and there. But, you know, especially with all of the tracking and all of this nowadays, I think that would be more of a, you know, 1970s type of thing than now. Because especially if somebody works for a company, like, dude, there's a record of where the person was, you know, almost 24 hours a day. They'd be better off, you know, like parking the truck for the weekend and then, like, you know, renting a car or something, like, or figuring out some way to get outside of the track, being tracked and traced. But I don't know, maybe if they parked at a truck stop, they could just wander around on foot, I guess.
And with all the stuff we see people getting caught on camera and exposed for today, like, imagine 70s and pre that. Just what kind of shit? Like the way we talk about in settler days, you had so many kids because you knew half of them were going to die. Like, imagine how recent we were still just losing people over God knows what. Still are. Still don't care.
Sure.
That's what I tell the truther community. Like, no matter how much we talk about what they're doing to us, what's in the air, what's in the food, whatever, as long as I still see everyone getting an average like 75, 80 years, it's like, whatever, man. That's kind of like your gods at least giving you that 75, 80 years, give or take.
Indeed, sir, indeed.
I wasn't worried about a little dead air.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it did more. I'm not disagreeing with your premise, Provo Kid. I'm saying that I think that was more so the case in the past. I'm sure it still does to some extent. but I think it's probably less now, especially as I think in years past, especially somebody that owned their own truck, if it was all paid for, they really didn't have to work that much, to make ends meet. Versus now, I'm seeing a lot of videos in my feed about how these truckers have these paid for trucks and they're still having to work more or less 7 days a week for months on end to even be able to make any money at all. The way the industry's gone, it's like everything else over time. The little man gets squeezed more and more. So I would think it'd be more people that had maybe a trucking company, right, or a small fleet where they had a little more freedom. They weren't just tied to driving the truck every day. Because if I do go back to truck driving, I'll be right back to just every fucking day I'll be driving. That's just there's really no way to get away from it.
Now that you've laid out all the stipulations and details, I would venture to just say no, I don't think the trucking industry can be related to serial killers at all. I mean, I'm not saying there's never been a serial killer trucker, but that it would be like prevalent, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a thing people just assume. Like when that famous case of the West Memphis Three, when those 3 little boys were, killed in West Memphis, Arkansas. That whole area is like there's a bunch of truck stops there, and there's 2 big actually 3 interstates meet up there, and I-40 is a major route, and that's in people's minds. That's the first thing they think. Oh, maybe it was a trucker, but a lot of the times that's people just, it could have been a trucker, and it almost never is a trucker. If you look at these cases where people just speculate that, it could be a trucker, but it's like, yeah, how often is it a trucker? Not that often.
Yeah, and that setting you described reminds me of like not only places around where I grew up, but also House of a Thousand Corpses that was very rural, murder a lot of people and cops in a movie type situation without ever being caught.
Yeah, I agree, and yeah, absolutely, yeah, definitely. I thought I had something to add, but I guess not. But yeah.
Oh, you always do, Benton, even when you don't.
Yeah, I could say stuff, I guess.
So, Salty Siren, I know you didn't plan this because it's just truth that no one can plan or deny, but your let me see, your behavior in this particular chat kind of shows proof where your behavior cuts loose, and that kind of adds to some cult proof, just saying. Memphis, Tennessee, Jerry the King Lawler, Memphis, Tennessee.
Yep. Yeah, this is where the little boys were murdered, like right in here. I think, let's see, where's the Walmart? Yeah, right in here somewhere, the patch of woods, like right around here.
And because of that, because of how late Walmarts were built and the size they need to be, they usually are in areas like that where you usually hide a body around a Walmart unless it's like an in-town Walmart.
Yeah, now I don't think that one was there at the time of the killing, but yeah. I think it was...
Well, knowing the Waltons, they probably built it there based on the death spot of some children.
I think it was...
Well, of course you don't.
Somewhere in this area, I believe. If I remember correctly. Yeah, interesting case if anybody's ever looked into that.
So, Provo Kid, if you don't have a grasp on serial killers versus trucking, what gives you the idea that your conversations with your parents were different than most kids your age? Because you still remind me of most kids at whatever age you're referring back to. Like, I don't think you're a bad dude, Provo, but I see you taking shit in these streets from the same people I do, but I don't see a strong stance on your end. Is that still live? Is he still
He's
talking?
still live, yeah.
last night I tuned in to see what OTW was up to, as I do with my enemies, and it was him jamming with Freedom Grower, and I just like immediately turned it off. Like, no
Oh yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, I don't tune in for the
Well,
jam sessions myself.
yeah, and I mean OTW is not bad, but he's not great either.
Uh-oh, Dark
Especially with
Provo
the
Rising.
freeform Dark Provo Rising.
Yeah, he said, Tommy, I know more about it, how evil the world was at a young age than most suburban kids my age. Interesting, Provo kid. Do tell. You have our attention.
I think that's the default, though. But yeah, Provo is more than welcome to come up, and not in a dangerous sense, but
Well,
he doesn't have panels on his. He rarely comes
Well,
up
he's
on,
decided to hold me to his permaban. I actually permabanned him. I told him he'd never be allowed on the channel. But he was on the channel. He was on the channel one time, actually. But yeah, he's decided to hold me to my statement. I shot my mouth off. So I respect it, though, that he's holding me to it.
Salty, are you referring to spin as in vinyl? I wouldn't be able to show you because I sold all that to finish out my college degree. But even though I miss that equipment sometimes, I
Good to see you, Oracle Light. Welcome to the stream.
2 separate 45-pound cases and all the vinyl and lugging all that every time I move. But hey, if you want to learn how to do battle stuff, get some record players, watch battle stuff, and practice. Like, there is some instruction that one can be given, but when it comes down to that muscle memory or the fine use of needle to vinyl scratching, that just is what it is. You might find your own thing that people don't teach. You might just have some funky arm twitch that's a badass record scratch. But as far as DJing, that's doesn't matter what equipment you have. It's read a room, read between the lines, and play the shit that people want and figure it out without them asking you.
Indeed. There's a skill
Yeah,
to it,
that's
I'm
good
sure.
time. Yeah, my long game's still coming around, still going to fruition. I've sat here for almost a year now hearing shit about read a room, all this shit. It's like, that's all I do, bro. All I ever do at jobs, as an employee or a boss, as a DJ, whatever. I'm always reading everything. Not saying I'm not saying I don't miss things, but I'm always paying attention unless I'm like blackout inebriated. Yeah, Salty, I guess the thing that's tricky about DJing vinyl and doing the battles and stuff is like, it's always to that beat, it's always that motion, and it's always that exact motion. So it's almost like a kung fu, because you don't just like, I guess there's some techniques and stuff you can get a little sloppy on from time to time, but as far as your set or whatever, like, it is what it is, and you got to repeat that. I can probably get you time to walk to the store even if nobody else comes up.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you can hold it down. I need to hit the restroom, and then probably take me 20 minutes to get there and back on foot. It's not too far.
And make no mistake, Benton, there's the way I insult channels with the lack of career or whatever, or the who cares about viewers, but we got to do a little dead time and just sit here and wait for a chat to respond to. We'll just do it. There's no SCA. What is it?
Mr. Miyagi on the panel. Good to see you, sir.
What's up?
I was gonna do the rape meet for fucking Tommy, but I won't.
Nice.
Oh, do some Silverchair, man. I'll sing some Silverchair. You play it.
I can play a song or two.
The only song I'd know is the Tomorrow. Was it
Well,
called
the same
Tomorrow?
older you get, the more you appreciate the country music. It's easier to play. You ain't gotta
I
sing
like the old
it.
outlaw country. I don't like pop country.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. The old outlaw.
Like that's what Grand Theft Auto 5 reminded me. It's like, wait, I forgot there is some good old school country out there.
Or,
That's what's funny is
you
like
never
the
heard
rap
James
kids.
Johnson.
The rap kids hate on country, but if they listen to old school country, they'd realize it's all the outlaw lyrics of rap.
Can you guys hear that good?
Oh, unfortunately. I used to have in my Red Cup politics days, aka the party scene in my hometown. I used to be pretty adamant against one dude with a guitar because he'd always break it out when no one asked him to. It's like, oh, the
Yeah.
party was going fine, and you got your guitar out because you think you'll get laid.
Well, being nervous enough, Tommy. Thanks for just throwing it
No,
on
no,
there.
that ain't you, Miyagi. You're fine, Miyagi. This dude,
But,
or these dudes, I should say.
I play a song or two. I got my own songs. I sing a little country sometimes, or try to. I can't really get that country twang down, but
I could tell that's more of a
I grew up
Rob
in the
Zombie
'80s, man.
hat.
It's all rock and roll, right?
And then they say that's all jazz and that's all whatever, but yeah.
Well, I never really started playing guitar till I was like 26 years old. So I only play like after work. I don't go up on stage or nothing nowhere.
So you lost your guitar virginity whenever Paul lost his virginity.
What?
Gematria
What do you mean?
people, that 26 on both of them. Gematria.
Yeah. Fuck Gematria. Well, you know what I learned the other day? I was looking up for one weird reason. I don't know, Drew's stream, but they're talking about the N word. So, and I looked up, and
I've been saying the N word a lot.
Ginger has the same gematria. And all three texts is the N word.
Well, isn't it? What's it called when you can trade the letters around? Isn't nigger and ginger like a?
I think I don't know.
G-I-N-G. Yeah, it's all the same letters. You just switch them around. There's something there, and you say fuck gematria, and there's something there, Miyagi. All you gingers and niggers, you nigger gingers.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I didn't pick my hair color before I came here. I don't think.
Well, you look like you are one of the like I used to know this girl that she used to always say poor redheaded boys anytime we saw one. It's because like the really albino children in the corn ones, they have that look of carrot hair, freckles, and almost albino skin. But like you and a guy I worked with and a few others I knew in life, you survived to be like courtable. You don't have that children of the corn look.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Like a dude I made Capri Sun with, he looked like Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit if he had red hair, and that's pretty much the only real
The
difference.
crazy thing is I have this like great uncle on my dad's side who's a foster, and he looks exactly like me, and he had this big, and then big mustaches there where you curl them up and it curled up.
Yeah.
But man, he looked and of course, I guess when you get old, your hair turns white, but he
Some
looked
people,
identical.
yeah. I'm getting some salt and pepper in my shit.
Yeah, that's why I shave, because my beard's all gray, patchy.
But if it wasn't for things like red hair, I may never have noticed how much Prince Harry looks like Diana's tennis instructor. But he was also red-haired, but it was the red hair that makes you go, well, now that you mention it, the face is pretty spot on.
Yeah, I've noticed people kind of look alike from their regions, you know.
Yeah, but it's
You know,
because she
you
was fucking.
kind of can guess of where someone's from by how they look, kind of almost. But
Oh my God, Benton just
it's not
reproduced
very accurate.
asexually, like a cell. Now, I guess one devoured the other.
The yeah, on the work thing, man, it's getting fucking old. You know, you make good money. Of course, you always find a way to spend it.
Well, this system is also slowly funneling. It's designed to funnel your money away from you.
Yeah,
Like
well,
everyone's out to get your money, everybody's out to con your money, and if you just leave it sitting, it will just go away slowly. It's actually ingenious when you think about being an overlord, but
yeah, well, you know, they keep throttling the damn gas around here. You know, I paid like 285 Monday, and by the end of this week, it's 325 again.
yeah, man, I
And you know,
can't
I
even
don't know if
imagine.
people notice that, but, you know, basically, I do. I spend about 150, 160 bucks a week just in gas.
Shit, man, when I had a 76 Charger with the Cordoba body, boy, I tell you what, man, pass anything but a gas station.
Yeah,
I
well,
wouldn't be
back
able
in
to
the day,
survive with that car today.
I drove a
Let me
454 for like 7 years, and
let me see.
the gas was cheap, you know.
Let me do the math for a second. If gas was $3 a gallon, shit, man, I'd be paying like even back when it was like $1 something.
Yeah,
I
but
would
it's all a
easily.
mindfuck. You should know that,
Okay.
you know. So if I were to tell you, Tommy, look, gas in 1950 was a quarter a gallon, right? Are we paying more now or in 1950?
Oh, you're definitely paying more now, especially compared to what you take
No,
home or
you're
what.
not.
I paid $1.99 at the
So
beginning of this year in
that
Denver.
silver quarter in 1950 is probably worth about $5.25 right now.
But
So
I'm saying when I was a
so
teenager,
so so that's the things people don't see in the economy.
no, when I was a teenager, had just got my license, was living life by the seat of my pants. Um, I had no job and struggled for money, and it was easier to pay for gas at like 80 something cents a gallon than it was at my highest income here in Colorado, paying whatever. Um, like inflation is something we deal with and all that because of the Fed, but it was still better back then, I think, because
Yeah, but
you were making the same way you say the gas was cheaper, you were making more per hour in relation.
yeah.
And
Well,
then
the
there's that.
illusion is they'll give you more money, so you think you're making more money. So
Well,
like I
now
saw
that's the
this thing where
illusion.
like $30,000 in 1980 is like making $112,000 now.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Even earlier than 1980, it was more solid, and we're further and further now into the inflation than. But back then, it's like you started out with solid money and value and pricing, and we've slowly inflated out along with other nefarious aspects. But if it wasn't for the Federal Reserve, a candy bar in 1930 would still be the same price today. The only reason you have inflation and housing bubbles and any kind of economic bubble, it's because of the Federal Reserve taking on the job of distributing and valuing our money, and nobody knew that for generations.
Well, yeah, but look how many generations, you know, I mean, uh, have we lived here? And
Well, the only ones that have been under the Federal Reserve started around the WW1 and 2.
yeah, I know, but like say like in my lifetime, just in the last 40 years, you know, am I the only one that don't notice how the inflation works, and why wouldn't anybody bitch about that?
Because all the information is out there and they just don't care because they're too busy paying those bills, going to that job, and that was part of the plan as well.
Yeah, well,
Because on one
Well,
hand,
actually,
in this community, I'll say there is a nefarious plan. And then on the other hand, I'll say, guys, not everything was like part of the plan. Like the plan is it can work with the natural flow of fallible humans in this universe of chaos. There is the plan, but not every fucking window that breaks or car that crashes was part of that seedy dark force plan. It's just something that happens.
yeah, I don't know about that. I knew from the very beginning of the CV that something was up.
Oh, it's been up for
And
far
I
longer
never
than that.
played
Yeah.
into it at all. I don't know. And the people around here, they tried to like shut the roads down, have so much travel and all this stuff. Man, it never worked any, you know.
Yeah, and it was
I never
different in different areas, I think, too.
What's that?
I think it was different all
Yeah.
across the country where you were, because like here in Denver, there was a time I'd go to stores like daring somebody to fucking say something about me not wearing a mask.
Yeah, I had like a prep statement sometimes too, and I never got to use it. Even a couple times I was the only one there without one. But no one, I don't know. So really said anything, so I never got to use none of them phrases. I was gonna say
Yeah.
something like, "Yeah, I don't do rituals" or something, you know, but I don't know.
I only lost my shit once. I'm getting a feedback off somebody.
So
Test.
usually I cover my camera up on a damn phone, and because I think like this AI, you know, it could have been deployed for quite some time.
Well, oh man, I hope that's not Benton if he's gone. Like if he went to the store, left a mic by a speaker or something.
How many people's watching, Tommy? How do you look at the chat while you're in these places?
I just have a separate device going.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm not using it to read the chat, I might be doing something totally different on it while I'm on a panel or something. But yeah, man, well, and there goes Miyagi. I've talked to well, I didn't talk to him. I was watching one of these conspiracy theorist type shows that they pointed out a lot of these recent plans they've enacted seem like they were probably thought up by AI, because AI will span the history of collected information of humans and be like, oh, here's what you should do to fuck them over, and then the fellow humans are like, oh, we didn't realize that. And that's why I say now that they never have to take your guns. You're probably going to trade your guns for grocery fucking gift cards, because people will give up their guns when their family's starving. So I was telling people, even against all the channels I've been on, I was like, I'm a single dude with no family and I don't feel like I have enough food sitting back. When you think of your reserve food is how you don't have to go out and go against the rules of your God, against your fellow man, because you want food that bad. To be prepared isn't always about taking on the world with your AR. Sometimes being prepared is to not have to. Like, by the time I'd ever venture out into Denver with my armaments, people are probably going to be running low on ammo by then, I would hope. Are you here, Benton? All right, chat, give me something to work with. Bounce something off of me. Oh, did Provo leave because we weren't sucking him off, or is he still here? Sound off if you're in the chat, Provo. I'm no stranger to coming and going silently myself, but I bet you left when everybody started putting the spotlight on you.
Am I back?
I hear you, but you look like a second Benton. That's cool. Oh no, there you go. And that, so at least Benton's still here too. He doesn't have to talk, but you wouldn't be here if he was still here, or if he wasn't here. So
Yeah, I like keeping up with Benton. We share a lot of the same views on things. A lot of when it comes to important views about how we converse and talk to people and everything, or
well, that's
try
what
to
I've been
plant
trying to
seeds.
convey. It's like I always come back to Benton because of those reasons, but anybody in these streets, man, I always say it's like if I'm mad at you for some phonetic sound you made or typed, I'm pretty sure there's a way you could correct it if you care to. Where Yellow Cake? Because I think you've been like hitting me up like we're gonna be neighbors, and I don't think you're gonna even be in Colorado.
Yeah, that's what I like about you, Charlie. You and Benton, both of you guys. You you come off as probably, well, Lou comes off pretty real too, but everybody else, I think there's a little act going on somewhere.
Yeah,
And
and there's like being real with your information, and then there's being real about like people act like you have to cuck to these minor feelings. Uh,
yeah,
and don't get me wrong, I accept the responsibility for the unlikability I have, but unlikability isn't necessarily unrespectability.
yeah, I've been through that stage too. I really don't care, about what people think. Strange thing with me, I in the early '90s, I had the chance. I knew UFO researchers, Stanton Friedman, knew the man personally. And basically, I used to talk about stuff that was on Ancient Aliens for years, and people would look at me and go, "Man, you're crazier than hell." And then in
Oracle.
2010, they make a damn show over the same exact shit that I was saying, which really I was basically just sticking to the engineering side of things. Like, how is this possible? But
And let me address
so
this comment here.
so it's part of this thing, if you're spot on in a lot of ways, it's not going to resonate with everybody. It's not supposed to.
Yeah, or else it wouldn't be like information. It wouldn't seem like rare information if everybody knew it.
Yeah, but also, what I see this thing going on, people like on YouTube, they'll go, "Oh, that resonates with me," or that vibes. I see. Look,
And it
that'll
can.
get you fooled right there. You know what I
But
mean?
Oracle, hold on a second, Miyagi. I gotta address this before it drives me nuts.
Alright.
Oracle, it has nothing to do with green lights, and you can't stop it without taking the microphone out. That's what Edward Snowden does with every fucking phone he gets. He takes it apart, pulls that microphone out. Miyagi, is that you, man? Use your engineering on this audio thing.
What am I doing? Do I go blue blue?
I keep getting my voice feeding back, unless Benton's fucking with me.
Well, I got one voice coming out this phone.
And you're not echoing that.
Okay.
Oracle, think of it like this. Your TV is always listening for the remote to get used. Your Alexa's always listening for you to say Alexa. And your phone is always listening because nefariousness.
Yeah, so I usually, like I say, I don't want these AI to be recording facial, like moods or something. You know what I mean?
Already
Now, I
gone.
know there's no expectation of privacy, but you know, I'm also staying in the crowd. You know, I really don't have much to hide.
And that's why I don't worry about my phone listening. I'll say all the things Paul doesn't want me to say. I'll talk about guns. I'll proudly display guns. It's like, see these guys, they're all about freedom and rights as they tuck to just this app alone, much less the
I
government.
can't believe they shut down a thing if you just show a gun.
They don't. That's Paul. I mean, they
'Cause
probably
I'd love to
shut
show
it.
you mine.
Dude.
But I don't. But yeah. So being in Tennessee, man, you know, it's kind of weird. I live in between an Army base and Stewart County, Tennessee is the most heavily armed county in the United States. So if it's
probably only
anything gonna
'cause it's
pop
that
off,
close to West
fuck.
Virginia. I would just say the United States is heavily armed because everywhere I've moved, I see it reciprocated. But growing up in West Virginia is why guns aren't really a thing to me unless you're a undisciplined N-word sticking one in my face with your fucking finger on the trigger. Dude, Chad, are you getting this feedback when I talk?
I guess that's you getting the feedback.
Well, it means, yeah, I'm getting it because I wouldn't be doing it. It's like where my voice is going through someone else's microphone, whether it's you or Ben.
I'm not sure. Maybe I could put a pair of earbuds on. Maybe.
Is that what you usually do on panel?
No, I don't.
Let's see if it fixes it.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
You're not using two devices, are you?
Oh, shit. No.
Yes.
No, my tablet's down.
Whether it's you or Benton, it's just something's coming out so loud it's going back in the microphone. All Americans are definitely not armed, Oracle, trust me. They want to just leave that to however long it takes the cops to get there and assume that the cops will go to the right house and all that jazz.
Can you hear me?
Yep. And now I think the feedback's gone as well. Yes, it is. What's up? Constitutional carry, you mean what I do every time I'm armed in America, anywhere? And it's not even constitutional. That's the Constitution is just to let the government know that I'll be out here doing that.
Yeah, I find it hard, you know. So basically, you know, in Tennessee, as long as you're not a felon, anybody can carry. And so some days I'm like, man, do I carry or not? You know, it's like some days I do, some days I don't.
I used to be like that until the headlines picked up like this. Now it's more like I'm deciding on whether or not I'm wearing body armor, and then the one day I get shot, if that's the day I didn't, it's like, Jesus, go figure. Yes, Oracle, from the first time an upright monkey sharpened a stick, you've had the right to also carry a sharp stick.
Yeah, I sold my body armor, man. I just said heck that. It was a little excessive. I've been through
hard
that
plates
stage.
or soft?
It was soft.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta go potty?
They could get up to a 44 mag or something like that, you know.
Well, I have 2 sets of hard plates because when I got the second one, they were on sale. So, well, I was buying it for my neighbor for Christmas, and they had a sale, so I just got another set for me. But I also got level 3 soft armor that it'll stop any pistol caliber. I will wish I was dead.
Yeah, so basically, you know, even armor, man, it's got its flaws, you know. It ain't gonna do nothing on a shot.
Well, yeah,
Unless
but
you know.
But if you're any kind of practiced firearm user, you're supposed to be aiming for the center mass. Only
Only
like
practiced firearms users aim that. You
well,
know,
if you're not
avid
practiced,
gun
you're probably
users
missing.
shoot you right in the eyeball.
No, it's like
You
you
know,
have to be a high functioning military person that shoots all the time to do just
really,
video game level headshots. But if you're not
really,
aiming for center mass, you're probably missing.
yeah, that's what so many people will underestimate. That there's, you know, people. I mean,
Well, yeah, as far as
for
the
one,
face
that's been around
diapers,
guns for generations.
you know, the reality is we're not supposed to have democracy
But
in
I could tell
America.
you a story, man. But it'd all be a story, but because I ain't got the proof. But I
But
used to have
because
the
we
proof
do
for a
have
long time.
democracy, the fact is,
But
I
one
would
time,
say
man, I was talking shit
65% of everybody's in favor of
and
this
and it was
face
with a
diapers
GI
and the
and my
like.
buddy Bill, and Bill knew
It's
that
fucked
I was
up.
no stranger to shooting. So it had been a while since I shot. I mean, over a year, and basically I was like, yeah, well, I'm from Maine, and what matters most.
Well, Mason Free, that was happening to
is
some
the first
extent.
bullet out your gun.
When the
Whether you're
fuel
in
got up to $5 a gallon,
whether
people
you're
were
hunting.
having to start,
So it
you know,
shouldn't be the
combining their
same way
trips.
on
They
the
weren't
range,
able to just go wherever they wanted all the time.
you know.
Well, what
And,
is it that matters about the first bullet?
I don't know. You do the math. So anyway,
Oh,
like
so
for the
you put the
range,
burden of information on me. Okay.
no, basically the first bullet. Listen to the reasoning, Tommy.
That's what I'm
first
asking
bullet.
for. What's the reasoning? That's what I'm asking.
You want that first bullet to count, and then all the other ones, man, is just after. When you're hunting, you want to shoot in one shot. When someone's,
I agree.
you know, so it should be the same at the range. And this is no bullshit, guys. I literally shot I had my buddy's 45. It was a Colt 45 officer's model, and shot a dead bullseye the first shot out the gun. And I go to my buddy Bill. I said, "Did you see that?" He goes, "No." And I went, "Stop the range." I made every motherfucker there look at that one bullet hole through that fucking target. And I even saved the target for years. But it's, you know, now, mind you, I keep my talking shit to a very limited time.
Yeah, because that was
because
a
basically,
controlled environment with a standing piece of paper sitting still. Like we
no, because
understand.
man, if it wasn't for my God having my back, then it'd just be talking shit like everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I
You
said.
know
to
what I'm
everything.
saying? So I have no idea, but I made the shot, and it ain't the first time, because I reserve talking shit to when it matters, and I'll talk shit when I know the shit is right, and basically, call it luck or whatever, you know.
Well, the thing I was saying about what does the first bullet matter is in a situation where you do need your gun to survive, even in training situations in simulations like that Colian Noir went through on one of his videos, they asked him how many times he shot, and he said, I think I shot like 5 or 6 times, and he had shot like 11 rounds or 13 rounds in the situation, and even in a simulation, he had no mind of like how many times he was pulling the trigger. Like you do want to know what your backdrop is, and you want to know where you're sending those bullets, but
Well, this is what first got me onto it, Tommy. So, like, I'm from Maine, and jacking moose and deer is highly illegal.
yeah,
And
that's
so,
everywhere.
and we used to get drunk and ride around. I mean, you're in the Allagash wilderness up there. There's no cops. There's no nothing. But you still, the only way no one ever finds you is if you shoot more than once. So if you're gonna kill something, make that one shot matter, and they'll never find you. But
Well, I try and do it like that. Just I'm trying to make that animal not realize it was deleted. Like if in a perfect world that animal was happy grazing in a field, and then it just ceases to exist the way none of us would really complain if we went out like that, you know? And then you save yourself the tracking and the chasing it down. But also what you're saying, it's if you do miss, there's not gonna be any food in that area for a while till it's all like settled down from
Yeah,
the
Orcolite, this is
huge
most
bang you just
definitely
let
not
off.
a free country.
Yeah, I put it this way, I've missed deer with an arrow a couple times, but I've really never missed a deer with a gun. You know, it's like aim and pull the trigger. And so I even, you know, with witnesses one day, right up this creek where where I live on, we were canoeing up there one night. We run into a herd of deer, and so and there I was like, well, you guys go around them, and I'll lay here low, and I'll take a shot when you herd them towards me. Well, them deer come at me so fast you couldn't get a shot off. So we were about ready to get in the canoe, and there was a deer a long ways away, 70 yards away, and I had a 40 cal Ruger. And you know, one time I was looking at a ballistic chart, and it said it would with a Ruger it'd be like 3.5 inches high on a 100-yard shot. And so I literally aimed at that deer and put like a heart and lung shot, and I dropped my front sight right below its belly, so the deer was totally above the whole shot. Pulled the trigger, and man, it heart and lunged that deer first time. And the deer never even went 5 feet. You know, they don't run when you.
If you want to hear what kind of heart I have, Yellow Cake Maker, I don't know if you caught the story from last week when I was trying to help that girl get her dog back and it got hit by a car. Like, my stomach dropped 2 times that day. It dropped when it got hit by the car, and then it dropped when I realized, oh my God, it's still alive, and I think I'm gonna have to shoot it here in front of this girl. And that, like, if you ever hear Jack Talcott telling me I'm a coward for walking around this city armed, like, I was not excited at the notion of having to shoot a dog, much less a dog in front of the girl that owned it. And then a third time my stomach dropped as that thing hobbled away with that girl. And I don't know if it's alive right now. As far as the N words that's ever put a gun in my face, though, I wouldn't hesitate to fucking pop them. But fucking dogs and animals, fucking, yeah, man, I don't like whenever.
Yeah, but in real life, Tommy, you know, I mean, I've even been in that situation twice, and I could have, you know, I legally carry for 8 years.
What does
And
that
so
mean?
I had like a gun permit for 13 states.
Yeah, I legally carry and I don't have any of that shit. And I'll legally put my shirt over mine. And I don't carry no club card over.
Well, if the
I'm just giving you
Constitution was in
shit. I'm just
effect,
giving you
all
shit
carry
that-
would be legal carry. There'd be no such thing
That's
as
what I'm
illegal
giving them
carry.
shit about.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
Yeah.
doing the sovereign citizen thing where they get all worked up that you said sovereign and citizen together. I'm like, legal carry? What's that? No, I didn't put it down,
Yeah,
Oracle,
by
because
the way,
I think it almost for sure had a bone fracture sticking out of its leg, but it was bad, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. When it got hit, I thought it was probably dead, and when it got up and made the noises it did, I was like, I almost wished it had just died. And I was also mad at the dude that hit it because all these cars saw what was going on, saw me and this girl trying to get her dog back. They all slowed to a stop, and this one fucking asshole just came rolling through and mashed that fucking dog. I almost could have let a round slip at his goddamn car. But yeah, man, I just hate people so much these days. I need to get out of this fucking metropolis. It's not helping.
yeah, well, it's an awesome responsibility to carry deadly force.
Oh, it is.
So,
That's why I'm meek. That's how you
yeah.
be meek. Like I go by the Jordan Peterson definition of the word meek. And the meek are those who carry swords, know how to use them, but choose not to. And every day I have that gun, every time I come remotely close to having to use it on the multiple times, I'm always like pushing it back. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. It's most likely if you ever hear about my demise, I'll probably have a fully loaded firearm on my waist that I never grabbed for, because I more often grab it faster if other people are in trouble than myself. Because if it's me in trouble, I'm assessing like what's going on and how can I not kill this person faster.
Yeah, to me, it's more like a survival tool. I don't, you know, I don't think that I would really kill someone on my own behalf. First, I don't think I'd piss someone off enough to pull a gun on me. But basically, if I'm sure if it was to protect someone, I wouldn't hesitate a second. But basically, other than that, it in my life, I look at it as a tool of survival.
Of
Anywhere
course.
you go,
It's a tool of liberation, survival, food acquisition. Um, but yeah, man, don't think of it like somebody got pissed off enough to draw on you. It's more like they want what you have and draw on you. And if they've already got the drop on you, you don't
I'd
even
give it
draw.
to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
like that's
so, like I
that's
say,
why.
twice I've been in this situation. I ain't gonna tell you guys the situation, but I've been there. And
Oh, I've been
so,
there multiple
you
times, and every
know,
time it's the fucking N word.
yeah. Well,
I'm
one
not
time
saying
it
I'm
was
not
the N
saying
word.
Caucasians don't. I'm not saying Caucasians don't get sloppy with guns or rob people, but in my life, it's always been N words, and it's not for
Yeah,
survival.
well, if that one time, dude, probably shouldn't say this, but anyway, so this guy, I just took a shower. I was in my bare feet, and this dude said, "Better put shoes on, boy." And he was a big guy, like 6'5", and a lot of weight on him. And I said, and I just snapped. And I'm like, "You think I need my shoes to kick your fat nigger ass?" He goes, "Oh, I'm a nigger." I said, "You sure are acting like one, because I don't know you from Adam." I never knew the guy. It's the first time I ever saw him in my life. And he goes to his car and went to reach for a gun. Well, dude, I had my gun in my back, right in my back. And I pulled that out, man, and I put the drop on him. He threw that gun like it was, he like a girl. And I said, "Dude, you're stupid. I could legally fucking kill you right now.
Not if he
What
threw
the
the
fuck
gun
would
because
make you do such a
yeah,
stupid thing?"
if he threw
I
that
went
gun,
over
you
and I
can't.
kicked that gun of his. I kicked it right in the woods, and there's bushes and shit around. He probably found it eventually, but and I was like, "Man, that's just stupid, dude."
Now here's
And I don't want to kill no one,
let's
you
use this
know.
as a
But it was my fault, you might say, because I snapped. You know what I'm saying?
let's use this as a learning situation for the chat, because
Yeah.
you're lucky you didn't shoot him, because that is the stipulation people don't think about. Like if I'm in a city alley and some guy's trying to mug me, um if I've shot at him and he's like, if his weapon has fallen under a dumpster or something, like I'm not supposed to be escalating that still. And if he can survive to go to court and prove that I was still shooting at him or shooting him once he's running or has lost his weapon, they're gonna fucking send me up the river for it. That's even why cops will
Yeah,
tell you
well,
if
in
you have a home
Tennessee,
invader, just
you can like protect, it's on this property or any adjacent property. You can go chase if a
well,
heinous
that wasn't
crime has
anybody's property. If I'm in a city getting mugged in an alley, that's neither of my
if
property.
a heinous crime has been witnessed. But other than that, you can't go past the two properties on each side of the property that the crime committed.
Well, you got to stay up on that, because when you can and can't shoot someone legally, when I say by the written law, that changes like the rules for the Heimlich maneuver or for resuscitation. Those
Yeah,
they
I
change up.
knew I've actually knew 2 guys here in Tennessee since I've been here that legally shot someone and got away with it.
I'm not
And
saying there's never a time you
one
can, but
time, you
people
know how
don't
they
think
say,
about
oh,
when
they
you
got to
can.
be in the house? The dude was on his front porch, and this other guy shot him with a shotgun, and he didn't get in trouble. So I don't know. So
Well,
what
I
the
can tell you about a time.
circumstances were of any case, but you know.
I can tell you about a time in my hometown. This girl I went to school with, her mom like invited her ex-husband to meet her outside of town, and he got all dressed up thinking they were getting back together, and she blew him away with a shotgun and never did time for it. But that's one of those DL stories that like the town always knew and nobody really found out why or brought it up. Out at the old Z Tower, man.
That's crazy. Yeah, so by the way, you know, back on the sovereign citizen thing, so like it was around 2006, you know, I started studying, you know, from the Christian standpoint of the whole thing and everything. And so in 2008, when my gun permit and my driver's license were come up for, you know, they were expired, I let them expired. And I drove 14 years without a license, been to court 7 times. And I've really only been convicted 1 time out of that 7. 1 time in the statutory jurisdiction, the other time in a civil jurisdiction. But
Have you
5
ever
times.
gone on Paul's panel and talked about those times?
No, you know, because he thinks he's the guru. You know,
That's
he
what I
won't
was gonna
listen to
say is
nobody. You know what I'm saying? He thinks it's all about him, and he's standing on. He has no idea of the people. I
Well,
learned
that's
it
what
from somebody. You know what I mean? And so
that's what I was gonna say is the thing that makes it so much about him is some of our original parting ways was like I told them different ways that I've achieved court wins and
one
he'd be
time, dude,
mad
I
about
went
it.
in
It's
there.
like you can find more than one way to win in court.
Yeah,
And
one time
you
I went in there, just the jurisdiction. I said, I the judge, the judge goes, "What's the criminal? It's the criminals. It's the statutory criminal jurisdiction of Tennessee." And I said, "Criminal? Who's the victim?" And he said, "The state of Tennessee." And I said, "Well, how am I going to get a fair trial if the judge and the prosecution is a party to the victim?" And he goes, "Oh, you're making too much out of this, right?" And he goes, "So I'm going to set this for trial." And I tried to trick him. I said, "Did you enter a plea for me?" And he shook his head no, because when they shake their head, it's not on the record. And because he said, because if he did say, "Yeah, I entered a plea for you," then I'd say, "Well, let the record reflect the judge just entered a plea and not guilty." But I didn't, and he knew
I'm
that.
not
And so,
I'm not
listen, I go, wait a second, just 1 second. So then I go to court the second time for the so-called trial. I'm walking up to the podium. I never even got to the podium. The same judge goes, "Dismissed."
Well, yeah,
So
there's actually significance to walking up to that podium before you've breached that little gate thing or whatever.
and with the time they got me on the civil jurisdiction, so it was a different judge too. And the guy goes, he goes, "Mr. Swim, did you drive there?" I said, "No, I couldn't have possibly been driving." He goes, "Why?" And I said, "Because the word drive and motor vehicle are words with definitions that are strictly reserved for commercial use. And I wasn't involved in any commercial use." And he goes, "Look, Mr. Swift, if you plead guilty, I'll give you a $10 fine." I said, "I can't plead guilty." He goes, "Why?" And I say, "Because I couldn't possibly been driving." And he goes, "Well, then I'm going to charge you in a civil jurisdiction, $50 fine." And he did. But he goes, first he goes, he said he said the same thing. He goes, I said, "Well, what jurisdiction am I being tried in?" He said, first he goes, "Well, it's the statutory criminal jurisdiction of Tennessee. And I said, Well, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the United States Constitution grants this court 3 jurisdictions. One's criminal, one civil, and the other is military tribunal. Please tell me which jurisdiction I'm being tried in so I can properly defend myself. And so, but he wouldn't say what jurisdiction until the very end. He said, I'm going to give you a $50 fine in a civil jurisdiction. So,
see, so the same way I gave you a little bit of crap about the legal carrying thing, it's like, yes, they were trying to trick you. That's what traffic court is. Like, it's all trying to trick you. Like, it's your job to trick
but Tommy,
them.
you know how to trick them? I'm going to tell you a trick. If you were standing in court and I was the judge,
I've got
and I said, what is your name? What would be your response?
No, I see you're doing
No, I'm
it
just
right,
saying. Look, it's not a trick.
No, I'm not gonna play your game, Miyagi. You're already losing me on the site and the jurisdictions.
I'm just asking a question. I want to demonstrate how the court, by your own answers,
they have to figure this out for themselves, because that's
okay.
that's
I'll just skip to the punchline then, if you don't want to play along. There's only 2 ways to answer that question. And first off, you say, is that a question? Because he didn't punctuate himself. He said, what is your name? Well, a what's a nothing or nobody, and that's not my fucking name. So listen, man, you don't want to play along because you know, Tommy, even though you know and you think you know, I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of people out there that's done a lot of due diligence.
Yeah.
Not only in God's word, but in the law.
Damn it, Miyagi, you're a better chatter than a panelist. Let me fill this in. Like, that's what I'm saying is, it's like each of us as individuals have to find their line where they're fed up enough to figure it out, because when we do sit here, whether it's me or you or Paul, like, people will come and ask questions, but are they really getting it? Like,
what I see the biggest thing is that people think that unless you're on these panels,
I love Mr. Me, but he's not good at listening. He's just not a good listener.
They're greatly underestimating good-hearted Americans all over. All over, man. I've met many. And they've got supreme knowledge. Way higher than you'll ever hear on a YouTube stream.
No, the YouTubes is where you can get it, because one of the first things I ever trolled Paul on is, hey, if anybody wants to know this shit, go to your YouTube search bar, type in common law, and now you can get all this information without feeling like you're
last place you want to look. I say when all else fails, that's the last place you want to look.
Well, I personally do prefer a search bar over the Dewey Decimal System like that. I mean, I knew how to use it, but you gotta find the book, you gotta open it, you gotta find what you're looking for in the book. This shit, you can type it in.
Yeah, but how do you check the man you're getting the information from?
Well, you would know once you're learning, like once you understand what we're talking about. Like, this is the thing that got me about Chalkbody, is him and EBT, they just kind of speculate maybe there's some legitimacy to this, like, common man. I'm like, what did people do before America in its legal system? Was there that then? Like, that's why I've been taking people back to, like, you know, one time there was just people in loincloths on a globe hurtling through the cosmos. Nobody wrote or thought up any of this shit. And you don't think you're still that? Like, that's where they lose it, is they think they're these social security cards, and they think the court is actually fining them, the person. And it has to be that shit. Like, people question if it's real. It's like, it has to be, because the thing you live by is the agreement that we do that isn't necessarily.
Yeah, well,
real.
I don't think that people fully comprehend. I don't think that the show's not over yet, guys. So, and don't underestimate what are all them capital names and corporation comes from. You
Yeah, that
know.
was the fucking maritime courts of the fucking English that we broke off.
Yeah,
and
well, it's the English
fought-
you
we
want to worry
started with
about.
the-
We got there's that new prince, Prince Charles, Prince Charles the Third. There's a Prince Charles the First and the Second. So, and there's significance in that name. And yeah, so the thing is, Tommy, so I have a lot of knowledge too. I don't believe in spurting it out because unless it applies or I don't know.
So Oracle, that natural code that you're referring to, that's also, though, what I'm saying in this estrogen versus testosterone debate is that natural code was just who had the greater use of force as far as the alpha of your tribe. And he might not have been the greatest guy in the world, but he did have a lot of weight on his shoulders. But I mean, everybody still ate and survived. It wasn't necessarily because you all thought he was a swell guy and he liked you too. It was just you followed that force to survive until we got more advanced.
Yeah, well, people figured out, Tommy, that it was that intelligence was superior to force. And so even in successful communities, they chose the logical way versus the brawn and all that. And so, or let's say like a meritocracy, like the wise man that people went to, he wasn't necessarily the biggest guy in the town.
Right, that is after the intelligence had started forming societies and things. What me and Oracle were kind of bouncing back, we're talking like, hey, I need to make children. I'm gonna knock this bitch over the head and drag her back to my cage and make children. Like,
yeah, it sucks. I can't see that. Yeah, I don't know what people think of me. They're pretty hard on everybody.
They're not. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
They're more just sucking me off. They're sucking me off with text more. I appreciate
But
it.
I don't come up here much. Basically, I listen in a lot, like on the way to work and stuff. But I get a lot of interruptions from a real life, from a real community. I like that, like, a little micro community, about 8 or 10 people. We don't all live together, but we basically, in a week, we're all check in with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Kind of. And it's crazy, and it's so helpful in a lot of ways, I mean, a lot of times. So, like, I got these 3 women that constantly bring me things, and I ask them nothing for it. I don't ask for nothing from nobody, and I don't. It's a hard thing for me to take things from people, but I don't want to. I don't know.
If they're offering it, look at it.
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm driving at. But when I look back at it, it's a real big blessing. So
yeah, man. There's been a number of times I've felt like I've won out on a struggle here in these YouTube streets to like either take up for someone or do the right thing, and it's like I'll walk out of the house and a need I had in that recent period was met like quickly. But that's not to say the thing Paul's talked before about how if you're in line with God, everything is just going to be great. I disagree with that on its complete.
Well, I have a real hard issue with saying no to anybody, and it's a terrible thing. It's a problem of mine too. It takes up a lot of my time sometimes. But it's crazy where I don't like to ask anything from anybody.
Even that can be your pride. Like, it's your pride that makes you not want to ask,
Yeah.
and it's your pride that'll have you miserable
Yeah.
because you didn't.
You want me to tell you another cool story? I might have told it on Benton's side.
We'll decide if it's cool or not.
So that I picked up this homeless girl. She was like her and her friend, and she was obviously jonesing on something, and they were trying to get clean. They were telling me the deal, so I brought them home and I made supper. And I said, look, and she was going, yeah, being homeless sucks. And I said, well, look, you guys can stay here. And the dude's like, he turned down, but she was like, yeah, I stay here. And I said, look, I only got 2 rules: no drugs, and don't bring nobody here that I don't know. And so it was hard. I was living in my RV when I first got it, and I didn't have electricity, and I was renting this like trailer.
I'm just going to go ahead and assume that.
And one morning I was going to work.
This is going to involve somebody not being able to follow these rules that he laid
I was
down.
thinking about asking the neighbor if I could run a cord and help him on his electricity. And she goes, yeah, that'd be a cool idea. So I went to work that day, and I come home, and she goes, man, I thought you were going to ask the neighbor for some, if you could run a cord. And I said, yeah, I want to tell you something. I've been thinking about it all day, and it gives me anxiety to ask the neighbor, to ask anybody anything. And I said, but I'll tell you my secret between me and you. I said, I just go, Lord, I got anxiety about this. Can you help me? And Tommy, I swear to God, strike me dead right here. If not, look. My neighbor goes, hey, Ed. I opened up the door. I said, what's up, man? He goes, hey, man, I got a plug right there if you want to run a cord to it. And that girl goes, holy shit, did that just happen? I said, yeah, and apparently it was for you, because God don't work that way for me. So, long story short, the girl, all right, she didn't go, she ended up getting back on the shit. I had to kick her out.
Look at him, he's still just posting up. He's got a goddamn channel.
Hey, Robin.
I have that dude on.
Good to see you.
And I didn't
Who's
do it.
that?
Welcome.
Fucking Yurt. Like, he's over there posting up, commenting on Freedom Growers. When's the last time he streamed? Think about it.
I like what we got going on over here,
seems
Tommy.
like a pretty base
25
guy
in
to
the
me,
house.
but
I think it's the
He
25
was a dude, and
that
he
want to hear the
figured out
broadcast.
Why I shut him down, and when this is what a lot of people in these streets don't get.
When it's
Whenever I
80
look like
people
I'm a
over here-
bastard to someone,
Yeah,
I'm
that's good
showing
for
you,
my
and I don't
ego.
mean this in a Mr.
But I think I
Unsweet
like
ego
this
sense,
better.
But when I'm really a bastard coming for your throat, I've smelled blood, I see something, and I'm striking at it so that you can defend that and get it worked out. And Yurt is not working it out, as day after day he's popping in everybody's comments and not. Like, long ago, he liked shit where I'm like, you really need to have a one-on-one with me about this, and he'll like it, comment on it, never fucking do it. And so if he's gonna keep showing up like this, I'm gonna keep ripping his asshole, because the same way he deleted multiple channels to try and come at us like a fresh person that we would believe doesn't know us or remember any of this, he's got a lot of shortcomings going on like that. It's like if I hadn't given him so much shit about deleting his channels, I know this one would be deleted, but instead now he's just ignoring it. Maybe he's putting like time between it to start streaming again.
Thanks, Carrie.
It's like,
Appreciate it.
all you got to do is own up to the thing and change, and business as usual.
I've been enjoying it. That's a two-way street.
Yeah, geez, man,
At least he dropped the
Pretty
card.
sure I'm going to be back to work soon, though.
I think he's just like I say. I don't understand his ways sometimes.
And
you
shout
know,
out to you, Gary Baxter.
when he knows that there's an issue, but he keeps going on anyway. So, but you know, it's kind of like Benton. You know, so like.
Good to see you, John Wayne.
It was Quantum of Conscience, I think, that shouted out chalk bodies to me. And then Benton, they're always talking shit about Benton. You know?
Always, baby.
And,
Quantum is? Or do you mean like
no, chalk body did. For years, you know? And basically, I was like, man, and then once in a while Benton would pop in, and I mean, I just thought it was such a discharacterization. So then it turned me on to Benton. And I'm like, shit, man, this guy's a stand-up, dude. he's got his shit together a hell of a lot more than Chalkbody does. And so
Thank you,
it's
sir.
kind of weird. But then that's how Chalkbody's also how I got turned on to, Austin. But
Yeah, me too.
I never really stuck to Austin, really. I mean, he's too wishy-washy about things. So, but I'm not the judge. I don't think no one could be the judge, even if they wanted to be. So, and
people mistake things for judging. That's the cop out in these streets. Whenever people want to say,
Awesome,
well,
Gary
we
Baxter.
got discernment.
I love
and when we see, we can discern.
See, I'd rather have
there's
25 in
nothing wrong
here
with
that are all fans of the material
But
than,
like,
you know who I'm sick of judging me?
70 or
Every girl that
80
never
and
gave up the pussy. Who's she to
it's
judge
only
me?
20 that
You
are
know who
with
else
me
I'm
because
sick of judging me? Every bank.
5 of the
that's
regulars
not
got
fucking
ran off
loan. They
by
can't
the
judge me.
chat trolls.
Only God can judge me. Now run them pockets, bank loan people.
Yeah. Yeah. So were they discerning?
No, it's
Or
anyone
were they
can
judging?
judge. You're supposed to judge. You should judge. It's just there is a final, ultimate judge. Yes, I've recently undid all blocks, unsucked all cocks. And that took longer for me to unsuck all the dicks I've sucked than to unblock all the people I blocked. Just saying.
So like, here's what I say, Tubby. This is how I differentiate the two words: discernment and judgment. Usually, when a judgment has been made, there's usually a penalty. So
I would say discernment is how you distinguish between the things, and your judgment is probably relative to what your logic or outlook is. Like a Christian and a Satanist are going to judge something probably different, depending on what the situation is.
Yeah.
Well,
I think everybody discerns. It's kind of like everybody can discern things different. Like people perceive things different.
I don't even think everybody can discern.
So you discern
Like, I got these
things by your
motherfuckers-
experience. By your experience, it becomes part of your sixth sense almost.
Well, your experience can help, but I'm usually judging and discerning once again based off of those words we did not create the definitions to. And that's where I got something from Benton the last time we talked, is whenever he referred to me and him do whatever the fuck we want, it made me think. I was like, well, I guess I do, for the most part, do what the fuck I want, but then I can't do anything I want, being as what I want to do is abide by those words that we didn't write the rules to. So it's like I might want to fucking steal something, but I also want to do those words so I don't steal something. It's
Yeah, so like I made a thing a long time, even before I was Christian, that I recognized that stealing wasn't good, and so I didn't participate. Now, I used to have, like, before I was Christian, like, if I didn't find nothing wrong with stealing when I was a kid from, like, a store, but I wouldn't steal from a person. Yeah, I know that's kind of strange logic, but...
No, it's not. People get it. Like, you don't steal from a person, that's their shit. You steal from a store because it's, like, corporately insured, blah, blah, blah. And that money still does roll downhill somewhere. But no, it's a logic I understand. You're not being too...
Yeah, but I gave that logic up, you know, and,
let's put it this way.
I've been in many situations, you know, where I could easily take a pencil and no one would even care.
But
And
listen,
I
like,
choose to consciously not, you know.
When you think stealing, though, I sit here and think about all the, like, ninja, like, in the shadows stuff I'm capable of. So while I may know a little sleight of hand, I may know how to be sneaky, it doesn't necessarily have to be for nefarious reasons. Because one time I was in before kids were saying trap house, I guess you could describe this as, in my hometown, it was a trap house for weed. And we also partied there and stuff. Well, one day the cops fucking shook us down in broad daylight. Just come in the fucking house, start shaking us down. Well, I had weed on me, but in all the commotion of the cops going around the room having us empty our pockets, I managed to be emptying my pockets and ditch that bag of weed behind a sofa chair, and nobody was the wiser. And when they left, I got it back, and that wasn't like stealing, but it was the skills to steal, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Was it your weed?
Yeah, it was in my pocket, dude. And they were
Okay,
telling us
so I
to
don't
empty our
know if that
pockets.
was stealing, man.
No, it wasn't stealing, but that's what I was saying. It's in that.
Oh, you know what I got turned on to?
It's in a
Speaking of-
family of nefarious skills. It's like I might be sneaky enough to creep up on a human and execute them, but I use that more in hunting, you know?
Yeah, I don't even think that crosses good people's minds. You know, obviously people can sneak. But hey, I gotta tell you, have you guys ever heard of diamonds?
Shiny things that bitches want.
No, like that, like smoking diamonds. So like last week, right? I went over and I fixed this drain at this guy's house, and I knew the guy previously. I was like, "Hey, you want to burn one?" He's like, "Yeah." So we burned one. And I went to leave it there, and he's like, "No, I don't need it." I was like, "Well, I just don't carry the roaches, you know." And he goes, "I've been smoking diamonds," and I go, "What's diamonds?" And he opens up this little package and shows me this. It looked like freaking meth or crack or something. You know, it looked just like crystal. One solid big chunk. And I said, "Yeah, that looks like meth." He goes, "Oh no, I don't do hard drugs."
Yeah, Robin,
But
I
it
love
was
the thumbnails.
pure THC.
I just don't always reply to your emails, but
Bought legally.
I figure if I use the thumbnails, that's probably
Yeah, it's called diamonds. It was.
Is that what
says
they call
more than
shattered?
replying to the email. But
No, it's
Tommy doesn't
called,
want me to
no,
use
it's
the
called,
Tommy ones anymore,
I
so
even hold on. Let's see. It's
that's why I
called
stopped using
top
the
tier
Tommy ones.
Shatter, 99% THC.
You just called it shattered, bro.
No, it's not. I mean, not shatter. I mean, it says top tier diamonds, THCA diamonds.
Is it that gas station stuff everybody's smoking?
No, I bought this from a veteran. It was like a veteran like shop, you know. And I had to ask the guy.
synthetic?
And literally, he brought up literally 3 great big jars. I'm talking pounds of nothing but crystal. Yeah, it just says top tier THCA diamonds. 99% THC.
My thing is, and I'm not
But
saying
it's
y'all-
my point is this: it's the killerest. This guy, right? He had this smoking apparatus. I mean, he said he paid like $250 for it. And I
dab
said,
rig?
he goes, well, first off, he showed me the package. I wasn't convinced. Even though he showed it to me, I'm like, yeah, right. And he goes, "No, man, I don't do hard drugs." And I said, "Yeah, right." And he goes, "Look, man, I'll smoke some." I said, "I don't give a shit. I ain't smoking it." Right? And he's like, "No, man, seriously, man, I don't want you leaving here thinking I got hard drugs." And so I said, "Well, then you take a hit." And I figured it smelled like plastic or something. It had no smell. And he had this like vape thing. He said he paid like $250 for it. And he put this wine glass thing on it, and it fills that glass about half full. And he handed me that glass, and I smelled it, and I took the hit, and it didn't cough, I didn't taste nothing or anything. And but anyway, I ended up going to this place where he got it and bought some. It was quite the experience.
So
But
this is my logic for the chat. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this shit. I'm not telling you what to do with your life. But on my current understanding of any of this shit, compared to like we were saying earlier, how our experiences affect us, my experience is I've seen a lot of kids, even people in my own life, fall out to synthetic things. And as long as I can walk to the store and get green, buddy weed goodness, I'm just not concerned with anything but that, you know? Like, I got them covered on the flower. And so
I got
would
Killer
just
Connect,
suggest-
man.
I would just suggest everybody understand whatever you're consuming, just like the methamphetamine I promise you all I will do again. Because that's what another thing reminded me. You say all these people keep referencing that they don't do hard drugs, and you might have referenced that you don't do hard drugs. I have, and I will again. I don't think I'd trade lives with
for
many
me,
people I've met.
I look at it different. So, like, I don't look down on people that do drugs. I look down on people of what they do when they're on drugs. But say back on the THCA stuff, them diamonds. Look, man, there's a loophole and it's closing. Like, there's like 3 days left and he can't sell them. I don't plan on going back to get none. I'm like you. I'd rather just have my flowers and a couple joints a day. And, but like, you know, I know many people that have experimented, and I myself have. Even, you know, that synthetic stuff, man, twice, man. One time I agreed to it, and the other time I didn't. Man, that shit put me for a loop. And I just took one hit.
Is that why you're one of my chat lovers? What's up? Because you did the Breaking Bad in the day. Did you find a little props for me when everybody's giving me shit? I will await his chat reply.
But the thing is, Tommy, about say like the Breaking Bad thing, you know, there's many people been down that road. But when you advertise it, you know, I mean, you do not expect, you know, kickback. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Kind of, but everybody's always throwing that word addiction around. And in my early days of doing it, I talked to high school kids that they had done it and put it down. And I was like, that's the same way I am. And it's like everybody just, and then I've talked to
Good to see you, Dolomite 2113.
I say I do drugs, they're like, oh, what are you?
That's the thing about synthetic
like, well,
cannabinoids. We simply do not know the long-term effects. I will say this: I had some THCO and THCP from the gas station. That shit was fire.
Me, I find,
yeah, who knows what it's
all my life
gonna do to me,
I
right?
can easily become addicted to.
I was effed up for like 2 straight weeks.
In any shape or form.
Off one vape cart.
I've referenced it all. How many women I've helped get out of abuse now.
There's many addictions out there, you know, even when it comes to food and stuff. So I just I keep myself in check there. You know, one time, Tommy, I went 8 years total teetotal. But I did, you know, I mean, when I say teetotal, I still don't take pills or nothing like that. But I mean, I didn't drink, and it's been going on like 2 years now since I've been drunk. But like, I went 8 years without doing nothing, and I started drinking wine on the weekend, just like a half a bottle or so, and it was great with a barbecue. And like, it was like 1 year and 3/4 later, I noticed I was drinking damn near 2 bottles of wine on the weekend. One on Friday night, one on Saturday night. And so I just shut it off. Quit drinking wine. I drank wine since.
Yeah,
you know? Well, I mean, I had some at Passover, but, you know.
Other than actual edible,
here,
you know, edible cannabis.
That other Provo...
THCO is probably my favorite.
Provo Kids something.
THCO and THCP. But the O lasts forever. I've never had anything other than edibles that last as long as that THCO does. It's incredible.
Muted, Benton.
Yeah, no, I'm talking. I'm talking, Tommy, but thanks. Everybody but y'all can hear me.
But,
well, Fenton's got a channel he needs to do.
No, I'm OBSing, sir. I'm talking while y'all are talking.
Are you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to the audience while y'all are talking.
Yeah, we're trying to talk to you. I know Miyagi's trying to drown you out of your show, but we're trying to incorporate you back in here.
Oh, no, hell no.
No, I'm here.
Look, I'm just shooting the shit, man. You know.
No, you're good.
You know, many times, Ben, I'd love to come on, but I just don't because, I know I'll get interrupted. So I just, you know.
Oh, that makes sense. You'll get interrupted.
No, I understand.
These Provos,
No, you're
both
good,
of these Provos,
Mr.
Provo
Me.
kids.
I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, so, but I do, I mean, it's kind of crazy, I'm like talking to Tommy just to talk to Tommy. I ain't really realizing that there's probably people listening. So
Yeah, there's a whole audience.
I'm not like, yeah, so I'm not censoring my words or anything, so
No, as far
maybe I
as listening,
should, but
there's 2 Provos I've seen in the chat. Are they both Provo kids? Because all I'm saying is
Possibly.
people that are buying into this shit, get off of this bullshit that isn't even his thing about don't subscribe. Shut the fuck up. Like, yes, it's stupid that every YouTuber will close out with don't subscribe, but the whole thing of Provo Kid about, no, definitely don't click like or subscribe, it's not yours, Provo. Like, lots of people have been saying that because it's obvious to say that. And I don't think you mean what you think it means. Just drop it, people. If you like the channel, fucking like it. If you want to subscribe, fucking subscribe. Alright?
That's right.
Jesus
Hey,
fucking
Ben.
Christ. This is why you're
Ben,
not
autistic,
Yes, sir.
Program.
I was thinking of a way to really stir some shit up. I was going to start they start doing videos called The Gospel According to Edward.
Who's
now,
Edward?
You guys heard me, and I'm adding
and,
to the list. You guys heard
'cause I
that shit
feel,
about...
if you've been in God's Word long enough, you can put the picture together. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds good to
No
me.
matter who writes it. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, this is one thing, man, that I shy away from on these chats and stuff. People, they have all these different doctrines that it's not founded in the Word nowhere, and they think that they're new, and so I think that they're possibly what we call evil spirits. That there's
I
an
agree.
evil spirit behind every false doctrine.
Actually, they're more like a separation, fragments of the one true religion that was separated back before America and various countries and societies. The true truth, if you were Tom Hanks in a fucking sci-fi movie.
Well, I
But
think
Provo
part of
Kid,
the-
no, you came into these streets advertising that you're autistic, and I'm no longer buying it.
Thanks,
now.
Robin, by the
Like,
way.
I
Appreciate the
started
thumbnails.
hesitant, and now I'm like, it's too much that doesn't add up. Like, you're married, dude. You got a kid, and you show up every day acting all competent, even if you're competent in the ways that you know. You're not autistic in the sense that word is used, Provo. Like, I've told you myself, I've worked at places where the people across the hall
Welcome to
work
the
with
stream,
autistic
Word
kids that will not look you in
Wizard.
the eyes. That cannot
Let's get
register
ready to
social
wizard.
interaction. Like, if you want to talk about Asperger's and get into like the whole spectrum thing, sure, maybe we can all say we're a little bit gay, a little bit autistic, but the way you use it, Provo, no.
How come we're all a little autistic, but when the ambulance goes by, I'm the only one with his fingers in his ears?
Because even your drunk ass friend in our big uproar about everybody saying birds aren't real and everybody was fronting your boy whenever.
What's happening,
Wizard
Chuck? Good to see you,
couldn't
brother.
meet him that night, and he was drunk off his ass. Even that motherfucker slipped in about don't listen to these motherfuckers telling you they're autistic because they're not. Oh, you know more about autism because you're trying to like fake it till you make it. And how'd that work out for some of these channels? Take the L, Provo. You've been walking the L. Like I said when I got to this stream.
Well, proof of
when I
my
watched
autism
how
is
we
running
both
a cash
deal with our
register for
common
6
enemies
straight
as we
months
are not
and having it
yoked
come out to
deal
the
with them.
penny
You
every
are the
shift
living
without
walking
fail.
L.
That's autism.
Night of the Walking L, starring Provo Kid. And I mean, you're
Indeed.
married with
Shout
a
out to
kid
Mr.
and you're calling
Miyagi.
yourself a kid
I
still.
thought on his behalf, I'm pretty sure that one night he got on somebody's stream and explain how he's really against autism and that the flagrant use of the word has gone too far.
I wouldn't
Now,
put it past.
and so I didn't know he was claiming to be autistic. I thought that he was claiming that he could be considered autistic.
I would
No,
consider him
it's just
autistic.
he's
since
just
he
like
can't-
Well, what
a
is autism?
millennial
That's the
trying to
place
make
to
an
start.
excuse for
What
his
is autism?
millennialness.
It's merely a collection of human
How old are you,
behaviors that
Tommy?
are all within the normal range.
33.
33. Holy jeez, I got 20
43.
years.
40.
23?
43.
Holy shit. I guess I got
You're
10
good.
years on you.
You're 53?
Yeah, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
You look as good as I do at 43.
well, I guess what? I worked out with my
Shout out
buddy
to NJ
yesterday.
Jeep
He's
Girl.
like,
Good to see
oh,
you.
you're going to be all sore. Shit, I wasn't sore. But I was disappointed. I could only bench 160 twice, man. But I don't work out, you know what I'm saying?
What do you
And
weigh?
I'm like, shit, dude.
What do you weigh,
That
though?
was heavy.
Hey, Moose.
What I weigh? I weigh about 178.
Yeah. You need to be able to get your body weight for one rep, I would say. I'm pretty sure I can bench 130 for one rep, and that's what I weigh.
Moose,
Oh,
what do you mean
okay.
Tommy again?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I know not all of us can
You
go
could get there
around
pretty fast,
trying
though.
to find work as a producer.
It wouldn't take long to get back
Whatever
there.
that means.
Well, I was surprised, Ben, at how much atrophy. You know, a couple times, I had this gig where I could take 100 pounds on a bar and put it over my head with one hand.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I could do that no more. And so, basically, it was a surprise when I grabbed that 160. Man, I was like, geez, I don't know if I could do this. And so it took a little psyching. And then I had to go back to it like, I'm not leaving here unless I do it.
Yeah,
And
you
I
could.
did it twice.
You could get 178 for one rep if you just did the form. You could make some adjustments to your form, and you could get that for sure. I used to lift a lot,
Yeah.
so I know the form. You can pick up weight just by changing your form.
Yeah, I was thinking about possibly even starting doing a little bit of workout, even though I work out.
And the way he says you can get more weight with better form, that's also how you hurt yourself by not having the better form.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, lifting's fun, man. I love lifting. I might get back to it. You never know.
Yeah, I found coming out here whenever I got Beast, it was a whole different world when I got away from like when I was in high school, I was a skinny cross-country runner. So if you were lifting back in those days, some jackass from the football team or something is gonna challenge your confidence or your self-esteem in doing it. And doing it out here where nobody even knew me, it was a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, all winter long, I figured, less work, that I would gain more weight. But my weight has not even, gone 2 pounds. And I check it every week. But I feel like I'm less out of shape, you might say. I feel like I'm less in shape, I should say. And
Well, this is how I got a lot of women to keep working out, because women don't realize they're usually in the gym trying to lose weight.
Good to see you, Moose, by the
And
way.
to
I
lose
missed your
weight, if you
comment there.
build
So
some
Moose in the
muscle,
house.
which feeds off fat,
Yeah,
it'll
Tommy
help you
again. He
lose
saved the
weight,
broadcast,
but
Moose, because I was running
that
out of
muscle
steam.
you're gaining
Him and
is
Mr.
heavier than the
Miyagi.
fat you want to lose.
Him and
So they
Mr.
might
Miyagi
be
saved
in
the
early
broadcast.
stages of working out and see that they're gaining a couple pounds. It's like, nah, stick with it. That's your muscle getting solid, and that's going to start eating more fat. And really, women, anybody really, for the most part, shouldn't be looking at the scale number. You should be looking in the mirror. As ego as that sounds, like at my biggest and strongest, I was never happy, because you're always looking in the mirror like, oh, I could bring these delts out. Oh, I have bigger leg day. Whatever.
yeah, but
you
I
know?
basically, since a young age, realized that, how a man was built was not necessarily how strong he was. Because I've known bodybuilders, and yeah, they're all jacked up. But when it came to endurance or actually, working or stuff, they weren't always the one coming out on top.
No, it's all about the individual, of course. Like, look at Brock Lesnar, whether it was the NFL or in WWF. that is one of the fastest, most agile, big ass dudes I've ever seen.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
usually
he's
you would
not.
take a guy
He's
that
not
size.
natural.
No, it's natural to have that combination. Because I mean, nobody you've seen since '80s Hollywood is really natural. Even I didn't realize at the beginning of my
Okay.
lifting that the shit we were buying legally at GNC was getting in your system and turning into illegal shit. And then when they found that out, all the stuff at GNC started to suck again. But nobody's completely natural, even if you account for how much shit we don't want that we're being put through with what's going in our food and crap.
Yeah, but I mean, like natural and like I've known many skinny, small people that just had way more endurance and just seemed more fit to me.
Well, usually small or thin will help you be endurance or fast, but you do have to train for what you want. Like I said, you can take a bunch of guys Brock Lesnar's size, and he's probably gonna beat them all on like agile and turning on a dime and how quick they can spring into action. And growing up thin, when I was at my biggest, like I've always been stronger than I look, and that makes more sense to me now because you were talking about your weight, like around 175, 180. I had to bust my ass in the gym and cram food down my gullet to get to that weight. And that picture I show off with my arm raised in the ring, I was probably 175, 180 in that picture.
Yeah, so I eat like a madman. Literally. I eat all the time. Everywhere I go, all my friends, we go out to lunch, I eat double of what they do. They get a double cheeseburger, I get two.
And that was my skinny endurance guy.
But I also eat a lot of meat. I don't, my diet's probably 80% meat, and 15% filler.
Let me hit the chat real quick. Hey Moose, I want you to look into Altero's eyes as you don't see any flinch or change. This community is just now coming around to who the fuck you've always been, Moose. Like, you think you've got people fooled and you're just fooling yourself. Like, I didn't realize that you don't stand for literally anything, Moose, and that's why you find yourself shunned and returned and shunned and returned in all parts of this community. Like when you say Tommy again, this is the last channel. Like if I disappear from this community, this is the last channel you'll ever see me home basing on before.
Thanks, Tommy. I love you too, brother.
And you're like, what's Tommy doing here? Because you're too busy fronting to that hopeful cult leader. Like Jack wishes he could run a cult, and you're cucking to him.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be what explain all the people that we see on these panels? It's always the same people.
No, Tommy is on the real news.
Yeah, but basically, I understand. But look how long it took us to get you right, Tommy, right?
I'm the same. No, you never got me right.
I know, but we at first the way you come off and stuff.
He means for us to understand you, Tommy. I think's what he means.
To fully understand you.
He got me right.
Yeah, but basically, I probably still ain't got you right. But the thing is, it takes time.
Well, say understand me, because get right, that's a term in the substance community that I used to tell my heroin friends that mentally they're keeping themselves on heroin because they'd be like, hold on, I got to get right. And I'm like, well, I do meth, but I don't call it getting right, And every time they stuck that needle in their arm, it was to get right. And like, that's helping you mentally depend on that shit, to put it like that.
Yeah, well, in my subconscious, there's certain words that I don't like using. One is understand, whether you want to stand under someone's authority or whether you want to be a no contract standard. So either way, I just don't choose to use that word.
Well, there's a time to use it, right?
Yeah, if you're talking slag amongst people, but it's just...
I stand under my God.
I'd rather get what you're saying.
And when I was a district manager in Colorado Springs, people were under me, so I'd ask, do you understand what I'm saying? It's just like in this community, everyone thinks ego is only bad. I'm like, no, ego can be bad. It's not always bad. It's how I can tell New Jersey Jeep girl that, like, that's not your husband, bitch. That's that other woman's husband. That's our egos.
Yeah, but like egos, you know, they only are noticed by other people when someone say their ego says, well, man, I'm all that in a cupcake, and they really ain't. And so that's when people go, oh, that person's egoic.
Well, that's
but
more
if they say something very blatantly
Lack of humility, sir.
about themselves, then yeah, I think you're on mute. Then you know.
Yeah, I am. But go ahead, sir.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Then, yeah, then, you know, you just kind of let it fly. You know, most people, they take ego and stuff, like, it's when someone's bold about something, when they know beyond a shadow of a doubt, they'll speak a certain way about it.
Yeah, confidence.
And then WhatsApp's chat is the story of my fucking life.
And you kind of want to have that, you know what I mean? But have it where it's right, you know. And like I told Benton earlier, you know, about that gunshot. You know, I always choose when to talk the shit, right? And pray like a mofo that my God backs me up. Okay, because in this realm, even if you think you're 100% right, that's why my name is Mr. Me G. Like
That's
G.
a very egoic name.
No,
see that whiz? He's got me right in his name.
like I'm not saying you, G. I'm saying, hey, it's me.
I like Mr. Me.
Because you're saying me.
Yeah.
Mr. Me.
And yeah, and you know, we all know what Mr. means and all this stuff. But look, it wasn't like that. Actually, I made the name. I went by Edward the Christian for many years on YouTube from my existence, until I changed it so that I could troll. After hanging around Drew for a while, I started to learn how to troll. So I've gone Brian Staveley's channel.
Hold on, Miyagi. You're not used to this panel shit. I need to talk to Wiz.
Oh, sorry.
Wiz, the next time you're on the panel I am once again invisible to, you give them props on my behalf that y'all were speaking my language when you reviewed Drew's public prayer to take on his spiritual warrior shit. You guys said everything I wanted to say to him, and I appreciate that. Like, number one, get that shit out of the public spectrum, and number two, this spiritual warrior thing, you ain't that, Drew.
Facts.
Yeah, when it comes to the spiritual battle, Drew got into this, quote, spiritual battle and found out it wasn't quite what he wanted, and then he went and made an open public prayer. Now, that is blasphemy. You're told in the scriptures that if you're a Christian, you're following that Christian scripture, you're supposed to pray in private. Here he went out and did a whole half-hour diatribe on somebody else's writing, reading it word for word. And
not even reading it well. He read it like Mayweather reads.
Yeah, with no retention. Telling us that he didn't know what he was talking about to begin with, and that's why he read somebody else's writing. You read all my stuff, it's stuff that I wrote, and it uses scripture, but it's not verbatim. It uses little bits and bits here and there to get people to remind people of the simple verbiage of those verses.
Well, yeah, those that pray in the streets surely have their reward, Gary Baxter.
Well, look, I don't think that he was praying in a sense that, you know, like praying. I'm going to go out there.
He was reading it.
Yeah.
He was putting on
I'm going to pray in public. And basically, Drew's a young Christian, you know, so...
yeah, he's new.
He's had 2 wives and 2 kids. He's like Provo Kid. You don't get this young excuse anymore.
No, he's new to Christianity.
He can be 50 years old, Tommy, to me, and still a little
Well, he's new to the religion.
Okay. Yeah,
is
that's
what
what
I
I'm
see
talking.
is Toilet Bowl Earth already has been speculated as over-speaking what people see him as a Christian, and he's the one that's got Drew turned on to it, and you see like the weakness in that foundation from the start.
Facts.
And just for a testament to my attention to detail and discernment, he was sitting there with it still in the chat bar, non-copyright Christian graphics or some shit. Like, he set that up to make a showing for everybody. It was backdropped by a crowd of V for Vendetta anonymous masks. It was just,
So there's many things that I've heard on these streets, and I still, I don't hold nothing against you. I don't agree with say like Wizard a lot of times, but guess what? I admire the man and I respect the man.
Like, no, now you're doing
You know
the
what
thing
I'm
where
saying?
I can't say anything about Trump without starting now. Now, granted, I didn't vote for Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. Like, I'm not robbing the guy of food. I'm not punching his kids. And Drew fucked up, and I'll say it. I've said it to his face. I've commented it. Every problem I've had with Wiz or Paul or anybody, I take it to them. And Wiz has
Yeah,
the
well,
book that tells me
I
to do
think your opinion is Drew fucked up. Only time.
Well, no,
will
but
tell.
where we're coming from, though, is... Well, I'll let them have it out.
Do not pick the definitions to see how I go back to that. Maybe God is those words, because we didn't make the definition to them. And when you say you do them and go against it, I'm gonna notice, and that's like
No, I think it's quite the opposite, Tommy. God made the letters. Letters. No, God made the letters. L, God. E's property. T is title. So figure that one out. But then another thing, man puts the meaning.
Not to those specific words. That's what I'm saying. We put the meaning to fuck you. We put the meaning to supercalifragilistic, but honor.
What is the meaning
integrity,
to fuck you? You know what I mean? It's one you can use that in many places, and still.
What was fornicating under something?
The king's consent. We know that could be the origin of it, but I mean, what's the meaning of "fuck you"? You could. Didn't you see the George Carlin thing, man? You could say it for all kinds of things.
Right, but and we made those words. Now there's words you can't.
No, we made the meanings and the connotations behind those words.
Right, you're proving my point, Mr. Miyagi. There's words we didn't do that to.
And the construction thereof.
Integrity.
Another word.
Responsibility.
Like these pronouns, when you start putting these nouns and stuff together like that. Like I said earlier on Freedom Growers Show, you guys watch that?
I don't.
I can only stomach very little of it.
Benton brought it up and showed it, and
we were.
Is that the scriptures and the words and everything that we're using today most generally get transformed into nouns, whereas
the opposite.
Whereas many of them are originally verbs, like church and cult. And when we change those to nouns, we change the whole context of what they mean.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a transitive verb?
Yes. That's by using your prefixes and suffixes. You're transitioning it from a verb to a noun. Defend was the original.
So that means that basically the verb ain't even stated.
Correct.
And you use the verb from the previous statement.
Correct. And when you're using those kind of things, it's like you get a speeding ticket. No, you didn't get a ticket for speeding. It's a dangling participle verb. So you got a citation for going over a speed limit. Very different connotations, speed and speeding, and where you use them in a sentence.
Yeah, like I say, I tried to wrap my mind around that whole thing, that word magic, Wizard, and I still do all the time. I don't call smart to means hurt or cause injury. I literally have an 1820s dictionary, and you'd be surprised how many words change their definition over time.
Yeah, that's because of usage. When we get used to using cult as a negative connotation, then the term changes, because then people start writing it down based on their opinion of how people use it.
Or how they define. So like when I hear the word cult, right? I think that's any group that don't allow you to think for yourself, or they force.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know what it is for other people.
Like lots of people don't let you think for yourself that aren't told. Like if people had their way, a lot of things.
Oh, I know, you're right. A lot of people will go
Good
on
luck
these
stopping me,
panels,
baby.
and they'll catch you. They won't let you think for yourself. And
Good
you're
luck
right.
stopping me.
Okay, so but what
These
I'm
panels
driving
are
at
just
is
interactions of humans. I mean, don't look at these panels. This is why it wasn't offensive when I was going around in the beginning saying you're a public Zoom call. You know, I wasn't ragging on people that think this is going to be their career. The fact just is, we are interacting as small groups of people on public display. So these panels are just people. It's just people being people. You know, with a little bit of modification because of what happens when a camera is pointed at some people, or that you're talking in front of large numbers.
yeah, and like again, until you mentioned it, really, I put no mind to that other people are listening to us. So
that's a good way to be, though, too. It makes it natural.
Well,
like, you remember Jay and Silent Bob?
Well, I don't see no chat. I don't see nothing. I just see.
They said that Jay was, like, as obnoxious as Jay is in those movies, they said he's one of those guys where if you point a camera at him, he just stops. He just freezes up and he doesn't know what to do. And so half the work in those movies was getting him to loosen up and forget they're taping.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. I did that, Johnny. So about 10 years ago or so, I get on this Christian radio station. They were looking for a singer. And I said, well, I was like a lay in a fleece to go on. I said, well, you know, it's not that I really wanted to be a singer for this Christian band. And it was getting an answer for something else.
Hold on, let me
basically,
hold up. Provoking. Provoking, what the fuck? You know me and Wizard don't have any kind of great history on panels, and I'm telling you, whether it's to come at me or him, get the fuck up here, because we all see you sit in your little safe space and talk on camera in your little dark room where you sit in front of a painting of yourself. And I'm not going the route of, oh, he painted a picture, because I know you didn't paint that, but it's always kind of been a little off-putting for me to watch you sit in front of it. It's just weird. But as far as talking shit in the chat, you got no reason except for Benton not to come up here. And trust me, this is my home base. If you really feel the need, I can probably talk Benton into like a sesh. You know, if you'd prish a sesh, yeah, you're chilling. You're chilling while you talk shit. I'm not defending El Perro. I'm calling you out. El Perro can defend himself just like me, and I'm telling you, you're wasting up chat space, and you're wasting that word king. Come at me, bro. Oh, there's the link. Looks like Benton heard me. Looks like there's not much convincing to it. No, you said banned. 2 chats after that link that's just for you. No, Benton's a man of his word. He'll be a man of his word to fault. Like when I told him I was gonna take a break before Lauren's thing I did, man, he took that like I said, here's the last of my meth, don't give it to me until this date. And I was like, Benton, I was just cutting back. You still could have let me come up. But that's how I know that link is for you, my dude. God, man, when I found out he was fucking married with a kid, like I was already like, look, the dude's not autistic. When I found out he was married with a kid, I lost my shit. What a fucking poser, man.
So, you know, it's crazy that you don't find that odd.
What odd?
The way that you react to the chat.
Well, I'm holding people.
Tell me what. Look,
words.
Tom, in real life, whether real life or not, is there anything that anybody's view of you, does it really matter? I mean, is it going to change anything?
I think when it's for the better, it changes things because people don't know this. Some people know it and don't talk about it.
Land of the Blinded is probably too hard to try to sum that up here.
You have no idea
With the
how
lifetime
much
ban.
I've modified
He's clearly not
Paul's
lifetime banned,
words
by
and
the way. He's in the live
actions
chat.
because,
He, in
you know,
fact,
when I was
Provo
writing,
hosted
he
the
knew
show
difference
for like
between,
20
are we
minutes
just
one
playing
time.
the insult games, or am I talking
Yeah, but
about
most
those words?
I'll probably go back and see if I can find the live
people don't want to
stream
hear it in the first
and just play it back.
You've got to be artful. And you've got
But
to be
constructive
respectful for
criticism
someone
is
to
what-
receive something. How do you expect it? You could be spot on. But if your
because my
tone
thing
ain't
with
right,
you,
who the hell
Miyagi-
cares?
Because
You know?
my thing with you, Miyagi, is you've been playing these. You've been saying a lot of correct stuff about words and meaning and the use, except you've also been alternating between, damn, dude, if you're this much on words, why do you not use these words right? Like constructive criticism, that's the thing everyone
Word
should be
wizard.
looking for.
Yeah,
Criticism,
my thing is
criticism
more like
gets
this,
avoided.
Tommy. My thing is like this. Be reserved on how many words you use.
No, me and
Provo
Tommy
Kid-
subscribe to
Provo
a
Kid,
groceries
I
in the
never
parking
thought
lot
you
of the
were referring to
supermarket
I
market
might have
approach.
said,
We just
hey,
put
as
it
a
all
meth
out there and let
user,
y'all figure
I
it out.
remember that, but also there's a lot of drugs.
I remember
that,
that too,
that
Provo.
you refer to as
It's quite humorous.
Like on Fear and Loathing when the guy has the
On and some trying to do this, yes, y'all into the
I just need a place to cut. So whatever, Provo Kid. Like I said, if you want it, come get it. Nobody's ever
every
gotten to
drug
see
you
me
gotta
and Pero
cook.
gang up on a little autistic kid before. I think it's high time they see it. Then when we're done kicking him in the teeth, we'll be like, it's okay, he's not autistic. And they'll, oh, okay, carry on.
No, actually, I think you were more artistic than Provo Kid. You know, if I were to guess.
When you see
okay.
when you see this fake news show I'm working on, you'll be like, damn, he did have 4 years of art and did it before those 4 years and after and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know I'm doing great, Provo Kid. You remember the time you came up for support, but it was like with the tenacity of, man, we got to keep this guy like making a fool of himself. Kind of like whenever you guys were.
Hey, Tommy, can we let Lizard say something?
Yeah, but I think he's letting me go because it's probably an agreement. But I remember the first group of panels that realized if they're just a little nice to Jack, they could squeeze a lot more bullshit out of him for longer. And I watched them be that kind of nice to Jack.
To be honest, man, in
There's a
person
time to be
with a lot of you guys, I'd pick your brain, really.
Go for it.
No, I ain't going for
I'm
you.
usually open to having my brain picked, and I'm usually picking brains by silently watching and listening.
Well, you're
without
always,
something.
Well, see, Tommy, not everybody's out to get you. You know.
I didn't say they are.
Yeah,
The whole world's
and,
out to get me.
Yeah, we often
Like
feel that.
people are always saying, "Oh, he likes to be hated. He wants it." Like, no. This is a time where the true followers of Yah, the I Am, if you're a true follower and representative of Yah, you're not going to be liked in the future. It's only going to get harder.
Possibly, it says you're going to be hated by everybody.
Possibly. Not possibly. I mean, even the atheists would use the context of it's not sick to not be adapted or adjusted to a profoundly sick society. That's parallel running with they're coming for the God people, and it's only escalating.
Yeah, it's not a good measure. There's no measure to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. It's no measure of mental health. Yeah, that's what it's saying. I can't remember, but yeah, I've heard that saying.
Yeah, I stay stable.
But look, Tommy. Let me break it down to you like this. So look, you know how they have these racial slurs, right?
Like nigger.
So like, if I called you a freaking honky, right? Are you gonna fucking? If I call you a honky, what's your feeling on that? You know, it probably don't affect you at all. You don't care.
Reference a Bloodhound Gang lyric. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Well, you know, and so it's the same thing when you have when you
So
know
if
something
man
that
is
you no
fine,
longer
he's
have to
everly
believe in, you could say that. Shit, I've had many people call me crazy. And I've literally walked off and just say, like a fox. And I hope people's paradigms work out for them. But there's a crazy thing, guys. If you look around, you'll see whose paradigms serve who.
It's all about the individual. Like,
yeah.
Whenever have you ever heard me tell Joe Cool that I have a whole cloud file of all my racist skits and jokes that are actually like to Trojan horse the actual exploit of racism as you
What's
think
up,
you're
Roy?
laughing
Good to
at
see
racism.
ya,
I got
brother.
this one skit where it's a bunch of grand wizards in their pointy KKK uniforms around a cauldron or casting some spell as a group of warlocks and wizards. And they're casting the power spell.
Good to
of
see you.
nigger
Thinks he's a
on
penguin.
the
I've
black
been
folk
appreciating your
so that
comments
they will
on the
use
videos.
nigger
Please keep it
to,
up, sir.
slow
Much
their intelligence
appreciated.
as it substitutes so many articulate words, and they'll find offense in it as they use it to not being offended when they use it. So it builds hypocrisy and separation between them and other races in the community. And it's like, you think you're watching this skit about the Klan creating magically the word nigger, but really they're doing it to hold black people back. The same way I have skits about,
I think that's just total bullshit. I think it's just
why
a
you don't see
descriptive
the
word
Klan anymore?
that they used in that generational time.
Well, yes, there
like
is
you call your
hey,
smartphone a smartphone.
See, this is how you're twisted, though, because
What?
of course that's where it came from. That's where the word came from, is history.
Yeah.
I'm writing a fictional skit to show the detriment to the
But
black
who
community.
made it racist? It's the people who thought they were. It's the people who perceived it as a racial slur.
See, I am kind of talking to the chat and future viewers right now, Miyagi, and you're derailing me. Let me get
I'm
through
sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, man, I didn't know you were on a rail there. I fell off a minute ago. So, So, like, my point is this: is this name calling? I mean, do we have to go back to the old saying, "Sticks and stones may break my bones"? Is there anything that
Why do
anybody
you think
could
I
call
say
you?
nigger all the time on these panels? Because that's what I'm getting at. How long will we sit here and latch to that division situation? Just like that's why they're incorporating the black community with the alphabets, because they already had two mindless divisions going on, and now they're gonna link them together for like a lion robot that comes together for a more powerful robot of division.
Yeah, but the course that is set, there's no turning it back.
What?
The course that is set by the media, the liberals, or whatever, there's no turning it back.
No, the course that is
that
set
from
by
now
the
on
word
till the
nigger
day
is
we
already
die,
set.
that word is going to be a so-called bad word.
All right, and
You know?
so because of what the media is doing with that word, that's what the nigger I'm saying is nigger, nigger, nigger. We got to get over it. Like, I sit on a bus in Denver. If I ride the public bus, I'll sit there and be like, oh my God, because of a whole back bus. Mind you, they all went to the back of the bus, but because of the whole crowd of black kids sitting in the back of the bus, I have to sit and feel awkward and offended at hearing the word nigger so much. And that's at the behest of all the black people saying nigger. That I'm like, man, do we really have to keep saying that word?
Well, in my experience, I've heard more black people say it than white people.
Yeah, man, you're kind of like saying what I'm saying, but in a different way.
Yeah, I'm saying literally, Tommy, one time I knew these 18 Jamaicans, and we bunked together for a whole month. And you could say that word all you want. You could call them one. And they were like, okay.
Well, that's
it was
like
kind of like us
on
when
many
people
panels.
call us names. You know what I mean? We're like, okay.
Listen, Miyagi, we don't have to take everything to a flashback story. Let's cook, buddy. Let's.
Yeah,
cook.
well, this is how you learn, and this is how. So that's another thing is that I see in these panels. So when you say a statement, it's good to document where you heard it from. So in case that other person, so there's a foreground to it. There's a foreground. It's not just something, an idea that popped in my mind.
I'm never typing
It was
a
built
chat or
on
speak-
experience.
I'm
You
never
know,
typing. I'm never typing
it
a
like-
chat. Or,
Go ahead.
oh, I just want to remind you. You said you get talked over all the time, but that's everybody. Everybody says they get talked over, and everybody talks over, and that's the problem I have. Everybody needs to realize it instead of saying one person in all these panels does it. But that's the thing. It's like I've said many times on panels, if I have a black person that's my friend, I can't really be full-on friendship, like brotherhood, having each other's back, until I know I can say nigger around. Because if I'm hesitant or trying to walk a line, that's what'll keep me from like opening up to the trust and everything. Like I'm not saying they have to allow me to call them a nigger, but if I can't like sing with a rap or say something Dave Chappelle joked about, or just say the word, or even be open to
I
them
think Mark Dice did
mistakenly
that one
hearing
time.
me. What's that?
Mark Dice, he went out on the street to get a nigga pass. He said,
Well, that's part of that
And then-
racial stand-up I have
so-
is like I have
so
a
here's the
racial.
deal, man. I ain't figured it out altogether with that word, right? It's
You don't
really
have to figure
weird.
out that word. You have to figure out your freedom as a man on the land individual. That you don't want to offend black people. You're not out to disrespect black people. But they talk about their freedom and not wanting oppression, and well, who's gonna stop you from saying that word? And how many words is the unslaved gonna tack onto it? Because now I can't say faggot either. Everybody thinks I'm a faggot, and I can't say faggot. Come on.
Yeah, well,
Like I whenever I bounced at Club Q long before it ever be shot up, those faggots say faggot all the time. They say it. They even say, "Oh, that's gay." Like I have all kinds of gay friends that are mad about something happens and they say that's gay. Shit, cult number 3. You're probably like the third person still using that, but take a shot every time Tom's ever said the N-word, and you'll never take another drink again when you get done that. I grew up in West Virginia, my friend. And
yeah,
and when
well,
our
the
high
crazy
school-
thing is sometimes I find it, I find myself descriptively using it when I'm around people. So one time I had these 3 other guys working for me, and they were calling me back.
That's
I was
what I'm
like, "Hey,
saying.
guys."
They called me nigger with a
I
gun
was
in
like,
my face.
Hey man, no one's a nigger unless we're all niggers. And they laughed, but one guy, he still had a problem. He kind of was like, geez, did he just say that? And then we're in the
I'm
car.
not saying we're all niggers. I'm not
And this
saying
guy's name was
even
Black.
white people can be niggers. Because you guys have sat here and listened to me on this panel right now saying black people and niggers. Like I've said, I've had friends that are black people. And then
No, I didn't experience any buffer yet.
my phone didn't, but my chat monitoring device buffered for a second.
Well, one of the things we got to remember, folks, when it comes to language, like I said earlier on Freedom Growers Show, the language that we're using today is a bunch of little chicken scratches. Whereas in the origins of man, the language that was used was vivid pictures. And so it wasn't a matter of language, it was a matter of observation. So you could see whether you were from Africa or America or Asia. If you went to one cave wall, you saw what they painted on there, and you could tell what they were conveying. That you could tell that they were conveying that they went out and hunted these antelope or these buffalo or whatever because of the pictures. Today, with the scripted language, the chicken scratches, you have so many different versions that you can't tell what they're saying if it's foreign to you. Over the expanse of time, the beginnings and origins of the uppercase letters in the English language and the origins of the lowercase letters in the Latin language came about because of the
All right, we're back.
two. Whereas people
Thank you
that were
for
making
your
their own
patience.
writings in English would add a quote capital letter at the beginning of a page, but it wasn't actually a capital letter. It was just their own artistic form of writing the beginning letter of their page. So it wasn't even known as capitalization back then.
Well, there is maybe not then, but there did develop a grammar to it so that you could show things. Like, did you ever hear that Christopher Walken has his script just all ran on with no punctuation, no spacing? I heard a rumor that he takes his scripts as just the words rolling through.
Yep.
Hey, before we get too derailed, how far back in history, Wizard, do we have to go to find that the majority of the population couldn't even read or write?
You can't
And
determine
how does that
far
play
back
into the whole scheme of things, of the whole master plan?
Listen, we've gone far back enough in history to know that we will never know because of that mass eradication aspect the planet can occasionally do.
Right, and not only that, but we do have scripture that tells us that have been removed from the used scriptures, but they're still there, and this is the importance of searching those out as well as what we've got available to us in use. We go back to and research the scriptures that were there before. Enoch, chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, tell us that the angel Penemu came down from heaven and taught men how to read and write, and that the reading and writing was the downfall of men, because the men, as creations of God, were conscripted the same as angels. We're not meant to.
I agree with that.
We're not meant to communicate by reading and writing. We're meant to communicate by our actions. And this is why when we see an angel in our life, we don't consider them an angel because of what they told us or what they wrote down, but by their actions.
And that's how
I considered so say like that word angel, Wizard, like I always considered that as an Elohim with a message. It's so they don't get the name angel unless they have a message.
Right, and that there again is another good term, message versus communication or conversation.
I think the word angel means messenger, as a matter of fact. I could be wrong. But...
So when we get a conversation, it's with verse, and it can be multiple verses. Conversation. Communication in their code is a communication or conveyance of a debt. Whereas message, the origins of message, is when you're of age to bring something to the table. In other words, do you have food to put on the table to share with the rest of the people that will make a mess of it that you have to clean up when you're done?
Okay, well, that's good. I like that.
Because
children are seen and not heard.
This is a good one to bring up because in my early days with the unslaved, it was fairly common for me to say, hey, Wizard will tell you this stuff, that I'll be like, yeah, listen to that, do what he's saying. And then it gets to a line where I would say, like, disregard after that. And I kind of see it as like, it's kind of like the shape of the planet debate. It's like there's an aspect that set you free to know your God. And then if you take it too far, it can like get you lost in the sauce and be one of those distractions.
Well, that's my whole point. Basically, I've learned these words and stuff too, Wizard, over the years, and I just learned something new about the message. I've looked up the etymology on a lot of things, but obviously nowadays people really don't know that original connotation.
Nobody knows shit, man. This is
and
the age
so
of fucking
so like
confusion.
when I know a word or say a word has a nefarious beginning, then
like nigger.
Well, I don't think that was nefarious. I think they're just calling them black. Okay, that was the best way to call someone black. I don't think that it was necessarily to say, "Oh, we're gonna give you this."
So what's up? At my high school in the 90s, we had KKK graffiti that I speculated, and we eventually found out was indeed done by the black folk. Because
so
there is too much
I got a question for you, Richard.
That there is not a supply of.
Yeah, So back to my point. I got a question for you, Wizard. How do you deal with that? You know what I mean? How do you
Yeah, for researching words,
do
a
you
point is never
you know,
effective.
do you reframe yourself from using certain words, or
If he wants to
Most
cuck, I
certainly.
guess.
I refrain myself from using a lot of words nowadays, simply because I know better. Defendant, not a good word to use. It's not a word; it's a term. It's got an original root word with with a prefix and a suffix. Same with representative. Representative has two
Yeah.
prefixes and two suffixes, and therein you have a change and a change and a change and a change. So you have derivative of a derivative of a derivative of a derivative.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. This is for the audience.
Kind of like the
people,
parsec syntax grammar.
people could. Let me check my fucking. Benton, did you fuck me on voice volume?
No, you're still there. We heard you.
Right. So like there's people that might be interested in the battling of courts and stuff, and if they just come in and hear Wizard lay that out, that's gonna sound complicated and it could like deter them. But what it is if you just have this understanding of you are the man on the land, loincloth on a globe hurtling through the cosmos, that's the core logic that's gonna unfold into where Wizard could sound like he's talking circles around people. But it's like, don't phonetically try and remember what Wizard is saying. Learn that logic he's talking about, because I don't even get into that much like prefix and suffix whenever I go to court. But we both go to court knowing the thing we know that our strategy will be based on. Like I've beat a court case.
So I've thought about it. My next strategy in court, right? Because like I say, I've been into this stuff for years, guys, and I don't always know what works and stuff. But I think next time I'm going to try to get him to try to admit that I'm man, and because I literally, the last time I was in court, Wizard, I fucked with the judge big time, and I pointed right at the clerk of court, and I did she appoint you administrator of that trust? And the judge goes, yeah, she did.
No, she's the one that calls you there.
And then I said, well, I gave him my name. And he goes, well, I'm going to charge you practicing law without a license. I said, no, I'm not. Yeah. And I said, no, I'm not practicing law or legalese. I said, I'm a Christian man standing here under compulsive force. That is threat of terror.
Yeah, the clerk assigned you. That means the clerk operated as the grantee and you are the trustee, and that means I must be the beneficiary. Simple as that.
Yeah, so basically what happens was in a court, it's all trust law, as I understand it, Wizard.
No,
and so basically
maritime court.
The clerk of court, which is is the trustee. She appoints she's the state-defined trustee for that zip code. And basically, she appoints the judge administrator of that trust, and she appoints the prosecutor, the executioner of the trust.
She's the one that summoned you as well. She's the one that pieces it all together. That's why she's in the background. That's why she's like the guy from Prodigy. The guy from Prodigy.
Well, we know summons is from a ghost, and you can't summon a person. But I just, I do make a special appearance, but still, you got to answer the charges in real life, or they'll just come get you.
Really?
It depends on the situation, man.
Well,
there's a bench warrant out for me right now.
Yeah, there's in here in this town. I mean, the judge loved this. Once they see my name, they love to pull me over. Like kind of like a bench warrant. But one time,
they'd like to bring me into court, but they have an issue. They can't bring me into court. I've already made it clear that I don't belong in those courts. Then they turn around and issued a bench warrant for supposedly failure to appear for jury duty. And I'm not a registered voter. Never registered to vote. Not once in my entire life. So how do you suppose they pulled in a jury member that's never registered to vote and then claimed that he never appeared without being able to prove that they had personal jurisdiction first?
And you got to be on top of that one, because if you do get a jury
Yeah.
summons and they call your number and you're not there, you do get more trouble than anyone. Even whenever you get a ticket.
You know, I gotta.
But again,
I
Tommy,
gotta.
again, listen. If the defendant must voluntarily appear in a court and you're named as a jury duty, named as a member of jury, there is no law that says you have to appear. Particularly if they turn around and change you. Particularly if they turn around and change you in that venue from a jury member to a defendant. That's conversion. I will get
Well, it
them.
wouldn't be in that court case. Just in Colorado, if you get a summons, and I don't get one because I only registered to vote once and I still didn't vote, but I did get one from that registering, and I totally fucking flossed it. I forgot about it and didn't show up. But luckily, they just didn't pull my number as even getting checked out. But there is some kind of policy where if I had gotten called and I wasn't there, they would have came looking for me.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got a bench warrant out for me, and I just gave everybody notice in private mail. That's your special appearance. Private mail.
They tried that bench warrant on me too. And basically, I called the sheriff, and I said, for what? And they said, well, that's to appear for an unpaid fine in a civil jurisdiction. And I said, why do I got a bench warrant? And so I called the local precinct, and then I called the sheriff, and I said, hey man, if I've got any charge, if I got to be there, I'll be there. And basically,
hey Carl,
it disappeared.
Carl,
and so.
To be the best defendant is to be a good offendant.
Yeah, well, basically, a man stands up for.
I love it, EBT. Yeah, I'm not down with all the word fucking wizardry either necessarily.
And
just for the record.
But you know, we're swimming in fiction, you know, so they don't know what you know. But in some weird, crazy thing.
Tell Poop Bucket Planet that when he makes a hit piece about someone, they're not supposed to fucking love it. Like, I liked it in real time when I couldn't tell that you were doing like the Catholic, like, whatever type of chant prayer. And now that I'm sure that's what you were doing, I like it even more. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I seen where EBT did the Hail Mary there.
Dude, EBT's always been one of my favorites. Even that. Find the most.
Well, he's the only one of the.
Considering this is
he's the only one that who's not didn't get banned in the recent.
One of my fucking favorite.
Purge or whatever that was. He's still here.
Yeah, he's a knowledgeable troll.
It's not personal. It's not personal.
No, I just like his personality, and none of us. Everybody
to
keeps
protect the audience.
EBT
doesn't trigger the fucking
well, I guess,
regulars.
Is that what you call about someone that pops in and
nope
and stirs up shit?
That's not it at all. That's what I'm talking about. You all sound like boomers right now.
What is a troll then? Tell me.
Well, trolling is.
Well,
that's
what I
totally
said. There you go.
See, you're gonna go even further with the boomer.
I thought I was a boomer.
I'll just wait. If you want to talk internet context, trolling is a verb. And if you troll a lot, I guess you could be a troll. But I'm not a troll. I've utilized the verb of trolling. But the classic sense, there is much more nuance. Where back in the day when chat boards were only anonymous names, like you used to be assigned like some bullshit anonymous number or name in the early chat boards. In those days, like let's say the unslaved group, let's say they're back in that day. You would know who all the regular unslaved people are by their anonymous label. And let's say it's a chat board about fixing cars. Well, if a new guy
I'm talking over the top,
up,
EBT.
Everybody knows he's a new guy, but the
I'm
new
the
guy
captain.
doesn't know these are all classic enslaved that are used to each other. So one of them would just say the most wrong stuff about.
I like your
cars
use of the word
until this new
cacophony,
guy is just
by the way.
losing his shit at the ignorance and the untruthitudes that are being displayed, and he's trying to battle you on it and tell everybody what the right shit is. And
usually
guy doesn't know
trolls.
what he's talking about. And by the time he's
trolling
rage quitting, he got trolled because they were all friends.
Okay, boy, that's a good thing you ain't writing the dictionary.
I'm telling you, internet history.
Yeah, exactly. Internet history.
It's a good thing I didn't come in here crying about getting talked over, because
No, I really basically.
Actually, he's actually
you bas-
correct. Look at the way people are using the words today. They are changing right before you.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely correct.
Yeah, so basically, and I always figured, a troll goes in there who disagrees with what the host is saying, and instead of coming back with
that's
a
me all
witty
the time.
response, they come back with some provocative bullshit.
no, like I said,
you know.
I go into lots of panels where I disagree directly with what the host says, and I ain't trolling, But and then what you're describing?
Well, you're
is
kind of
just
trolling
pissing
because you
somebody
shouldn't
off.
even be there if you don't disagree with them. I mean,
Where should I not be?
What?
I
We don't
don't
want
know.
echo.
How many
We don't want
channels
echo
do you come
chambers.
across?
Listen. There you walked into it. If I only go to where I agree with people, that's called an echo chamber. And you don't want to be in an echo chamber, do you?
Bingo.
But you
No.
are also saying
Jesus
you're
Christ,
also
there's
saying that
people
I'm
that were
walking
always
around
saved.
looking for
There's
confrontation with
millions
God.
of channels out there, Tommy. I've been on many.
But
that
Jesus
you're not
didn't.
on.
Echo
But Jesus didn't preach to people that were
chamber.
already saved.
Right?
Get it?
That's
Preaching
right.
to the choir, one might say. See, I think
Well-
the problem is too many people are out here thinking they're going to be like neutral, cool fence sitters. So they got a problem with two people that disagree.
Good to see
They
you,
got a
Miss
problem with the echo
Jane.
chamber, and these people don't know who they are as they accuse people of like looking for confrontation, being trolls, being fence sitters. It's like, no, that's just what happens when you put people together and they communicate. It's just what happens.
Yeah, but
The
like,
issue is like, do you
can we get a word in
wrecked
vertical
over
here?
it, or is your day over because of it? Like niggers.
Okay, but wait, can we get a word in vertical? See, you'll make a point, and then you'll just keep going on, and but so.
Yeah, and it's better than making every point off of a
So-
story about what we did one time.
So, like, is there any expectation that humans are going to think alike anyway?
Yeah, it
And if
happens all the
someone
time.
disagrees with you, it's why do they disagree with you?
Exactly. Dude,
It's-
this is
you
why.
know, is it because there's something learned behavior or it's
It's
brought
because
up
of
that
your
way?
limited. It's a bunch of fucking limited idiocracy yokels, and the reason they hate me and think that I troll and think that I throw fuel on a fire is because of their own limited gray mass inside their skull that hasn't.
No, but
traveled
what I'm
enough,
driving
hasn't
at,
learned enough, hasn't
Tommy, what
contacted
I
enough.
was more getting to like, not about people saying shit in the chat. Who gives a shit what people say?
I'm just
okay?
basing it as
I'm
the
saying
use.
this.
I'm showing
I'm
you what
saying
I'm saying through that.
This, you might say it like this, okay? A good teacher, right? If you want to truly teach somebody, you find out, you listen to them. You find
Right,
out
we'll
where
teach-
they're at,
we'll
and you
teach
bring
by
yourself
acting
to
it out.
their level, and you slowly bring them up. And
Yes,
until you know
yes,
where
and
they're
we're gonna
at,
show everybody,
you don't
we're
know
gonna,
where to
we're gonna
jump
make an
in.
example of it right now between me and you.
don't know
Let's
where
have a
to jump in.
conversation. Let's
So
have a
if you're-
conversation right now between me and you, and we'll show everybody what I'm talking about. Now go back
Well,
to the thing
geez, we
about
just had-
how if I use my methods better, I'll get through to more people. Let's start with that. Go ahead and throw that out.
No, what I'm
not gonna
saying is
embarrass you, but
kind
we're
of
gonna
like
show
what
people what
Wizard
I'm
said about the message, or what he was saying about the thing. You're just talking shit. Unless there's context, unless you know where they're at, you're just shooting an arrow out there. You're taking a seed, right? That probably, if it grounded in good soil, it'd probably grow. And you're just plinging it out there in the middle of the road. And you're wondering why it ain't growing.
Okay, he doesn't want
So-
to play along. I didn't want to
so,
play along with his stuff.
so
earlier, he didn't
I
want to
don't know if
All
you
I'm
understand
saying
what
is
I'm driving
I've never showed up on a goddamn single panel saying I'm here to teach or instruct, and even my financial shit, I say,
No,
you
but
do
you
with your
care
money
so
what you-"
much about what you say and what others say.
No, you're reading it. Now I need you to just sit down for a second because you're reading too much into me saying me. And I just told you we're about to use us as how we're going to show people what we're talking about. Because all this is, all your single experience that any of you are having that you will die alone in, Like, all you can do is take what you perceive looking out of that skull and making your reality what you can. Whether it's saying nigger, not saying nigger, whether it's like, that's what I wanted to touch on with Rob. Like, that's why I said it so much on RBR and on Sir Drop, because even Rob says, man, Tom sure does like to say nigger. Like, no, that's why you all want
Yeah.
to say it. That's what they
But
say.
say,
Once you
so,
say it, they,
so
oh,
how
you
about
like
this
saying
though,
that a
Tommy?
lot.
How about
You're
this,
derailing
Tommy?
my point, buddy. You're a better
No,
chatter than a panel.
okay, well, let's go on that one point that you just made.
Well, I was still
Look,
on it. I
here's
was
the
still
thing is,
setting that up.
this is my, here's my point.
Knocked
Rob,
my
everybody knows
sandcastle
Rob
down
in
after
these
2
streets,
buckets of
right?
stand-up sex.
And you know, Rob handles himself great, actually, and I've seen, man,
No,
he don't
doesn't,
get triggered.
But
He
that's
don't
why
get
people
triggered,
think,
right?
that's why
So then,
people
out
think
of
I throw
respect,
fuel on the
Rob,
fire, because I will call Rob out for his shortcomings as what we say is a black man.
yeah, but wouldn't
No, I
out of
don't like Owen
respect,
Benjamin. See, this
because
is
of the
why I
negative
never take the jab
connotation?
of the dipshit in every chat I see him in. I don't like Owen Benjamin, except when another panel wanted me to comment on Owen Benjamin clips they played for me. I was like, God damn, every time I think I hate this dude, you're
Yeah,
showing
well,
me
I've
that I
seen
can
it
still
through a
relate.
lot of the shit, Owen Benjamin shit, years ago when he first come out. That's up for each people. You know,
Everything is up for each person.
everybody
Just
sells
like
their
with
own
how you're
shit.
gonna get through
Make it
court,
count.
what you're gonna choose to know, it's up to you. We can't do it for you. I'm not your
Yes,
lawyer.
but it seems on these panels, Tommy, people want to start selling other people's shit or backseat drives. You
Well,
know,
what people
and
want
that's
is not
and,
up for you to get. Because everybody wants a great cooking panel every day. We don't get it.
now, don't get me wrong. If it's merited, that means if someone cares about someone,
Facts,
and
Tommy.
wants to go off and tell them their experience about
I need you
drinking
to
and how
stop
it's
for a
bullshit.
second while I eviscerate Never Take the Jab. See, Never Take the Jab, this is why I know you're unslaved till the day you die. Because now you all are just getting on this new thing of saying I rip people off. But it was your boy that says there's nothing new under the sun. So maybe is what it is this new Tommy people reference is the same as the old Tommy, as I came in living and talking about those words we didn't make the definitions to, and now y'all are just now starting to see that's what I've always done, except now you're calling it, oh, he's ripping off Paul's shit. Except I'm not ripping off Paul's shit, because what I used against Paul is where he's not living those words. This is how I get all of you. You say honorable, you say responsible, me too. I just call you on where you don't do it. Provo kid, who will never be a Provo king, even in his own house with his offspring. I don't rhyme all the time, it's just a truth thing. I used to hate rhyming because my brother that would be my mom's narc was big into freestyling and rhyming. I didn't like it. And the more I stand in these panels against people, it just comes naturally, like Sky Daddy's trying to
Yeah,
kill
well,
me.
I don't like certain music either, but I don't go up and tell people. Especially in their household, hey man, don't be playing that, or you know. So that's trolling. If you don't like somebody, if you don't like somebody or say a certain thing, you know,
Like
say you
nigger?
walk into someone's house, well, let's say, call it, if you want to use it like that, let's use the term.
I like the analogy of panels
Let's
being
keep
their
the
house.
same analogy. Let's use an analogy without having to say the same thing, right?
So you're getting sketched out by that whole nigger situation, aren't you? Like N-word 3.0.
No, dude. This community handles that word the best that I've ever
I just
seen
feel like you're
anybody
getting
in my whole
uncomfortable,
life.
and I don't want
And
to say
thanks to
nigger so much
EBT,
because people seem
because he
uncomfortable.
broke
I
the
want to say
ice.
nigger so often that people weren't
But-
uncomfortable when I say it.
But boy, he'll show you people's reactions. People want to see people talk about responsibility. Watch people's reactions, guys. You will learn.
Yeah, that's
who
part of
them
the
people
watching,
are.
waiting. Yep.
You know, and so
And I agree with El Perro on this one. I called out Provo because he tried to say he was just joking about the tarot card thing. No, fucking Chalk Body was also fronting the tarot cards, and you've been fronting the tarot cards. I too in my past had a girl that I knew do my tarot cards, and it has haunted me because the things she predicted that I needed to watch out for has been as reoccurring as God has Job lifed me myself. But yeah, man, I've always
So
seen that
ain't
thing
it
she
called
warned me about come up.
ain't it called the something of the fool or the trip of the fool or something
Well,
like that?
it's just more
I
witchcraft,
don't
more
know, but
fortune
basically
telling.
that should tell you something right there. So I've never done tarot. I mean, of course, years ago I read
I've
about it or something. It was
participated, but
called
I've never
the
been
trip of a
a
fool or
disher.
something, and I was basically like, well, that'll save me a lot of time.
Tarot cards, maybe nothing's wrong with the EBT.
That's where you're
unless
wrong,
you
Jack
claim to
Tucker. No,
follow
it's
that
not.
Jesus-y God.
52 in the house, sir.
From what I
Although the
get, it
rap
was
beats
just an old
do
set
go a little
of
better than the
playing
rock
cards
music,
at
I will
one
say
point,
that.
and
We'll get back
someone,
to the
some mystic
instrumental
or
rap
something,
beats here shortly.
put some soothsaying into a deck of playing cards. Benton, if you were trying to talk, I never
Well, that
heard
kind of
you.
goes with
No, I'm
how
talking.
everybody keeps
No, I
dropping the
mute and then I
questions
talk
like
over the top of everything, sir. But thank you.
Oh, okay.
But that kind of goes
The
with
critiquer?
Yeah, I'm
everybody
processing.
pointing
I'm
out.
playing music and processing the audio. There's music you can't hear that's playing
Oh,
also.
okay.
Yeah, please
all right,
continue.
As long as the chat's not saying that the audio's not to their liking.
Well,
I'll
be
let you
easy
do it.
on me because you know this is all off the fly, Benton.
This ain't my first rodeo.
Premeditated than a lot
This ain't my
of
first rodeo,
chatters
sir.
and viewers think. Like even the things I say, like God bless London Man for showing, after months of y'all saying I'm just psycho babble, just with a few pictures and some cool nostalgia references, he showed you how decisive and intentful my words have always been. And everybody that's seen that video kind of looks down in shame and doesn't say I'm like a babbling psycho anymore.
I can't imagine why they'd say that.
Well, I can, because they're fucking remedial. Because of that shit I was just saying about you guys think I'm throwing fuel on a fire. You think all
That
this
was-
shit because you're stupid. I do throw fuel on a fire. I light fires of fucking liberty in the hearts and minds of men. I at least make the effort. That's the fuel I throw on a fire.
Yeah,
But,
sometimes I admit I like a little chaos too, but my saying is you throw them a rope and they'll hang themselves. So you know, you play
I
along
like
with
chaos
you play
because
along
you
with them a
guys
little bit. In other words, you play along with them. I
Oh, so
guarantee
you're
you.
being deceptive. You're trying to trick them.
No,
So you're baiting.
no. You know, I found in this world to really, even in teaching, right? You know, I have this real
I
like
didn't claim to
liberal
be
neighbor.
teaching. Do you claim to be a teacher of something?
No, I certainly don't, man. The only thing I claim to be is a disciple, and that's disciplined in the Word of God. And I'll die that way. That's all I am. And I'm trying to be so fucking true, Tommy. That's all I can do is true. You could
think
cut
that's
my
the thing
arms
we
and legs
can't
off,
judge.
and I'm gonna play
think
it out
that's
to
the
the
thing.
end.
I think that's the thing we can't judge because I think you do walk that path you claim, as do I. And I see a lot of people that as soon as they get the ism of me, of like whether they think it's trolling or throwing fuel on the fire, whenever truth starts to get a little like stand in the moment and do it, there is a lot of people in these panels that want to laugh it off and be like that drunk at down home bar friend. Just, we don't have to explore that anxiety. Let's just laugh it off and move
Well,
on. Like,
I
no,
think,
let's
you know,
confront
say
it.
like-
Let's confront it and get past it.
Yeah, well, say like Drew calling out, say, archaics and stuff. I think that's totally fair game.
Yeah, it's what I
Okay.
told Paul he wouldn't survive if he does get the fame he fronts to be at. That there's a whole career you can make in YouTube off analyzing and critiquing other YouTubers, and you make that career by being correct enough that now iDubbbz' fucking career is over because of the plays he made and the hypocrisy he acted out.
Yeah, well, I
That's-
think
that's
Paul
why
is
when I'm
like a
that's
like a
why when I'm
neighborhood
telling
bully.
that shit to them, I'm
Street
like,
gang.
bro, do you
Shout
even
out to
hide
iDubbbz.
versus iDubbbz? Like, if you don't hear what I'm saying, do you even iDubbbz versus Sam Hyde, bro? And that's how me and Benton hit it off when I first met him. Is he said that was the thing he totally saw eye to eye the first time I said it.
Indeed,
Yeah, but
sir.
what if
Well,
you
at your
walked into
age to understand that, you're my boy.
what if you walked into someone's house, Tommy, and they offered you cookies?
There's an analogy. Are you talking
Yeah,
about
this
me going
yeah,
to
I'm asking you a
panels and
question.
sticking it
And
to
you didn't
people?
like cookies. Do you say
No,
no, thank
like
you,
Joe
or do you
Cool.
just take the cookies and crumble them
No,
up,
like
throw them
Joe
on the
Cool,
floor
you're
and say
not
fuck
asking the
you?
question you want to ask.
I don't like cookies.
See, you're still just shouting your thing and laughing, and you don't know that now you're getting a little slap in the face in this context. Like, it's the
How?
same way I told Joe Cool with his bullshit. No,
I'm using
ask
an
what you're really
analogy.
asking. No, you're trying to say a thing, but I do like the analogy of this being someone's house, but it's not the
Yeah.
same thing. Because I'll use it as like, yeah, my friend, as soon as he had his house to himself and his mom moved out, left him their trailer. Oh my God, he was the tyrannical ruler of that house. And he forgot that it's like, well, we don't have to be here. And once we're not here, we're still going to hold you to the tyranny you held us in your house. But there is a respect you should have for someone on their panel, in their house, blah, blah, blah. And these people don't like it when they get it. Because I'll come in now. I don't remember to every time, but I like to come into a panel and be like, hey, are we acknowledging chat or not acknowledging chat? I need to know how to roll. Shit like that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
well, a
man,
lot
there
of
is,
times I just
because of
choose
these
not to
words,
take the cookies, Tommy. Okay, I just say no, thank you, and that's
right?
that.
And that's how I'll
And
call
so,
you out,
and then
because
it goes on to the next thing.
right,
And
and you
so,
think you got all fit, you think you got it figured out until you realize there's a generation of people that if you don't take the cookies, you're offending them. So sometimes you have to take the cookie. And you're not going to sit here and tell me that, are you? And
well,
I'm not even claiming to
no,
teach them.
you're absolutely right. Because
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, Tommy, I don't eat pork. I don't buy pork. But if some old lady offers me a sandwich and it's pork, do you know what? I'll probably eat the damn sandwich.
I'm not even
Not to
telling
hurt
you
the
you got
old
to eat
lady's
it.
feelings.
If it goes
So
against your
I
pork
could
thing,
be
what if you're a
wrong,
small hat?
but who knows? That's just the way I
do.
choose to deal with it.
I
don't.
do.
Well,
I know, and you can
let's
ask me, but I'm not a fucking teacher.
yeah, but let's try to admit this: we're all humans, and we all are infallible. And even
I
in
don't have
our
to
own
admit it
little
because I
minds,
am aware of that.
we could still be fucking up. And so we always have to keep ourselves in check, but we also have to find other intelligible people that somewhat's
not-
on the same level keeping us in check.
See, you don't realize that we are doing the thing I said we were going to do, but you're not pressuring me. You're not coming at me hard enough to do it even better. But we are showing people through our interaction. But
Yeah,
this is
I'm
what
not coming
saying.
at you in any way, Tommy. I mean, I'm
Well,
just.
that's how you're messing it up. So like you
Oh.
didn't think you should come at me. You think I should take the cookies, and you're not.
No, I'm
Yeah,
more like this type of dude. You come at me and see it happens. Okay, that's all.
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
say I
saying.
don't talk shit. There's no good in talking shit because it
Why?
has nothing to do with the situation.
Okay, so I'm saying
you
you're
know-
wrong because I say there's only good. Everything that happens is good. Slavery has good. Racism has good.
I say
Everything has
every
good.
single thing, Tommy, is a double-edged sword. It could be good or bad, and you better choose wisely.
Now, despite not being
You know
a
what I'm
teacher-
saying? That's a disagreement to what you were saying, and that's the way I look
No,
at
it's not an
everything.
agreement. You acknowledge what I'm saying.
Yeah, people say, "Oh, it's all about love." Well, don't evil people love their kids?
No, it's not all about love, but everything is good. Tommy is your life coach if you care to decipher, because he's not a teacher or a coach. See, it's only through the doing, people. You can't live without fear. It's living without fear. You can't
Well,
be
the
Nike
thing
and
is,
say,
Tommy-
just do it. It's doing it.
You wouldn't go to a baker to fix your car.
Well, of
And
course
so if you need a life coach, you might want to find one with integrity, I guess. I don't know.
No, you don't go to a baker to fix your car except for when you do. And that's good. And all people have to do at that point is go, explain what you mean, and nobody ever does it. So there's the time you'll take your car to a baker because you know him and he knows cars and he'll help you fix your car as his friend. That's the time a baker will fix your car. And then there's also the good time that your dumbass goes to a baker and he says, hey, I don't fix cars, take it to a mechanic. And that's also good because that's when you learned to not take your car.
So what I'm saying, Tommy, is I don't come to these YouTube streets looking for a life coach or even looking
No, you
for
should look at your whole
knowledge.
experience for that.
I literally come here kind of just to hear something that I've never heard before. And add it to the pile and see how it fits
That's
in.
a novelty you're describing, sir.
Yeah,
Because this goes back to the code of the enslaved, telling me I bring no value. Well, value must be seen by the perceptor of value. Like, I found value in chiseling through a frozen puddle in Denver to get to the 5 spot. I saw Han soloed in that frozen puddle, and I didn't want to rip it. I saw value in companies that people said were a joke, were a pump and dump scam, and it's half of my wealth right now. So, once again, like Wizard was saying, a lot of words mean a lot of things to a lot of people.
Yeah, I
that
think, you know, my personal beliefs on crypto, I think it's treason. It's undermining our own dollar, our American way of life. It
Yeah,
is
that's
what
why
it is. The dollar's
as
what it is.
remedial as these-
But
you're as
basically,
remedial as these cats.
it's a type of turning your back on all the free people and all the innocent people. And so, but other people, they think it's okay.
Think cash is your freedom?
No, I think
Cash
that
is your privacy, but it's your enslavement. That's your enslavement privacy. Man, I respect this because this is the type of thing on that unslaved panel you'd never get 2 breaths out with this shit. But there's a lot of complexity to this. And
absolutely. That's the whole
can
thing.
save you. Crypto can be your freedom despite its transparency, but it is being used to be your enslavement. And because no one knows that, that's why you're walking
Listen
into
to
it.
what I'm saying is,
I
when
heard
say
what
it's
you're saying. I'm
treason
telling you why
because
you're
it
wrong.
undermines the value of the American dollar.
The
Tell me
American
it
dollar
doesn't.
is what undermined the value of every other economy in this world for generations that wasn't the dollar.
So 2 wrongs don't make a right. Okay?
This isn't
One's
a wrong
already
that's
been
going
committed. Okay?
I think you're making statements where it's like, just ask the right questions and I can give.
No, I think what I'm trying to say is it's a type of counterfeiting.
It's not. It can't be counterfeited. That's the safety and the reliability of it, is that it can't be counterfeited. And you're telling me it's counterfeit.
Yeah, but look, when 2 people agree on something that has value and force it upon someone else, or force its value on someone else, only because them 2 agree.
Sounds
to
like
it.
fiat currency to me, sir.
Now,
but I
here's
see
the point is about the dollar.
you're building a
Nobody
foundation
agrees
of
to what the dollar's worth nowadays. That's all determined by our damn, economy and stuff,
See, I don't think you know, and this is how people think I'm a
Well,
troll,
basically,
think I'm an asshole, because you're walking into the stuff I will, like, word for word explain to
Hey,
you,
man,
and
you
because
could be
people
right,
don't come at me
dude.
by just asking.
You could be absolutely right, Tommy, and I hope
I
it serves you
am.
well.
Not could
As
be,
from
I
my
am.
point, I ain't gonna be nowhere near it.
Well, then
Okay?
you'll probably be starving in the street.
There's
I already own crypto. The only thing I'm not. No, it's not, Gary Baxter. Well, it was based. Sorry, I didn't see that you said was. But dude, like, I am already holding crypto, and the only thing I'm not going near is some kind of biblical insignia set upon my body, whether it be chip or tattoo. There's a lot of crypto people that it ain't even going near that, because even a lot of atheists and different religions and non-believers, they know what Revelation says, and a lot more people than I thought are gonna oppose it if they try and go that direction.
Yeah. So
like even atheists are gonna go like, wait, a chip under my hand for my money?
have you
and
ever heard
manipulation?
of
No,
someone
thank you.
go on to like the basics about like how money once the debt's been paid, the money gets ripped up. And so basically he who owns the money owns the property.
No, the money
So-
already gets destroyed once it's bad condition, and I mean it gets printed out.
No,
and
what I'm
destroyed
talking
according to
about,
how they want to
say
value
like
it.
this. Say like this. I got eggs and you got milk. And I wanted to trade you some eggs for milk, but I couldn't drink milk. I was lactose intolerant. So
Yeah, you don't find
you gave me
value
an
in milk.
IOU for milk. And later I trade that IOU to somebody else
We
for
don't need
say
an analogy for this. We can
a
just
piece
talk
of
about
stuff.
the
It's
form.
not an analogy. It's like, okay, but what I'm driving at, when that person takes that money to the milk guy and says, look, I got an IOU for milk, and the milk guy gives him that money, then he tears up the money.
No, he doesn't. And really, the money that you're
He
talking about, whether it's a
doesn't.
gold, whether
The
it's a
money
gold,
is
If the
Yeah, go ahead.
IOU doesn't have a name on it, it only has an amount, you give it to somebody it belongs to because it's got their specific IOU to them, but it doesn't matter where it comes from. There's a difference. So
and
that,
listen, Mr.
that guy with
Samsonite,
the milk can take that IOU note and give it to somebody else in another trade. It is still reusable. That's what a promissory note is. It is reusable.
and when you guys
then
talk
couldn't
about
you just
no
easily
gold,
write another one?
no,
Yeah, but why write another one if you've got one that you could sell to somebody else?
and also it's hard to convey solid,
Okay.
structured information when someone that also doesn't know wants to like confront the information with little gotcha questions. It's like, Miyagi, you've given me a number of instances where from that point I could have just rolled out, like laid out a structured, here's how it is, and you're jumping in with like, what about this?
Yeah,
What
because
if he has
in
a
your
grenade?
mind, Tommy, you weren't thinking of what I was saying. You were thinking of what you would respond. How would you
Yeah,
respond
because
to
I
what I'm
have
saying?
the shit you say I could
And
know. I'm telling you I
so
do know, and I do
that's-
remember we're talking to a chat, and I want to like give them some value, because
yeah,
that's
well,
what
part of
value
a
is.
conversation is listening to someone, and I know I could have
Right,
said
and
it
you haven't done a
imperfect.
lot of listening, Miyagi.
Yeah,
You
Miyagi, this
you
is
haven't
not
been the
your
one
strong
listening
suit.
to
Is
me.
the listening, sir?
Oh, I've been
No
listening.
offense. You're not
Well, then you
really
heard me,
listening to
like,
Tommy most of
stopping
the time.
constantly, letting you finish.
Yeah, I
and
hear
not getting
periodically.
Tommy is
you
listening way
have a
better
good
than
little
you are.
point, and then a lot of
better.
words. So,
Yeah, that's because you don't see
you know,
value, because you don't know what you don't know.
well, could be, yeah, but
Listen, man, do you know how to fix cars?
yeah.
If we were talking about cars, I'd be all ears. You're talking about how I've capitalized in this system and made a lot of the money that we say is worthless, and I'm trying to tell you what I know from that. So maybe
Yeah.
be more ears.
Yeah, well, basically, I found, Tommy, that anything that I put my mind to, I can probably accomplish.
Well, everybody wants to be
And,
rich. Everybody puts their mind to
And
what they want
so
to do. I don't
I've
see a lot
never
of people
put my
being rich.
eggs in one basket. I'm
No,
very
that's
skilled
part of
in a
being
lot of
part of
ways.
being rich is not putting your eggs in all in one basket.
Well, I could be rich if I wanted to.
Then
I've
do
had
it.
many times. I literally have a
See, now
family in
you're
the
a
guy.
meth user.
I literally turned down a
Now you're a meth
$50,000
user
grant
then.
one time. Literally gave them a response saying, I don't want to take money that someone stole from someone else.
That's
I
not what a
also,
grant is.
Tommy, by the way, I'm also educated. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
And
Except the
so,
difference is when
I
I
mean,
say I can stop meth, people go do it. Let's see ya.
yeah,
But
but
when
I
you
don't
say
have
you
a
could be
degree,
rich,
Tommy, in fucking fine arts, or I have a degree in engineering. They don't give
motherfucker.
them away.
You know what? You know what, you
Okay.
little faggot? I said you've always been a better chatter than a panelist, and you want to call my college degree in applied hardline fucking science. You want to equate that to this liberal arts shit?
Guess what?
Now
Guess
you
what,
sound slurred.
Tommy?
I wasn't going to say anything, but
listen.
between the country hat and the guitar, I always thought this whole panel event,
Yeah,
you
so-
sounded a little slurred. You sounded a little separated
Yeah,
from the situation.
look, Tommy, that was a shot in the dark, man. I don't know what your major was. I don't know what you
I
went to
know, and
school
to
for.
just
It
throw,
was just
when you've heard my freedom stance and my even for Paul, I would grant him this and not deny this, and you want to make one of those liberal arts
no. My
jabs
point.
just
My
because I'm
point.
showing you that you're
No, my
wrong.
point is
You
this,
are mad
Tommy.
like everybody in these streets that I'm just showing you
Let's
you're
get
wrong,
ready
and
to
the only thing you got to
No,
do to
no. My
avoid
point
being
is this,
so
Tommy.
wrong is just
Different.
shut up and let me talk for a second. Man, you got to
Yeah.
stand on your ego. You're protecting your
My
ego right
ego.
now.
Why? Because let me clarify then.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm doing some clarification.
Look, my sister's got a degree in
Yeah, she's got a dick sucking
communications,
degree that she
right? And
graduated from the school on
her
me.
degree serves her well, and she makes a lot of money. And guess what? When she knew my workload, and she knew that her degree didn't
She knows
entail
my
nothing
dick
that
load.
mine did. You know what I'm saying? So people say they've been to college.
Oh,
But
I know. People
what
say
I'm
they're
saying is there's
DJs.
different reasons to go to college, and
Oh,
there's
thank
different.
you. And there's
It,
so many different reasons that I don't just go around telling everybody they have a liberal arts degree whenever they appear to be smarter than me.
yeah, well, I can just tell. Okay,
That I'm
What's up,
smarter than you?
OTW? Good to see you, sir.
No, you might be more intelligent, but so.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So,
I'm going to be getting mine through
See,
the
now for
windshield
the
of a big
chat,
rig,
hold
probably.
on. Now for the chat, like I said, we'll show something in our interaction. And now
Good to see you,
that there's
GRP.
a line. I can go to OTW's past recordings with me. I can go to any panel I've ever derailed or disrupted, and I will find you that mark where it's like right there is where I said, "Oh, fuck that." Like I've entered every panel civil, wanting to partake in whatever the conversation is, even if it's just jerking around as the subject matter. And you can always find the point where I said, at this point, I will be fucking with everyone the rest of the time. And can anyone find the point here today? I don't know.
Yeah,
But I
so
think
there's
you can
another
see the
thing too,
difference
Tommy.
between my information and saying that your sister has a college degree in sucking dick from the school of me and she knows the workload I put on her all the time. That's where it wasn't information or trying to
No,
be
what
angry.
I'm saying is that is like, not all degrees are the same. Put it that way. You know what I mean? They even gave me a complimentary degree in business management that I've never
Yeah, but you
used.
just told me how worthless it is. And Penguin 101, you must be new because this is a house of Tommy airing his grievances because it's the last place that someone will allow him to, as most grievances. Like usually whenever this dynamic between me and Miyagi goes on, the host usually starts enacting muting or kicking, and OTW is here to verify that.
How about this, Tommy? You won't let me grill you. Why don't you grill me? Ask me a few questions. Who I
You
am,
are
what I
well
do.
into it, buddy. You are
What I
halfway
do,
into
where I've
grilling.
been.
You're medium rare at this point.
What's that mean?
I said you've been grilled. You've been getting grilled ever since you started not
okay.
letting me talk about the monetary system.
Oh. Yeah, well, basically, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I've heard that argument many a times. Okay.
So listen, I don't
But there
hate
has to
you.
be
We're
a
still friends. But I'm saying this is what happens on these panels.
until I find a greater explanation to what crypto is, I will stick
I
to
was
my
trying
own.
to give it to you, Mr. Listening Quietly guy.
Yeah, I've heard it though. I've heard
You've heard
exactly
my
what you said.
explanation?
Yeah.
Then why don't you know? Because what I give each individual or each panel that has me on about it, I take what they say and I reply relative to what they're saying. Because in all my careers, it's like I got to know where they're coming from so I can know how to instruct. And that's the times I do claim to be teaching or instructing, as if I'm like a fucking district manager or some shit.
Yeah, well, I can take what you're saying and believe you that you are involved in the cryptocurrency. So you obviously have your reasons. Okay?
Yeah, that
Whatever
revelation
they
shit
are,
is my only
I
reason.
don't need to know them because I
Well,
have
you
my
will.
own reasons why it's not good. Okay,
Well,
so
and those are the reasons I want to hear, because let me just kick it off.
I told
Samantha,
you
I'm
it
not sure.
undermines
See,
the
you're
American
never gonna,
economy
you
and
just keep
the
doing
value of
this
the
while
dollar.
blaming people for talking over you. Just,
No.
you would, listen, I'm not gonna make fun of you for drinking. I'm the guy that's telling everybody I will do meth again. But if you told me you'd been drinking today, I would have more leniency for your communication bullshit. If you tell me you're stoned,
What do y'all think of this, by the way?
like kind of sloppy about it.
I like Mr. Me, but he can get a little obtuse at times. What does the chat think?
What's obtuse mean?
Oh, you're here. I thought I was muted again. Obtuse. You're a bit obtuse.
Like well, obtuse I know is like
a lot of times, Ben, I find the same frustration that some people have. I don't always know how to articulate or say what I'm meaning. You know what I mean? So, like, I try to use different analogies, but they say
Chuck
they
in
didn't.
Tennessee will
They
not
didn't.
stop losing. He thinks he wins. You are the
They weren't analogies
stupidest
someone could
motherfucker,
relate
Chuck.
to.
And Chuck, maybe you should take a lesson from our boy Miyagi here. I thought he was like this proper guy all the time in chat, and as soon as he got on a panel, I see different. You should stay off panels too, Chuck, and out of the chat. Like Miyagi's great at chat. Chuck, you should just leave the neighborhood. You should leave these streets. Like, I have yet to find someone that like likes and respects Chuck in Tennessee. I'll ghost watch channels I don't like, and they're still bitching about Chuck.
But back on the point,
Sherelle
being
Snow would
obtuse,
raise her
Benton.
hand for that.
Yeah.
Basically, like when people have constructive criticism, I've always been open to that because I may not be aware of a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? And
Chuck, not one sentence and he goes crazy. No sentence and you are crazy. What do you think of that, you old yokel hick? Now, if you got anything to say, come up here, or else I'll grab this dick. All right? We had some big people stuff we're going to talk about here. Now, Miyagi, I had you cornered. I want to hold you there for a second. The big thing I see in this community about crypto that they're wrong about, that I've been explaining with value, everyone wants to talk like your tradable thing for goods and services must be a physical item in your hand because that's the value. I can see it shine and shimmer in the light. That gold coin. Yeah, that's value, baby. Wrong. If we all go Mad Max, you'll remember the fucking Alfred story from the Joker movie. Like, just kids in the street playing with rubies the size of basketballs. Because fuck it. What the fuck's your gold coin? I'd rather have a couple more bullets, something to put in my stomach. It's not always going to be gold coins when this goes to shit. Maybe it backed your cash. But the value of crypto, not only is it going to be backed by gold as the world does go back to a gold-backed standard, which is more about saying this country has this in a vault as reference to, but the value of the cryptos I bought into are the utility they operate on, are the fact that all cryptos will cross the ocean riding that bridge coin. All roads lead to the bridge.
What do you think?
The fact you can use it offline. The fact that it Jesus, you derailed me. You see, you said you're listening to learn and you derailed me. I gotta calm down now. That's when I'm really getting mad, not on the Chuck thing.
Yeah, so like I've tried to unravel what money is and everything in my life. And so being a contractor, which is an agreement that someone's going to get in their hand, I would rather be a tradesman.
No, that's true, Benton. I was going to break out soon to give myself some clearing of the palate because I'm hitting them up at 2.
Hey, Sherelle, good to see you.
About an hour. But not because of the rage. I don't think I'm going to rage with London Man.
My point is this, Tommy. You may have a pocket full of crypto. You agreed with someone else that it's worth something. You'll have a hard time agreeing with me that it's worth something.
Right, and you don't take
crypto.
crypto.
It's worth money. You can buy things with it.
Right. Now listen.
But to me, It
Listen.
has no value if it's got a power plug hooked to it. Okay.
And I just told you in real time that it doesn't require the internet, and that the place it's based in has a bunker with its own backup power. The world elites have already chosen it. Even as this SEC versus Ripple Theater goes on, Bank of America already signed on. Other countries already using it. We are being frauded to be held back as the U.S.
Volume should be back. I had it turned down
When it
for a
comes
minute,
to money
but it should be
today,
good now. Let me know.
money is
Stir
merely
it.
the paperwork.
And are you in the present
The
time, by the way?
application, the registration.
So I did turn it down briefly.
The birth certificate, the Social Security card. Those are all money. They're known as instruments. In today's world, the definition of legal tender is negotiable instruments. That means that when you have those things in your pocket, you can take a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper, and write up your own contract amending those terms. This is contract law. Doing that, you do it in the construction of a trust. You incorporate the two into one. This is known as your own self. This is known as your own self securitizing your own words. A man is bonded by his words, not somebody else's. So when you take somebody else's instruments with their words on it, you amend it with your words, and now you can bond it. Otherwise, it's not valid. Negotiable instruments is the definition for today's legal tender that everybody thinks is.
And let me just close out for myself to
That's
break
big
out of here.
lightning. Wow.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, do you think you can give me my closeout uninterrupted, maybe? Just this one?
Close out. Tommy, is nice talking to you, man. All right. I actually enjoy a little craziness once in a while.
Hey, I said we're cool. I'm asking you as one man asking another,
man.
while I close out, can you STFU? Because I don't want to do the unslaved thing and ask Benton to mute you. I think that's tyrannical in itself.
Oh, ask me to unmute, or you want me to mute?
God, he's drinking. He's fucking drunk off his ass.
No,
and
I
don't
can't understand
people
you.
that often. You're a yokel or you're drunk. So, guys, Wizard is correct, but just to give you an idea of the complexity of the simplicity, is we could all have a pocket full of bottle caps or shells, and there's a context where that's just to reserve your thing you did for value to later use that value when you need it for something. Like, you're not going to paint a fence every time you want a hamburger, but you'll paint a fence knowing in the future you want hamburgers. But then the thing with the contracts is, like, that fiat dollar is a contract that even when it wasn't backed by gold, it was a guarantee that this number one military force in the world will value that thing if you're still spending it. So even with what Wizard is saying about us writing our own contracts, think about a Mad Max society where it's like, yeah, I wrote those contracts, and the guy with the hockey mask and the twink on a leash, he's not enforcing my contracts, therefore my contracts are losing value, you know? So everything comes back to that estrogen testosterone thing in a sense. Even our military weapons were designed off, we got to kill those testosterone things off easier and easier and more at once. This is why I always look like I'm all over the place, because I just see all like that. Like the way I just took money into testosterone and military weapons. I always tell the host, keep me bridled and on track, or I will do that. And then you had me and Christos when I was on acid, fucking wrecked, you know? It was by the grace of God that my connection dropped. And I'm not sure how long I sat there talking before I realized it was I wasn't connected. I had to wait till the next day whenever I had sense about me again, because after the show dropped off, I was on a spirit journey. I had left my body, left my apartment. And then the next day I went back and checked the show to see what happened. Good times, man. I hope he reposts it. Now that I think we're cool, I hope he reposts it. I still liked it. It just definitely train wrecked out. Catch me on London, man. Love in the chat. Don't you dare. If you're a penguin name or a cult name, show some fucking respect for London, man. Don't you dare show up trying to hate. You got a million other panels to see me on the hate.
This dude gets it, and I'm going to go there and respect this man for it. So beware ye who show up the hate on London Man's channel. Benton, always a pleasure. Wizard, mounting pleasure every interaction. And Miyagi, always like to learn more about people. Good to see you, man. Nice to see you panel. People in the chat know that they've never paneled before. Chuck knows he better not panel when I'm around. And I'll probably catch you guys after London Man, because as you know, I may not do meth right now, but I also don't do jobs. And I think a lot of us have that in common. Peace.
Oh, Tommy's out, eh? Tommy's out, eh? Well, phooey. Guess I should have done my food prep a little earlier.
Yeah, he's gonna go get ready for his show.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. I wouldn't want him to. I want him to save something for that one. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go check out a Zoom. I'll be back later. If you're still on, I'll check you out.
Yeah, I'm probably going to wrap up pretty soon, but yeah, I got to do my food prep here in a bit. But I got about another hour, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out this Zoom, and then I'm gonna go do some fishing. So we'll check everybody out later.
I think it's in about an hour, EBT. What's up, Mr. Me? He's still here?
Not much, man. Raining like a mother here. Oh, man, it's raining.
Yeah, I got rained on yesterday and a little bit today.
Yeah. Basically, part of life. They say it rains on the just and the unjust.
Yes, sir?
One time I went in the concrete business with a preacher man. He was, they had every time we poured, it would rain. If you ever been in concrete, boy, we were hours trying to fix it.
Oh, man. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, so I hear you might be going back to trucking, huh?
Well, mainly because I'm running out of money, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Dude, I almost get on here one day and just try to lure you to Tennessee, man. But, man, my work is hard, dude. Right now I'm doing trim carpentry. I'm working for like 3 different contractors or 3 different people.
Yeah, I'm not able to do that sort of work, unfortunately.
Yeah, it comes easy to me, but I basically I've turned down killer deals. I mean, I turned down a cabinet job, man, $6,000 a month.
Damn.
Potential, and I just can't get good help. Everybody's either on the shit or they got problems.
Oh, I know. The workforce is not in good shape, that's for sure.
I'm kind of forced to work with this guy I hired now. I've had him for go 4 weeks. He's been a real good guy. He's interesting. He's from California.
Oh, okay.
And he's 2 years older than I am. But he's a good worker, but he's an alcoholic, full blown. And, it's just, you can't tell a man what to do, you know what I'm saying? But it's just hard to work around. He don't, like on the job, he's laughing, nowadays, hey man, I go, hey man, we got to really bust some ass, man, after we get back. So if you want to buy you a beer, that's okay. Well, nowadays, he comes back with a 32-ounce naughty ice. I'm like, holy shit. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. You there? Yeah, so I don't know if I'm on here or not, but I don't do solo. God bless y'all. If you ain't figured out what's happening by now, then you better pray real freaking hard.
Sorry, man. I had to jump on my phone real quick. Sorry about that. Am I behind? Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why he left. I think that's back to that being obtuse thing we were talking about, right? It's like it's funny because if he can tell you're not actively listening, it fucks him up and he can't talk. But like if I tried to say, hey man, hang on just a second, I'm gonna jump on my phone. Like it's almost like he can't process it and he keeps like he'll like keep trying to talk or it's like he won't understand what's going on. Oh, is he back? Okay. Yeah, I just had to jump on my phone, man. Sorry about that. This reminds me of that time I was had to go in Walmart while you were talking. I had to do my grocery shopping that one time. Yeah, I have to make my food for tomorrow. If I don't do it now, then I'll get off schedule.
Yeah, no worries, man. Sorry, I didn't know. I just,
No, you're good.
Uh,
The
like I say,
technology.
I'm cautious, betting myself is, me over talking, and just I don't know.
Oh, we're good, man. It's just like I say. Sometimes something gets lost in the translation because it's like I've been live streaming for like 7 hours, so like I have to do other
Oh,
shit
wow.
while I'm doing the stream too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like now if I don't,
Yeah.
if I don't prep my food for tomorrow, then I won't have anything to eat tomorrow. So like I have to do it now, pretty much. Yeah, I should have done that when
Yeah,
Tommy was still here, but
I go through stages on the food, and lately I've been doing steak 2 nights a week. So,
nice,
I just,
man. Yeah, steak's great.
yeah, I don't know. I gotta have that red meat for some reason. Really
Are you still
raw. You know what I mean? But
Am I
it,
here? Now, oh, I
yeah,
can't
you're
connect.
there.
Hang on,
You're
sorry.
here. Gotcha.
So,
Oh
like
yeah,
skills,
that's what
I
I'm
agree
driving
that
at.
skills are going to be important, but they're already important.
Oh, absolutely. Like right now, Ben, I mean, I could go work and make all this money, but I'd have to ride around and all this stuff. And so I'd rather keep things small. It's way easier to do business. You know,
Yeah,
you
I'm still
make
here.
more money, you got more. When you make more money, you got more people on the payroll. You got all them books. It's basically, it's not beneficial. Now if someone wants to pay me $35 an hour, I might go to work for an hourly wage. But
Yep.
doing small jobs, like you know, I'll build a deck. Some weeks basically. Well, that's the thing. There's so many things I do. Wouldn't even know where to start. But basically, it's home improvement. You know, decks, driveways. I pour a lot of concrete if the time comes. Now I ain't got a concrete business, but if someone wants to pay, the name of my business is All Things Considered.
Oh, that's a pretty cool name.
Yeah, and usually I get a lot of things that a lot of other companies or something turn down.
Okay. Hence the all things considered.
Yeah, and like lately, last couple weeks I've put new subfloor in old trailers, and basically get the other contractors like a heating and air guy on the job. I think I'm going to hire someone to do the plumbing in it and stuff like that. But basically, I don't know how to say. Like basically, sometimes work for myself, man. I'll make $150 an hour.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole point about being in business for yourself. It's not a set wage.
Yeah, and a lot of times, so in anybody I hire, I don't try to make something off somebody. I basically pay them what they're worth, pay them the share that they put into the job. But I've hired a lot of people that they just couldn't put their share into the job.
Oh, I know. I worked
And
with a lot of those people.
yeah, I have over the years too. And
Yeah, that is one of the appeals of truck driving. That's most of the time it's just me doing the work. I don't have to worry about other folks and what they're doing.
yeah, I was actually thinking about that myself, really. Seriously, because here in Tennessee, there's all these truck driving schools that give you a license and shit.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of a terrible industry, but it could be a good change, for you. Just change it up a little bit, maybe, and then go back to what you normally do.
Well, yeah, because the sad thing is, here, geez, you can cross the road. I could go to work at the dollar store and make $15 an hour.
Yeah, that's
And it's
true.
a hell of a lot easier than working on construction.
Yeah, but that's not a lot of money
Uh,
because they're not trying to pay benefits, so it's not like you're going to get very many hours, I wouldn't think. You know
yeah,
what I
and so
mean?
I'm like you there. Yeah, I'm like you there too with the benefits. It's like, I really don't trust the doctors.
No,
Break my
I don't
leg,
even
I
want.
do.
Yeah, I don't even
But
want I don't even want the benefits.
yeah, really, me neither.
Yeah, they can keep all that.
Yeah, and so I found, in my walk that of course, the importance of the word, so we know how to walk. But when you start walking in the right way, it seems to be easy or something, or things come your way, and it's not no new age think and be rich thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because it's not for the weak. This walk is not for the weak because it's trying, you know,
absolutely.
and but I've got to say, I've begun to love. I love the test. I love the hardness of life. It makes us tough.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That's
I
why
always
most.
like
Go ahead.
I always like that scripture. I think it's 2 Corinthians chapter 10. It's like uh, uh, God said, "I'll never put anything on you that no other man has had on him, and I'll always give you a way out." Or he's not the author of temptation. He won't tempt us above any other man.
Mm-hmm.
And so the crazy thing is, I think the Creator's working with every individual on this earth.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Hmm. Yeah, and so I hope they pay attention. Really, I hope, I want a heaven where we're all there. Shit, I hardly know you, Benton, but geez, heaven to me wouldn't be heaven without Benton there.
Well,
So,
thanks, bud.
uh, and that's saying there's a lot to learn. I'm careful who I love. You know, and I love good people. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I love
Absolutely.
all kinds of people, but basically, I don't think you're doing anybody good by putting up with their bad ways.
What do you mean by that, though?
Well, basically, like say a drug addict.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I always say I don't judge a man. Like you can discern something from a drug addict, but I don't judge a man what he does. But if it
Mhm.
causes him to do bad things, then and by this point we know that drug addicts tend to do bad things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely
But
part of it.
I have this. It's kind of a weird thing that I don't know if it's a flaw or what, but when I meet somebody new or anybody, I treat every man the same, and I give every man an equal handshake, and then that either grows from there or erodes from there, you know.
Mm. Sure, yeah, makes sense.
And and once it erodes so far, hey, all you can do is separate, or you know, I don't want to change nobody's mind. I'd like to help someone see something the way I see it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But to change someone's mind, I wouldn't want to change. Hey, man, they might be on something that I ain't. But over the years, and being on these streets and being involved in truth communities for years, I'm talking, say like flat Earth. Geez, man, heard of flat Earth in the '90s. All this stuff, most all this stuff, guys. They used to call hippies. They'd call them hippies, and they were truthers.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
makes sense.
but they call them hippies, and that's where I learned all these sayings. And over the years on these streets, basically, it's the same sayings up and down. They don't. So part of the way I divide what I hear is knowing the epistemology of people's beliefs or the beginnings of certain sayings or beliefs.
Hmm. Okay.
What it does is well, for one, it'll make you feel like an outcast. Say like the Christmas thing, right? Where say in the YouTube streets the last 4 or 5 years, man, you might be hearing about the Christmas thing. I knew about it 17 years ago and ain't celebrated Christmas, you
Hmm.
know, and so so like I'm over it. It don't bother me for other people to serve Christmas. You can't change someone's beliefs. You
That's
know,
true.
you can sometimes share the truth of the beginning of their beliefs, but it's up to them to accept it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And what I was trying to get across to Tommy, people won't accept it unless you bring it not only to their level, but present it as something and not with all the trash talk. It could be
Sure.
100% fact, but geez, you come off and say it in such a way that, same way with Paul, Paul's channel, that, and I say this for a lot of these guys, I found myself praying for people like Paul and you. Not
Well, good.
because I pray for enemies. No, because I very well wish the best. And I loved Paul's message from the beginning. And it
Oh
was
yeah,
a
me too.
refresh to me for a young guy like him coming out, taking on the same things that I took on, right?
Hmm.
And because I really ain't resolved them yet. And I was hoping to learn something new, but it really never got to that point.
Hmm.
In people's egos and things, it drowned the message.
Well, I
And
do want to tell you though, when you say people's egos, really we're talking about a lack of humility, which is really not the same thing.
well, we'll put it, yeah, and yeah, you're probably more accurate by using them words than what
Yeah,
I am. You
lack
know,
of humility.
yeah, exactly.
And
You're
I'm not saying Paul has that. I'm just talking in general.
yeah,
Generally.
yeah, and probably that's how I should probably say that. Um, because like I
Well, I mean, you can
say,
say it however you want. I'm just
yeah,
throwing that out
no,
there.
but I mean, it's way more descriptive, and it really was more of what I was saying.
Exactly. That's what we tend to
you
mean. Yeah, when we say that ego, we really mean lacking
lack of
humility.
humility. Yeah,
Yep.
and so that's what I mean. And and we see that in people, and no one likes to know it all. And
That's
so,
true.
and even though I spent a lot of time and investment in having my perception the way it is, I I never try to hold it above people or something, you know.
Oh yeah.
Now, even though, and so you know, even though, so one of my genres through life the last 25 years is the mind control and the
Oh
easy
yeah. Me
way that
too.
it
Yeah.
works, you know.
Hmm.
People thinking it's this, oh, I gotta hypnotize y'all this, but it could be as simple as a mother who don't like toads saying, oh, them toads will give you warts.
Hmm.
And I mean, we know that you don't get warts from toads,
That's true.
but there are people to this day that think you do.
Yeah.
So, so before I really incorporate something into my vernacular, you might say, or life, you know, I there's lots of information that I just get it piled on other shit, you know, until I like to measure everything really, Benton, to God's word. That's my compass. And so you know, and you'd be surprised, my friend, how a lot of the things you say, Benton, you know, it's not necessarily scriptural, but it's scriptural. You know what I mean? You're saying, like you did just a minute ago, about lacking humility.
Yep.
You'll sometimes put a scripture in modern day sense that it is well orated. You know, like I
Well,
could
thanks.
relate it to actually a foundation, is what I'm saying. But
Yeah. I love
also
that. Yeah.
another thing in me too is I like to keep, you know, we all know how Satan works. I don't like to give nobody the fat head and say, hey, all this stuff. I'm saying it now, Benton, because I never have the chance to,
Gotcha.
you know, and but but I'm very careful of who, you know, I give credit where credit's due, but that's usually the only place. Yeah. But I but but now I'm rambling on.
No, you're good, man. I'm doing stuff, so you're doing perfect.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know, because you know, I'm not even in the chat or nothing, and basically, I I listen a lot to these podcasts more than in the chat, you know,
Yeah, me too. I listen a lot.
and I'm kind of like you with a little bit of pattern recognition and stuff too. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
funny how certain, yeah, with just certain ways that people could say an inconsistency and don't even know that they're being inconsistent. And this
Yeah,
is
I
why,
think
like
so.
I told you earlier about being, say, obtuse or whatever, that's why I welcome if anybody sees an inconsistency, I want to know about it so I can see if it's merited or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, but like a lot of times on these panels, you don't get a chance to. They'll start something, like you say, totally in a false premise and then build upon it.
Yeah,
Man,
I
that's just a
know.
fall down, dude.
I know.
You know? and, and, you
Yeah, it
know,
happens a
playing this
lot.
whole chat thing, trying to think of what you're going to say and put it in a way where it ain't going to get construed. You ever try to tell a joke using text? It's tough.
Oh yeah, certainly.
People don't always get the punchline.
A lot of times they don't. That's right.
But
Yeah,
the
that.
crazy thing is, betting the whole social thing with the text, even these panels. Look, man, I've got friends, man, and sometimes I'd love to have some people that I get because I'm around it. Even this new guy that I got working with me, he's an interesting dude, you know, and He's a Californian, an ex-meth
Oh, yeah.
head, you know, but he's clean. Well, he's off meth. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But he's got a jaded past, put it this way, and he's learned from it. And then, so even I come down hard on him about the alcohol, and he took it like a man and owned up to it.
Well, good.
And so, and then I had to say, man, I hope you realize, dude, I had to come down hard on you because, you know, it's because I want this thing to work out, you know. And he's like, yeah, and then he understood that. I'm like, man, I know this is gonna go somewhere. So, however it goes, Benton, you know, he's costing me $400 or $500 a week.
Yeah, it's a lot of
So,
money.
yeah, and really, I don't work him hard, about 6 hours a day, and I pick him up at work. And pick him up. He lives with his old lady, or with the girl out in the RV, and
Still there? Am I
sorry,
disconnected?
No, I'm trying to put this earbud in my ear here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, life is really cool, man. Sometimes it gets interesting, and
Amen to that.
and I mean, really, bad. It's not always been smooth sailing for me. But the cool thing is when you learn from that and you really understand why. Like, you know, the psychology of people, like some, you know, I've been ripped off a lot. But
Oh,
I've had
really?
3 guns stolen from me.
Three what?
Yeah. And, you know, and then by all people I trust, you know, should have semi-trusted, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
And you know, one was a worker. I had a guy working for me. You know, he didn't realize, man, I know where my gun is all the time. You know, and I'd only missed it for like an hour, and it was gone. And but you know how you can't have really say, oh yeah, it was you. I fired him. But basically, that's all I could do. I couldn't take him to court.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
And another thing too is like being smarter than the serpent. You don't want to go to court. I don't
That's
want,
true.
you know, any type of confrontation I get into, I automatically make sure the other guy, it's known the other guy started this. And then if you want to play, we'll play. You know, because I can take a look and keep on ticking.
Hey, I don't know what you did, but your mic's sounding kind of strange now. It's okay now,
Yeah,
but
it could be my phone. Could be my phone dying or something.
it's all right now, but there for a
Yeah.
second, it wasn't so
Yeah,
good.
my dang power cord not working right or something. Yeah. But man, it's nice to have a day off, even though it's raining.
Yeah, man.
And so
So the
crazy gifts have been coming my way too. Like the beginning of the year, I was like, yeah, I was talking to this guy. He was showing me silver and gold collection and all this. I said, yeah, it is a wise thing to start collecting silver. And man, I haven't even planned for it. And I've had like freaking 5 silver coins come my way this year.
Nice.
In change. Literally, like the store gave me this. And you can hear that quarter when it goes with the other money if it's silver or not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it sounds a lot different.
Yeah. Now you sound like you're in a box.
Well, I'm working on it. Give me a second. It's the
No
technology
worries.
again.
But also, one day, you know, we got this friend, and it's kind of weird. Kind of God has been shining on me and my buddies lately, and I don't think it's because we're any special boys or nothing. I really think it's because people talk shit about us, and somehow the realm comes back. But the other day, I was joking with these guys. I said, yeah, because I went into the store to go buy a guitar amp, and man, they wanted so much money for it. I was like, nah, I aborted that mission because I don't really buy anything for myself. And so the next day, I was like, yeah, man, boy, if there's a guitar amp in this place, I got first dibs on it. And sure enough, man, there's a big old 150 watt amp PV guitar amp.
Nice.
Yeah. And another thing too, so like a couple weeks ago or about a month ago, I needed a new generator. And the man only had like $800 on me, and went in the store, but it was kind of raining. I probably should have just worked on mine or whatever. I went in the store, and the freaking generator I wanted was like freaking $1,300. My buddy goes, I never asked him or nothing. He's like, hey man, here's $500. You need it. I was like, damn, really? I didn't even. It's like, I normally don't borrow money from people, but what's the chances if I were to borrow money, that person was standing right beside me. So, and I had no idea he had $500 on it. You know what I'm saying? So, I was literally, I don't have fast cars or anything, but anything that I need in this life somehow, I don't know, makes its way to me. The money I spend, Benton, I'm a foolish person. Yeah, I wouldn't say a foolish person, but I don't know where you went.
I'm here.
But there's a verse in the Gospel of Thomas that I really ain't found the meaning to yet. But until then, it went along somewhere in the lines like this. There's only two verses I can remember. One was, but I'll go this one, and it was if you have money, and Jesus said, if you have money, don't lend it for profit, but rather give it to somebody who you know will not give it back. I ain't figured that one out yet.
Yeah, me neither.
But the other one was verse 5. It has been a big part of the last 8 years of my life is in Gospel of Thomas, verse 5. Hold on here. I gotta stop.
Did you say you got a phone call? You're welcome, Benja. I think Mr. Miyagi said he had a phone call coming, so I guess I'll just talk while he's gone. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Yeah, probably back to work soon. There's a job I want to call about, but I'll probably wait till next week to call about it. It's Friday, and I'm procrastinating. But one thing is, there's this really help. Yeah, I'm here, man. Go ahead.
Hey, do you mind if I tell you the other verse that I remembered?
Yeah, go for it.
It was Gospel of Thomas, verse 5. And Jesus said, recognize what you see, and all things hidden will become plain to you. For there is nothing hidden that will not manifest. And so, if you really tear that apart, them words mean a lot. Put it that way.
Yes, sir.
So before, it has to do with perception. Really, it's like the chemtrails. So many people see the same thing we do, but they perceive it as something totally different.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's why so I'm not a teacher or nothing like that. But like when I try to get a point across to somebody and really get a point across to them, I try to figure out what their understanding of something is first.
Makes
and
sense.
I think of what could be the basis of their understanding. And if I don't know, I'll ask them that, literally, and then I would, if it was incorrect reasoning, I would like to try to point out to them of why, say like logical fallacies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a long time to train oneself to even recognize them. And of course, I'm not all that great at it, but I can do about 4 or 5 pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, it becomes a shit show when you start watching politicians.
Definitely.
But, um, but in my walk though, in this life, and I've had to educate many, many people on what a logical fallacy was and why they are illogical, or why logical fallacies are logical. You know what I mean?
Yep.
To understand. But it's the same way with chemtrails. I learned on the chemtrails in the early 2000s. Way before even YouTube. A lot of YouTubers picked up on it, and then around 2010 or 2012 or better, I checked up, pretty much tried to vet, say, like that site, geoengineering.org. And in doing so, when you try to vet somebody, or basically check them out to see if what they're saying is true, you end up learning a lot in the process. Well,
I'm still here, man. I'm listening.
thanks for allowing me.
I'm listening, sir.
Yeah, well, I probably have to cut it short, man. My battery's going dead.
Oh, okay.
I'm just probably rambling. But, yeah, so, I don't know, man. I really, Ben, I hope the best for you. I hope you get it seemed truck driving was your thing, man.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you remember that I'm chronically ill.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's the issue more than the truck driving, although it is a horrible industry.
So is that the only skills you got?
That's the only thing I can make enough money at that it'd be worth my time to even bother to have a job, yes. I have lots and lots and lots of skills that do not translate into working for other people and making money.
Yeah. Basically, it's kind of like I thought that's the way I would be, it's like, being a tradesman. And so, like, you'd be surprised at how many, like, of these little honeydews that people have. And they're just simple problems. I'll give you one. Like yesterday, Benton, went to this guy. I was on a job. This other landlord was on, he had a couple of trailers on the street. And he come down and he goes, "Hey, man, I got an electrical problem. Will you come down and check it out?" And I walked down there, Benton, and all I did is put the tester to it. And the neutral wasn't getting hot, but the ground was. I said, "Man, you got broken neutral to this, You're going to have to either run a new wire to this plug here, or, that's the best way to do it, really the only way." And literally, man, I was there 10 minutes. Dude freaking gave me $40 for solving a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure it was worth it to him, $40.
Yeah, I know him from matter of fact, that same guy, dude. Oh, check this story out, man. A couple months ago, that same guy, I went and unclogged the pipe for him. I told him before I even got there, "Man, if I got to crawl under your trailer, it's going to be $100. He goes, "Yeah, okay, no worries." So I get there, and I crawled out of that trailer. I was at 10 minutes, man. I unclogged the thing, And he goes, "Hey, will you come fix this pipe for me on this other property?" I said, "Sure, man." And so I go, "Let me see if I got the tools on me." And so I was checking my tools, and I had the right ones. And I said, "All right, man, let's go." And he goes, "All right, follow me." Well, he pulls out into traffic, and literally tries to cross a median of this real busy highway, in the grass, and waves me on. And I thought he was broke down at first. Anyway, I just drove on.
Damn.
And he kept calling me. And he kept calling me. And I wouldn't answer the phone because I was afraid I was going to call him an idiot.
Oh, yeah.
An idiot? So then, literally, dude, an hour later, I'm at my buddy's house, and this guy calls me. He goes, "Hey, man, if you didn't want to do that job, you just had to tell me." And don't you know, Benton, I freaking went, "You fucking idiot. If I didn't want to do the job, I wouldn't have looked for my tools." I said, "You damn near killed us, broke the law." I said, "I don't want no tickets." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I swear to God, Benton, so there's a lot of back history that I ain't going to go into. But my buddy's house that I was at, I got him this property for 30 grand. He's only owned it 4 months. That Pabler dude, the next day calls my buddy, my closest buddy, and offers him 50 grand for that property.
Nice.
Yeah, so why are fucking strange rich man, Benton, trying to fucking do me good? I have no idea, because I think the dude's an asshole, and but I don't know where he's got his money. But yeah, this is a weird thing.
Yeah, man. You just never know.
And so that's the way. Here's another one. So I got this other guy. He's an ex-military special forces, and he's a stunt man. And he wants to rent this property. It's out in the woods, out in the middle of nowhere, 4 acres, $600 a month to plant trees. I'm like, told my buddy, I said, "Look, dude, if he wants a driveway to go in there to plant trees, then let's clear the property up and let him plant his trees." But strange people is what I'm driving at. There are some real odd ducks in this life.
Yes, definitely.
And they're not divided by money, because I've seen money go both ways. From stupid people to real intelligent.
Yes, indeed.
But anyway, man, it's been a grand conversation.
Yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Man, did you get my email address that I sent you there?
Yeah, I went ahead and copied it down. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sometime just give me a call, man. Sometime, or email me sometime, and I'll respond to it.
All right.
Because the craziness has just begun. Really, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on, man, that I couldn't say it unless it got construed wrong,
Yes, sir.
But I can back it up, man, in God's word. So that's the cool part. But anyway, God bless you, man.
You too.
Have a good day.
All right, brother. Good talking to you. That was Mr. Miyagi. Always good to talk to him. It's been a while, as a longtime listeners and viewers of the broadcast may recall. Tommy was here. And say what you want about Tommy, folks. The numbers went up when he showed up, and they went down when he left. Part of that, though, was that we did have some technical difficulties briefly. We were offline briefly with the broadcast. But if anybody's got anything, it looks like Tommy's supposed to be live with London Man in about 9 minutes. If I need to drop the link again, let me know and I will do so. I may just watch it here with you folks, or some of you hopefully will be going over there to view that. Now, one thing about these style of broadcasts, I like this style. I definitely like being able to talk over the broadcast, and I like being able to play the music. But it does more or less set fire to the hotspot data. But I'm doing all right. We've got 29 gigs left for 6 days, so that's actually slightly below. I try to, 150 gig is 5 gig a day, so that's close enough. And if I go back to truck driving in the next 6 days, when is that, by the way? It says 6 days. I think that includes today, though, so I guess technically it's 5 days, right? Hopefully. Billing cycle ends the 18th, it says. So the 19th will be the first day. That's Friday. So what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 6 days. It'll be all right. I think I've got some hotspot data left on my phone. Plus, I can take a day off if I need to, right? Probably ought to take the weekend off. I know for a long time I was wanting to keep going, day after day after day. Part of that is, I think more people tune in when they know it's approximately the same time each day, right? I think there's definitely something to that. Is anybody still here? Yep, 29 concurrent viewers. Man, I'm hungry today. I don't know what the deal is. I'm freaking starving. Usually the amount of food I eat is the right amount, So I'll probably go get some more fruit when this London Man broadcast starts. How long have we been live? 6 hours and 29 minutes, almost 6:30. Not bad. I think we peaked out at how many? What was the peak views? It was about 50, I think. Yeah, 53. Looks like was the peak. Not bad. All right. Yes, we're still here. But yeah, and to Mr. Miyagi's point about the truck driving, yeah, I enjoy driving, and then if I'm going to work to make money, I like doing truck driving to make money. Did the music stop? What happened? Oh, that was only 10 minutes. Interesting. Did not realize that. Oh, that's a song. I thought that was the whole album. That's the problem. Indeed, yes, Mr. Sturek. Well, and what I'm saying about the truck driving is, I like to whine and cry sometimes, and really I'm, my fatigue levels is a thing, but not working for the last 6 weeks or what, I'm definitely rested up, well rested. I've been getting good food. So, I'm sure I can grind out at least 2 months. And it's funny, last time when I went back to work last time, I'd been so sick and had almost drank myself to death, and I recovered just enough to go back to work. And I really was so broke, I said, well, shit, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do this job. But, I'm sure I can, even if I only work a month or two, even if I only work 2 weeks, that's, money that I did not have otherwise. So, and then I ended up working, I don't know, I think 8 straight months or something, which I almost never take time off. I found with the long haul trucking, although I probably would do better to just force myself to take some days off here and there. And of course, I really was kind of hitting the wall. And actually, when back to Mr. Miyagi's point about he's saying that, he had $800, he needed a generator, and just somebody happened to be willing and able to loan him $500 without him even really having to ask. Doesn't sound like. But I remember I had this breakdown, and I ended up being in a hotel, a nice hotel, for I think it was 5 or 6 nights, and I was pretty much just in bed the whole time for the most part. I'd be up on my computer on my laptop some of the time, but that was bed rest, and in retrospect, that was really what I needed. So, not quite sure, what I'm on about here, but maybe it makes sense to some of you. I don't know. But I know in the last couple of weeks when I've been thinking about truck driving, I had an aversion to going back to work, and now I'm starting to really kind of almost look forward to it. So now it's just about picking the right job, because in truck driving it's very easy to get a job. Although I do think this whatever this economic slowdown is, it's seeming to be like a thing, because it definitely doesn't seem like, because I put in some applications recently and they're not breaking down my door like they might have been in the past. But, shouldn't have any trouble getting a job either way. Mango month. What's up, Butthole Winker? Good to see you, sir. I do need to go out. Now that the sun's out, I do need to go out there and put some of this sun in my eyeballs. So I'm hoping this London man goes live here in 2.5 minutes. Let me go ahead and drop that link again, yet again. So please go over and support London Man's broadcast. But I've detected that even when there's other people live, at least some people will stay over here. So, some of the audience will remain, maybe 12 to 15 of you perhaps. So I'll probably take a short break and then come back and wrap up. But yeah, here's the link. Hold on one moment. Yes, indeed. Tommy going live with London Man in mere minutes on London McLovin, I believe is the channel. There's the link in the chat. If you're so inclined, if you like our boy Tommy, please go over there and support. At this point, I could just go ahead and shut down, but I've been live for so long, might as well ride it out and just at least see what London Man has in store here. Man, why am I so hungry? This is crazy. And I'm glad I'm getting this. I ordered that slow cooker today. It's larger than I have these two, 1.5 quart. This one I ordered is a 6 quart because I just did my food prep for tomorrow, and really I need more sweet potato in there, but there's just really not enough room for it. So I think my appetite's increasing. I might actually get back to a healthy body weight. I've been underweight. What do you mean? I don't know what BBNB is. Well, I'm on a special diet, Samantha Sweet Ann. I've got the chronic pancreatitis, so I'm on a very strict diet. And the thing is, if I eat something that disagrees with me, I'm sick for 2 days. But I'm sick anyway. Like when I say I'm sick for 2 days, well, my normal day, I'm probably ill to the point where most people would go to the hospital at some point. Like I'm not even exaggerating. So when I say sick for 2 days, I mean like incapacitated, can't do stuff for 2 days. So yeah, what's interesting, Butthole Winker, is that when I got off the booze, and I realized just how ill I was, and I eventually figured out, what my issues were around, the pancreatic enzymes and all of this, my lack of pancreatic enzymes. I don't even crave unhealthy food anymore. It all makes me sick, all of it. Hey, it looks like London Man is indeed live. Let's go ahead and kill this music real quick. Let's see what he's cooking up for us. London Man is live. No audio. Oh wait, I'm muted.
Forget the Rizzler, lean like the Tower of
I like this song. I've heard this before. This is a good song. But in case you're curious, Samantha Sweet Ann, I eat beets, sweet potato, radish, garlic, and carrots, and tuna, canned tuna, 4 times a day. That's what, and I've had that. Although I've recently added the garlic and the radish, but that's what I've been eating every meal for about almost the last year, 4 times a day. And then I have fruit also. Yeah, I love this song, but this is a remix. I don't like this remix. Yeah, I don't like this. The Streets, yeah. UK hip hop. Not a fan of this remix though. Well, nuts are hard to digest in general, but back to what I said earlier, Robert. If I try to eat a food and I don't know that I can tolerate it, if I can't tolerate it, I'm incapacitated for 48 hours. So I have no idea if I can have nuts, but the drawback is if I'm wrong, then I'm incapacitated for 48 hours. So my next thing I want to try is 1 egg. I'm going to eat 1 egg and see what happens. Hopefully I don't get sick for 2 days. Yeah, I wish I could smoke. I don't know if you know this, Pineal. I'm in a government database for drug testing for my job. So, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to smoke. I'm not allowed to ingest cannabinoids. So I have to be able to pee. And people like to talk about, oh, you know, you can beat those tests. It's like, yeah, but I'm not carrying synthetic urine on me everywhere I go. It's just not a thing I'm willing to do. Well, canned tuna, by the way. I ate 6 cans of tuna a day. That's $15. I don't know if you know that. So, yeah, the money's not really the issue, although it's going to be if I don't get back to truck driving soon. But yeah, I'm no longer eat for taste. That's how serious this illness is. Look at Tommy. He said, I'm just going to no cam while I eat and do meth. I like it. Now how come, why is it chopping off his comment? That's weird. When I full screen, it shouldn't do that. Oh, I'm zoomed in. That's why. You're zoomed in, lad. That's why. Now it works. Coming in hot. Well, I'm not sober, Pineal. I can just no longer process alcohol. Although I don't really, in retrospect, I don't really enjoy drinking as much as I like to get fucked up. Is this loud to anybody else? I think this is London Man, right? Isn't this him rapping? Sounds like him. Alright, I'll be back.
Food for the kids like Boris. And now I let it go like Rashford. 3 SQ, 3 shanks, that's standard. Feds hit the man, them got the block angered. Stepped in the door, sat down, got pampered. Big back gal, enough weight, she's anchored. Dot chop to a half length, it's tampered. Footy don't crumble, now he's in the backwards. Slap that PR, saw them crouch. If you say them shots like my man did, pronounce. I won't hear ouch. Been about, the ops can vouch. Been around, bring the glocks them out. Lift it up, lit the pagans down. I feel like a clown, but you know what I mean when I make man drown. Had a plug, then I would buy 100 waps. Me and AJ, 2 AP's facts. More than 100 racks. Laps, they got shorty on tap. Weed, molly, lean, crack. I get that gum in the stats, then back. Yeah. What is this track? Turn that off, man, that's nothing but cap. This the old flow, man's bringing it back. Like the Yola, man's bringing it back. Wrap the tracks up, I'm cleaning up crack. Use the fly packs, I'm giving up back. This the old flow, man's bringing it back. Like the Yola, man's bringing it back. Pass the soda, let me turn it to crack. Motorola, 2 phones in a track. In cunt, had plaques on my teeth. Now I got plaques on my wall. Jeez. Play with dogs and end up with fleas. Run up on me, might end up deceased. 40 on the whip, no lease. 240s in the whip with beams. Please, please, babes, ease. Shorty when I drop on her knees. Feds got a plan on gold to get me. I was in yard like Dap, she get me. I was OT trying to hide from the X3. I wanna cop another Pepsi, they won't let me. 2 chocolates, 2 subs, 2 APs, 2 magnums, 2 rounds, 2 babies, 2 large fries, 2 breasts, 2 gravies, 2 hand things, 2 cars, 2 crazy. 1 AP, 2 days, it's crazy. 2 4-5s and 1 380. Chain and bracelet, had it at 18. Had me on basic, girls didn't rate me. Gotta pay me if that gal want taste me. Lol, lol. Yeah, I'm feisty, I ain't no patty. She cool man taste me. Telly ain't tappy, he's moving shaky. I brought my winger back home like Spurs. My kettle collections water, get caught up and you might get burst. One day streams that'll pay man's hearse. Little shorty with a mashing purse. It could be mine, it could be subs, 2 APs, 2 magnums, 2 rounds, 2 babies, 2 large fries, 2 breasts, 2 gravies, 2 hand things, 2 cars, 2 crazy. 1 AP, 2 days, it's crazy. 2 4-5s and 1 380. Chain and bracelet.
I can run a boy down in my Air Force piss, and I got a crease in the middle. Are you sure this corn will fit this whack, bro? These teeth ain't little. See a hottie with the biggest back. B, I'm not sure if them jeans fit you.
Hey yo, it's Dotty on the beat. Hey yo, it's Dotty on the beat. I see you did a mazza still.
I was on the road trying to double up home. Now I want to see my P's just triple. Had to run a boy down in my Air Force piss. Canadi got a crease in the middle. Are you sure this corn will fit this whack, bro? These teeth ain't little. See a hottie with the biggest back. B, I'm not sure if them jeans fit you. Excuse me, miss, where you from? My name Diggs, ask what I'm on. I just got back from a stretch. They didn't miss me when I was gone. Now I'm trying to not miss these cells. I get pissed when the ringtone stops. Well, you know about sitting in jail and you feel like the pillow's giving you spots. Whoever said that it's live are liars. White circle, black car tires, bag of high fences and barbed wires. My shank sharp like a guillotine, long like limousine, knife work crate. Ruby, I do you up differently. Put on my head past 12. Now they can't see his face too visually. See the green and red on my belts, so you know that it came from Italy. Sun's out, Air Force One's out. Had to run away over the grass. They stay on their marks, get set, go and just blow so fast. She's like Coca-Cola, golden, can't see her glow from far. This slate got me up late, putting it all into stones of dark. Just bring it up front like Rooney, S move like Diego Costa. Told her my life's like a movie, you ain't gotta go cinema. I can't bring home these groupies, plus her boyfriend knows who we are. Said he's on me, you're kidding, you don't wanna end up on the hit list. Escort is Rambo's twinning, stepping with mine, so we're calling them triplets. And everything I dig these days, just wanna know, dig that's business. Let me chop and weigh this O. Got bis heads ordering bundles, not one tick, better pay as you go. This bush just runs black liquid, stick handle wood, it's vintage. And I don't wanna pick up the food where it might sound rude if you don't give pictures. My phone just came encrypted, want me in a case, but it just got lifted. Hit a 3 on 2 times 2, that's 10 man serving at 1 by 1. Line it. Pop out them 4x4s on 3 man, got 2 1 try run. I was on the road trying to double up home. Now I want to see my P's just triple. Had to run a boy down in my Air Force piss. Canadi got a crease in the middle. Holy a head turn Cheerio, belly on my face like Rey Mysterio. This belly's on inside out, outside in my AJ I'm sporty. See bro with his day date 40, still getting cash, get paid, they call me. Big guns like AK-40s, big ones. Get a white out, no ticks, bad B, why your eyebrows so thick? Flick one, my favourite tool, you ain't getting that back, gotta leave it all in him. Just squeeze one hand in my glove, XO, but the index still won't fit in. Baby girl, shake it well, let me see you do more printing. Tryna make them do more sprinting. Come a long way from sitting in my cell, that was 23 bang up on Sunday. Got a warhead zombie of cookies, so why would I build that front ways? You got a man and you're saying these things, bro, I don't think she cares. Come link me, I still have my thingy, you can't say I weren't prepared. And my blue D or D squared, like these slim fits low, I don't know about flares. Just squeeze both sides of the pot, like when it goes pop, you can smell these flavours. Love chip in my box, not a lot, this and made a man curl up like quavers. Skid, skir, laters, leaving your friend at the scene outrageous. 90s baby, lighties hate me, still take a next man's boot. I just came to the tingle and naked, now I got a pellet, let's step back true. Step back true, step back true.
Yo, this the old flow, man's bringing it back. Pass the soda, let me turn it to crack. AOD. This the old flow, man's bringing it back. Wrap the tracks up, I'm cleaning up crack.
My whole team getting bread and you know that. Facts. I brought the whole packages flow back. If she ain't new, then she can't get a throwback. No way. I don't follow back chicks and they know that. I came true with 21 tugs in black and I let the thing that Kodak. My opponents are broken, they show that. Facts. If she stepped in with me, gotta hold that.
Yo, I bring that net, start flow back, throw back, no cap, that patch low fat, Kodak. My man won't get his crow back, none of his dough back. I don't give no chat. Rule 39 stamp, Sam, bro, post that. This you chairman, go off pole that. Don't give no chat and have no what when my snap.
Indeed, indeed, Winker, indeed.
Yo, I don't really fuck with the trap like that, but the income coming in fast. Never had $1 to my name, left work same year, made money off rap. When I sit back, think life changed, they way I'm still H, that's nothing but facts. Put my money in bricks, not cocaine ones, young boss man struggling gas.
Talk like you're bad and you shoot like Kobe, till you get left scar face like Tony. Lightning, whatever on like a Wobie, I'm richer than all them ops are Sony. Still washing up white like Persil, then I put it in a zip bag like Virgil. When I was on a wing like Urzel, banging my door like my house got burgled.
Yeah, cash in the bag, got a big one, count 4 scores, then I fold the 5th one. Quick 10 more, flip through, that's a quick gone, 5 more left.
How long have you been off the booze, butthole Winker? And I don't give advice, but I will tell you, I'm actually not that prone to anxiety, but I depleted some of my brain chemicals at a certain point and started having panic attacks, and I've never had panic attacks, so I knew something was bad wrong when I started having panic attacks. And I took high doses of niacinamide, if you know what that is. And I'm not even, again, I don't really give advice, but it worked for me, so you might think about it. Research it for yourself, right? And that, in fact, I don't know if you know this, but you know, one of the guys that wrote the AA Big Book, and I'm not in saying I believe in AA either, but one of the guys that wrote the AA, you know, Big Book was a doctor, and he was originally treating alcoholism with B vitamins. And I think there's something to that, because niacinamide is a B vitamin. It's a form that won't give you the facial flush. You know, you can only take... This is the kind, I think this is the brand I used to take. It's a tablet. I'll show you real quick if you're still here. Again, research it for yourself, but... It's killing me with this music. This is London Man's music, just in case anybody is wondering. But yeah, there it is on the screen. I was taking up to like 7 grams of that a day, like 7,000 milligrams. It helped though. No more panic attacks. So you might think about it. London Man, come on, man, you're killing me. All right.
Big dripper, magnum sipper, no nail clipper.
All right, I'm turning this down. Yeah, it does sound. It did sound like him, didn't it?
I won't cut my nails. Who's that, my man? Jump up, fry man. Why is he leaving his right hand? Hey, come back and back your boy.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, I'm on quartersteps every day. Thinks he's a penguin. So the whole time I did truck driving recently, you know, I've driven a truck before, but this last time I went back to work, I'm not. This is not an exaggeration. I spent $200 a week every week on nutritional supplements and herbs for about at least 6 straight months. So I've got one time on stream for like 30 minutes. People just kept typing into the chat what they thought I should take, and I literally just reached and grabbed and showed it to the camera every time. So I'm on just about anything you could name. Like literally, it's not even kidding. In fact, I might fire up my phone here and show you. Hang on. Hang on, thanks, these people. I'll show you what I'm working with here. Give me a second to get online here.
Stuck in a dock, hickory dickory. Fuck enough, yeah, like quagmire, lol. Giggity giggity, yeah, one fuck on diggity. Laugh out loud, you're killing me, run when man get fidgety. Man, we literally pull up and shower your pussy, Tivoli. She likes the things in life, that's fine, I'll blow them rats, it's minor. As long as she don't switch sides like charm and freeze up the vagina. Turn his life to a timer, let that thing when they pin it's the primer. And if it ain't unknown T and them, man, I don't like no other no. Who's that? Hey, come back, your boy. Jump up, rise this toy. Jump up, rise this toy. Jump up. Who's that, my man? Jump up, fry man. Why is he leaving his right hand? Come back, your boy.
All right, are you ready?
Jump up, rise this toy. Jump up, rise this toy. Jump up.
By the way, this is I've intentionally ran out of some stuff. This is getting to be a lot to carry around. If I go back to truck driving, but here's cordyceps. And this is there's only like 6 left maybe. This is one of the things I'm not going to buy again unless I get some donos. And the thing about this Carlisle brand is that it's really cheap. And then I've noticed some of their stuff is really good and some of it is just trash. So it just sort of matter. You know, this is actually seems pretty good. And I was on that high dollar, the liquid stuff for a while. But some of these mushrooms, I think this is actually very high dollar, believe it or not. This lion's mane, this is one of my favorites. You know what that reminds me? I meant to order some lion's mane and I never did, so this one's almost out too. But I'm going to get something a little cheaper next time, I think. Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff over here. And then that's not all. There's more down here. By the way, there's more down there. Yeah, like I said, this is after. Oh, don't forget the bitter. Got the bitter herbs going. Swedish bitter herb. Don't forget those. But yeah, and like I say, this is after being off of work for a while, so I haven't been buying as much as I normally do. Like this right here, this is. I think this is $62, I think. And then this is, I believe, $72, if I remember correctly. Shout out to Liver King. All kind of stuff. Yeah. What else is expensive? This stuff's expensive. Bile acid factors. Got a lot of problems with my bile. And then because I have the malabsorption, my eyesight's getting pretty terrible. This stuff seems pretty good. It's astaxanthin. Is Tommy on yet, or are they still playing music? Here's my setup. If anybody's wondering. No, it's a little messy. Little messy. Motel living. There's the hot spot. My computer down there. My audio interface. Yeah. Pretty cool. Thanks for the monitor, y'all. But yeah, y'all might want to buy me some more supplements. I'm feeling like it. Otherwise, I'm going back to work soon, probably. Oh, thanks, brother. Yeah. Well, and in fact, I don't think I would be doing near as well as I am if not for all these supplements. That's definitely one of the things that's kind of, encouraging me to go back to work, right? What is London Man doing? Does he do this every time? Is it 30-minute musical interlude? This is not the way to go, sir. This is not the way to go, sir. Yep. That's right. Take those supplements. I ordered some more digestive enzymes today. I don't know if you were here when I ordered them. I was getting a bunch of donations for a while, but I think maybe that was just a fluke. Because historically, I don't get a lot of donos. Wait a minute. $35. I think I paid more than... What the fuck? Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Yeah. But this is what I ordered today. Let's see. Then we'll probably wrap up because I can't. I have no... At this point, is he just going to go for an hour with the music? It's crazy. Oh, Pineal, don't feel inferior, sir. It's called 7 days a week of truck driving. Yeah, that was... I could never afford that otherwise. Yeah, I'm definitely... my body weight is... I'm still underweight, but I think I might have put on... definitely put on a little bit of weight here recently, so... I think I'm just going to be thin for the rest of my life, but... Dude, when I got down to like a 126 recently, I was like, well, shit, I'll probably be 100 pounds, you know, at some point. But, you know, hopefully I can keep gaining some weight. We'll see. But yeah, these digestive enzymes are key because I can't, my pancreas doesn't properly produce, they call it pancreatic insufficiency or something like that. So this is 1 month. I take 4 of these a day, you know, 1 with each meal, so 120. I paid $39 though because whoever this is, they couldn't deliver it until, you know, I'm not even going to be in the motel probably when that delivery date is. So I paid $5 more, but it's going to be here Monday. So yeah, $40. Shit gets expensive, man. I'm trying to think if I only took like the bare minimum, I mean absolute bare minimum to just be able to eat food more or less and see. It's got to be at least $200 to $300 a month, bare minimum. I haven't weighed. I left my I got down to 126 when I got to this motel. I was 126. I don't know what I weigh now. I left my scale I dropped it off at my storage last time I cruised by there. But just looking in the mirror, I feel like I've gained a little bit of weight. What's up, Ginger Ridge? Good to see you. Yeah, we're watching it. That's what this is London Man's audio, actually. Pineal. Now here's the problem. Oh, wait, we got video. Is that Pamela? See, I don't know what we ever did to Pamela, but does anybody know what we've done to Pamela? Because Pamela used to be around here.
Mic check. How am I coming in?
Shout out to Tommy.
Hey, you're muted, Tommy.
You're muted, Tommy. We can't hear you. Good to see you, Ginger Ridge. Yeah, Miss Pamela, I must say. What did we do to Pamela? I think maybe I was a little weird with her last time she was on the panel because I really don't remember seeing her too much after that. Tommy, you got no audio, brother. What is wrong? I like the headset though. What's that? A gamer headset? Shout out to London Man's camera here.
In the meantime, while Tommy sorts out his audio, how you doing today, Pamela, my lovely co-host?
I can't complain.
Oh, is Pamela the co-host now? Mm-hmm. Well, shit.
And how are you?
I was talking about making her the co-host over here.
Yeah, I've been busy, hella busy, but I'm well, man. I'm well.
Well, good for you, London Man.
Much love to the chat. There's too many people.
Whatever I've done, perhaps I will learn from the error of my ways.
Much love.
But yeah, by the way, feel free to go over there and drive his numbers up.
Too many, man.
If you don't mind.
Salutes to the chat. There you go.
Tommy, we got you, brother.
Because I thought it was this wire extension. Let me see if it'll work with it.
Okay.
Where's this echo coming from?
Time, bro. No rush. Take your time.
Is this echoing for you? Yeah, there is.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get that.
What a fiasco.
Check. 111. Is that echo going up?
It seems better. Tommy, can you say something again, please?
Test.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It is
okay,
this wire.
perfect.
I lost
It's
a lot of
better
volume
now.
on it.
I think that was me.
But yeah, if anybody can find out what we did to
share
Pamela,
on
I'd
stream,
appreciate
whatever it
I'd
is.
appreciate it so I can make
Yeah.
sure not to repeat that error in the future.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right. So it was
Yes,
a little
sir.
bit of everything, but I'm good if you guys are good.
Good. Yeah, you're good now, bro. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the Lalo headquarters.
Pleasure.
London.
Yeah,
Pleasure
welcome.
is all
Nice to
mine,
have
sir.
Mm-hmm. No,
It
it's
is
all
nice to
mine.
be here.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Usually me and London man's interactions involve me being berated for my globe stance, but that's not usually here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've always liked your stances on self-sustainability and prepping, so glad to have your perspective on Crater Earth also.
Yeah, it's through that independence that we can disagree on shapes and not shoot at each other over it.
Yeah, because
I'd
it
like
doesn't
to think.
matter at the end, right? Like,
That's when we'll bring up the debate. Like,
All right,
if you're
55 in
in
the
charge of my
live.
capsule going outside of the atmosphere,
Powerful
then we have
London
to talk
man.
about who believes what's what shape. Like, if you're gonna work for Elon, you got to get your shape debate squared away. But that's when anything matters, right? Like, your deity or your shape beliefs shouldn't be the reason we're seeing a guillotine or an electric chair, but that's when I would, you'd hear me stand up every debate I could make about it.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway,
I mean,
I think that's all I've got left to
I used to
give.
be a flat earther to some degree.
Thanks for
Until I
watching.
came across
Go support
more
London
research
McLovin
leading
and
me
our
to
boy Tommy.
Crater Earth.
Bye.
So I've
Is that
kind
like
of-
Wait a minute, I
Hollow
can do well. Yeah, I'll skip the outro music since these guys are live.
No, yes,
Oh,
yes,
shit.
no.
Now I'm clicking the
It's
wrong
more,
buttons.
Hollow Earth would mean more under the ground, right? I think that's the theory
Hilarious.
behind Hollow Earth is hidden away under the